And before we move on to our session and our speakers, distinguished speakers, we'll just play a short video for you. Vidyut, whenever we're ready, we could move on to the video.
You know, people talk about climate change all the time. I think that's a wrong term to talk about. It's not climate change anymore. It's a climate crisis. We know that the polar ice caps are melting. We know that the glaciers are receding. We know that there is mass extinction of species happening across the world. Weather patterns are changing, which leads to changes in crop patterns in terms of human development. If you are concerned about this, if you'd like to do something about this and you want to learn more about how environment works, perhaps the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability might have some answers.
There's a need for more environmental education, professional environmental education. So that's what we will offer. Education about air, water, land, soil, forests, food. All of those are part of our program, and they haven't been touched yet by the programs that we're familiar with. We'll be teaching about an introduction to ecology, which includes biology and population issues. We'll be talking about the connection between environment and economics, political science, social science, geography.
We approach environmental studies from a social science, arts, and humanities perspective. These decisions with regard to climate change or climate crisis are no longer just scientific. They are political, they are economic, they are social. As a result, we are using these perspectives to find out how we can change the environment and how we can build a more sustainable world.
One of our main issues will be climate change and renewable energy. Renewable energy is the only real antidote to climate change, the impacts of climate change, which results in a loss of species, a loss of water, a loss of wood, a loss of croplands through saline intrusion and coastal inundation, a loss of property along the coasts because of coastal inundation. There's a breadth of opportunity that awaits all the graduates of our program. There are tremendous career opportunities in the public sector, the NGO sector, the government work, private corporations, all of which will be focused on environmental improvement and corporate social responsibility. So all of these organizations, including all the corporations, are going to be needing your talent.
At the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, we're looking for talented, hardworking, and intelligent individuals who have a passion for the environment, who have a passion for sustainability. And really, it just takes one person to make the difference.
So with that little video snippet, I welcome you all to this wonderful occasion as we, as I mentioned, celebrate and introspect about the various dimensions of environment, climate change, and sustainability. And just to introduce all of you to the theme of today's World Environment Day seminar is the future of our planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability. It is my absolute pleasure to have on this panel three absolute visionaries who have dealt with environment, who've worked with environment and continue doing so in their everyday lives. And we shall start, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Armin Rosenkrantz. He is the founding dean of Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability and an academic who's revered and respected all across the globe. Armin will be delivering his introductory remarks now, and I welcome you, Armin, to deliver your introductory remarks. Over to you, Armin.
Thank you, Ishan. Okay, well, we have unexpectedly a fair amount of drought and heat, which are affecting crops. Food prices have been spiking. We have storm losses. Insurers are skittish about protecting the climate and fostering alternative and renewable energy. Forests are vulnerable. There are bark beetles that are intruding into forests in a large way. Coral reefs are dying. Oceans are being acidified. Lakes and other surface waters are drying up, which affect our drinking water supply. We have a loss of Arctic sea ice. 3.2% are lost per decade. Warmer oceans disrupt marine ecosystems and global fisheries. So we have more storms, more hurricanes, melting land ice, melting glaciers, many cyclones such as Cyclone Yas. We have to deal with all this. There is a lower snow cover. Snow melts earlier than before. Dhaka, the capital of capital of Bangladesh is underwater part of the time. So that is definitely an issue. There's a fair amount of species extinction, loss of biodiversity. The answer is zero emissions, clean energy. We want to, politically, for example, we want to make sure that the United States and Russia have joint access to the Arctic oil fields after the melting glaciers. So that's a political issue which we have to solve politically. Forest fires are burgeoning in the Amazon, Australia, Indonesia, India, and the United States. So these are issues we have to pay attention to, and I think I'll pass to other people.
Thank you so much, Armin, and thank you for casting such a wide net and truly how environment affects everyone in all of these various ways. I really like the notion of bringing politics of it, bringing sciences of it, sociology of it, arts and architecture of it, and built an environment all around us within the same ambit of environment, because the way forward is interdisciplinarity. The way forward is a holistic look at the world. And that being said, I will, again, it is my absolute pleasure to have our founding dean of OP Jindal Global University. And as I mentioned earlier, a true visionary when it comes to the way education should be rolled out, how environment should be looked at from various angles. And I would not be wrong in saying that the way the recent view of the world that we have at OP Jindal Global University is all because of Professor C. Rajkumar. So it is my absolute pleasure, sir, to hand over the baton to you and for you to deliver your welcome address.
All right. Thank you very much, Ishan. Well, first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you who are part of this program on behalf of OP Jindal Global University and the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. It is my proud privilege to extend greetings and wishes to all of us as we mark the celebration of the World Environment Day. We also have great pleasure in inviting all of you to this virtual seminar on the theme, the future of our planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability. As you heard, the Dean of the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, Professor Armin Rosenkrantz, painting obviously a very dim picture about the state of the world in which we are living and the extraordinary challenges that we are facing as we speak. I would like to begin by essentially saying that obviously we are facing a crisis, but before I speak about the environmental crisis that we are facing, let me quickly reflect about the global pandemic and the extraordinary health crisis that we are facing as we battle the challenges of COVID-19. As all of us since March 2020 woke up to a rude and shocking awakening of what the world has begun to face, and it is continuing unabated. But one of the remarkable things about the COVID-19 crisis is also the ability of humanity to fight it out and to demonstrate resilience in spite, or rather notwithstanding, significant odds. There are numerous stories of inspiring contributions, one of which is educators themselves. Imagine a moment, let me take you to, say, 100 years ago, in 1921, or more than 100 years ago, around 100 years ago, you can say, in 1921, when the world was facing the Spanish flu. During the Spanish flu, the entire world simply could not function. Nothing could actually happen. In fact, today I read a very interesting story about a person who's 100 years old and who's right now here, and he's a lawyer in the state of Rajasthan. And he heard when he was growing up about the story of the Spanish flu. And essentially at that time, the world came to a standstill because nothing was able to function. Today, 100 years later, as we are facing this pandemic, the role of educators has been phenomenal as well. Due to scientific and technological advances, a lot of the things that we could not have imagined 100 years ago, we are continuing even this virtual webinar. Schools, colleges, universities across the world, despite all its challenges, including several disparities, including access to electricity, Wi-Fi connection, and gadgets, have been able to continue to a large extent the educational imagination despite all those challenges. In some ways, the most inspiring part of the pandemic itself is the ability of us as human beings to develop a sense of collective consciousness and to rise above the kind of differences that we might have and to face these challenges. Typically, producing a vaccine in any context takes 15 to 20 years. Scientific estimates across the world has recognized that it takes minimum 10 years, sometimes 15 years to create a vaccine. Because of the extraordinary advancement in science and technology and the hard work, commitment, dedication of the scientists of the world, we were able to have a vaccine in less than 1 year. Just imagine for a moment how much humanity has advanced in not only being resilient, but also resisting the challenges posed by the global pandemic. So I strongly believe that humanity and all of us as people, despite the dim picture that Armin had portrayed, and it is indeed true, we have the ability to rise above these challenges and indeed confront the climate change and the environmental crisis that all of us are facing. It is in this context that the role of universities become absolutely critical. Let me articulate as to why the universities ought to be the center of the imagination surrounding promoting the cause of environment, sustainability, and addressing the challenge of climate change. First, universities are expected to be institutions which are engaged in knowledge creation, which are supposed to be engaged in research. And this is where a lot of developments are going to take place. In fact, the research culture of universities have the potential to address some of the most compelling and significant issues that we are facing with regard to environment. Universities are also about transformative ideas, those ideas which can seek change and seek development in that system. And so as we face this crisis, I strongly believe that universities have very significant role to play because of the responsibility attached to knowledge creation and research. Second, universities are also about questioning ideas. It's about challenging status quo. In this regard, what we have all been used to doing for a while, these aspects of our life have to be questioned, have to be challenged. And there is no other place in the world other than universities that our fundamental ethos and beliefs and values and our status quo can be challenged, can be questioned. And those ideas can form the foundations for the change that we are seeking. Third, universities are constantly about engaging with young people who are going to be future leaders. Imagine a country like India with 1.35 billion people. Imagine a situation where 900 million people of this 1.35 billion people are less than 35 years of age. Just imagine for a moment, these 900 million people are going to be, the Indian life expectancy is around 75. So the young people of India are not only going to shape the future of India, but will be shaping the future of the world. So what we teach in universities, the culture that we establish in academic institutions are not only going to change the present, but has immense potential to change the future. And that is why I am hopeful that the future is going to be driven the possibility of change that these young people are going to make. Fourth, universities are about speaking truth to power, raising uncomfortable questions with a view to seeking and changing and transforming. This is one of the most significant aspects of university life, and that is exactly what scholars do. In fact, many a time, some of the most compelling ideas have come through university corridors because university professors, university students, university researchers are prepared to ask those difficult questions, those extremely complex questions. It's also about challenging ideas, which I talked about earlier, but it is also about an imagination in which it is constantly involved in speaking truth to power, but also engaging with organizations, institutions. In fact, universities are about creating opportunity for a platform in which a significant degree of stakeholder consensus can be built around the possibility of interacting with non-governmental organizations, intergovernmental organizations, think tanks, research institutions. Of course, judiciary as an institution, which our dear friend Justice Michael Wilson is part of, and also policy-making bodies. In fact, the possibility of what universities can do is extraordinary because it provides somewhat of a neutral platform, an impartial platform, something that is deeply embedded in academic and intellectual rigor, is deeply embedded in objectivity. And that is constantly critical about the status quo and providing constructive new solutions, new imaginations for addressing the challenge of environment and also the climate change. Lastly, universities have a deeper sense of responsibility. In fact, almost all other institutions are driven through certain specific agendas, including politicians, for example, or for that matter, non-governmental organizations, even NGOs, they have a specific mandate and a specific agenda. Even judiciary, I dare say, have a specific agenda to advance the cause of justice, and justice could be interpreted in numerous ways. But universities have this extraordinary ability to have penetrating ideas and to be critical and constructive at the same time, to be able to have nuanced perspectives that transcend the decision-making processes of a judiciary, of a government agency, of non-governmental organizations, of media, of think tanks. And in that sense, universities have a deeper sense of responsibility as to evaluating ideas, not based on dogma or ideology, but something that has strong scientific evidence and at the same time has also social and community level impact. So these five perspectives that I just articulated makes the role of universities quite significant, quite important. I also want to say that one of the things that a character of a university promotes is the sense of interdisciplinarity that is deeply embedded in the culture of a university. We are very fortunate at OPGL Global University that since the day one, when we established the law school in 2009, and now we have 10 different schools in business, international affairs, public policy, liberal arts, journalism, architecture, banking and finance, environment and sustainability, and most recently, the 10th school, the Jindal School of Psychology and Counseling. Just imagine how much each of these schools and their curriculum and their programs and their faculty and their research agendas are interconnected, even when we discuss the subject of environment. So interdisciplinarity and the study of environment and climate change through its ability to impact the society at large is critical, and that is the function which universities ought to play. And we are very fortunate that the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability is providing that institutional leadership in advancing the cause. I also want to say that we're very fortunate that we have widespread collaborative initiatives that have been promoted in this field. We work very closely with the WWF in India and also a host of organizations that we are partnering with. In fact, our distinguished judge, Honorable Mr. Justice Michael Wilson, Judge of the Supreme Court of Hawaii, and his colleagues at the Supreme Court of Hawaii have provided opportunities for our students to pursue clerkships there. And some of those students, inspired by the work that Justice Michael Wilson does, have been part of a collaborative initiative advancing the cause through IUCN and a number of other global environmental initiatives. So in a way, the possibility for young people to seek change is absolutely significant. Lastly, I want to say that when we are a part of any causes, it is quite natural for us to be subsumed by the power of those causes. And that includes on matters relating to human rights, environmental justice, climate change, and a number of others. But it is also equally important for us as responsible individuals to constantly look at debates and discussions surrounding it and not to dismiss other ideas just because we don't agree with it. One of the things that universities ought to be doing is to promote the possibility of people to disagree on issues and debate about them and test those ideas on science and logic and rationality. And that's an area where, unfortunately, on any powerful issue, the global discourse provides little opportunity for views to be expressed. One's views are mirrored by one's ideologies, and at times that leads to a cacophony of sounds as opposed to light. And so what one needs to do when we are addressing these issues is to be conscious of a sense of polarization that becomes an outcome when you deal with these issues. So I'm very delighted today that as we mark the celebration of the World Environment Day, the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability has taken an initiative to organize this virtual seminar. I'm also eagerly looking forward to welcoming the class of students who will be joining this year again in the Bachelor of Arts Honors in Environmental Studies. We pride in the fact that we are a non-STEM, non-medicine university, which has a strong relevance for studies relating to environment that transcend the scientific aspects of environmental studies. We strongly believe that issues surrounding regulation, policy, and governance relating to the study of environment is absolutely important, including law, that we're going to hear more from Michael. So with those words, I want to thank and congratulate Professor Armin Rosenkrantz, the founding dean of the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, Professor Ishan, who has taken a lot of effort to organize this seminar, and of course, my dear friend, Justice Michael Wilson, and many other professors and colleagues who are. And the seminar is so beautifully organized with sessions on economics of climate change, scientific feasibility of conservation mechanisms, social impact of waste and its governance, all happening today. And then we have the fourth thematic session, which focused on what Glasgow holds, the future of international environmental agreements. And we end with a valedictory and plenary session in which we have Honorable Mr. Justice Swatantra Kumar, former distinguished chairperson of the National Green Tribunal, and Professor Maharaj Pandit, former head in Department of Environmental Studies at the University of Delhi, both of whom will be joining us in our valedictory session. With those words, thank you to all of you, and we look forward to the proceedings of this seminar.
Thank you so much, Raj sir. Again, you have covered everything that environment stands for, and your stress on the importance of educators and the importance of universities, almost this Bentham-esque idea that clash of ideas leads to new ideas, and we must be critical, but also be constructive. We must engage, but also appeal to the other person's rationality while engaging. And all of these are building blocks of environment. And these are the issues that we'll be dealing with throughout the day, as Raj sir mentioned. So that being done, it is now my absolute pleasure to invite Justice Michael Wilson, Judge, Supreme Court of Hawaii, and all of you who have attended our sessions earlier or have visited the university, you know that Justice Wilson is extremely supportive of all of our efforts, all of the efforts of youth from around the globe. And while his designation says that he is a judge of the Supreme Court of Hawaii, let me tell you that he is as big an advocate of climate action as any of us. He is a student of environmental law still, something that he stresses on, and he is one of the most engaging speakers that we will witness. So that being said, thank you so much, Justice Wilson, for being here, and absolutely delighted to have you amongst us. Over to you, Justice Wilson.
Aloha and namaste. This is what we say in Hawaii, aloha, that recognizes the spirit that we all have, a spirit that allows us to live a life where we can recognize great beauty and recognize love and recognize friendship. And it's a word that we equate with namaste, a word that also recognizes the beautiful spirit in all of us. I have to give my very, very deep appreciation to Professor Chaturvedi. Ishan, thank you so much. You've been doing a great job organizing this all the way from Hawaii. And one of my heroes is Armin Rosenkrantz, whose materials I read for many years before I had the great privilege to meet him in person and to also search with him through the jungles of India to find a tiger. He was right there with me. And then the avatar of justice, Professor Kumar, who has been a great friend to Hawaii and has been the main reason why we've been able to have such a wonderful collaboration with the Supreme Court of India. And the Jindal Global University has strengthened the University of Hawaii because of the work he's done here. So I have been changed because of my relationship with India and Jindal, and I've also been changed because I've had great students from the Jindal Global Law School that have come to my court, and not just my court, but the courts of my colleagues as well. So the power of the culture of India has been very strong here in Hawaii for some time. So I'm sitting here in my office in Hawaii at the Supreme Court. As you can see, I'm with Ma Druga, my favorite of all the Hindu gods or goddesses, and this was a great gift that I received from Justice Swatantra Kumar, who's one of the great justices, not just in India, but he's made a big difference here in Hawaii because he's been here and helped us with the development of our environmental court. Why do I explain all this? Because I feel like I'm there with you in a way. I was with you not too long ago, the last time I traveled in March of 2000 and hands with so many and put my arms around so many people in India who I respect. So I'm glad to be back. And I feel very excited about this presentation. But let me confess that this presentation will have a very serious tone to it, because I've been asked to speak about the future of our planet and the environment, climate change, and sustainability. So let me move to a bit of a PowerPoint so that we can share together some thoughts. So here you see the beginning of our presentation. And Ishan, is that something that everybody can see now?
It is Justice Wilson.
Yes.
What is the title of this presentation? It says, set your sights on what? Restoration. Set your sights on restoration. I'm speaking of restoration, not sustainability. Now, this is a school, thank goodness, one of the great schools now in, I would submit, the universities of the world, your school of sustainability and the environment. It's a great school because it's so important, it's needed. It's a great school because it was one of the original schools to be established that would directly focus on the discipline of sustainability and the environment. However, let's talk a bit about what's happening in the world in terms of the three different types of resource management systems. Sustainability is a model that is reflected in the name of your college. We call it Pono, that's Hawaiian, meaning it's a good thing. Then we have exploitation. You can see exploitation is represented by a forest that's chopped down. Exploitation just means managing resources for short-term economic gain. If you have a forest, you cut it down, especially if you have a good market for it. And the economic consequences are wonderful because you can maximize your profit. The environmental consequences are terrible, and this happens in places which there are slashing and burning techniques for tropical forests, for example. So it leads to the demise of the environment. And what's the third? Restoration. The third model is restoration. We call it malama. Malama meaning to nurture, to bring back. You know, there's an adage that had been used during my lifetime quite a bit up until recently, in which there was a concept that we want to sustain natural resources. This is something the professors would say. We want to sustain natural resources. This is something that economists would say. We want to sustain natural resources for whom? For future generations. We want to pass on the resources in a manner that is sustained so that they're preserved for future generations. That era is over. Everybody in this audience is 40 years or younger. I apologize to you, and I confess, we're not sustaining resources. You wouldn't be in this college if you didn't realize this. So let's be frank about what the future requires in terms of resource management. We need to have restoration. We need to bring resources back in a very specific way. We need to do this for the planet, very specifically, restore resources. And I say this from Hawaii, the most remote landmass on Earth. This is an interesting slide. Gives you a chance to understand what is in the collective human consciousness, very likely the ideal environment on Earth, Hawaii. But we're fragile. We're islands. And as the ocean rises, we become more and more a community with India, a partnership with India. Because what is coming? What is coming with respect to climate change and the environment? The devastation that we are facing doesn't affect all places equally. There are countries, regions, cultures on the front line. You are in India on the front line. We'll talk about this. And we are in Hawaii on the front line. This is the most powerful, beautiful place I have ever been in my life. I went there in high school. It's in Hawaii. It's the Nepali coast. Beautiful beach with a waterfall that comes down to the beach. Its ocean is so clean, has the most powerful ecosystem on Earth, the most protein ecosystem, the most productive, and you probably know it is an underwater ecosystem called a coral ecosystem, which is right offshore. In 30 or 40 years, when your country is facing a crisis much greater than the pandemic, we will be facing a crisis too, and that beach will be gone. It'll be washed away by sea level rise. Oh my goodness, I hope, if nothing else, you all remember I'm inviting you to Hawaii. It's the most magnificent place. It's so beautiful. It doesn't have the cultural power maybe and some of the merely magnificent, powerful aspects of India that are a matter of faith and beauty, but it is really an amazing place. And this is our major city. If you don't come to Hawaii for 40 years, at least you'll remember this picture, because in 40 years, that beach will be washed away. That's Waikiki Beach. We're going to lose $2 billion a year. Our major economic engine is about to be washed away. What are we talking about here? I would suggest that because we all share this heartfelt commitment to a future, as Dean Kumar said, a future that's different than the one we're facing now, we all care about it. And we need leaders that can give us belief that we're going to be able to join together and change the future. Here is one of them, the Secretary General of the United Nations. And why was he speaking at this signature speech? And please take down the link for it. Oh my goodness, it's such a wonderful speech. Where is he speaking? He's speaking at an institution that followed your college. You established the College of the Environment and Sustainability some years ago, and after you, Columbia decided to do it. Columbia University has established a Department of the Environment, a Department of Sustainability, devoted to issues of the climate emergency that's coming. So they invited the Secretary General to speak, and he spoke. And what did he say? He said, the pandemic is an extraordinary crisis. It has brought society to its knees, but it is not as serious as what's coming. It is not as serious as the climate emergency that is upon us now. As he says, the disruption to economies, societies, and people caused by the COVID-19 will pale in comparison to what the climate crisis holds in store. Let's be specific. Why today are we talking about restoration? Why are we talking today about setting your sights, being specific, having a vision? Here's an example of somebody that has set their sights. Sir David King was one of the architects of the Paris Agreement and the 1.5 degree limit on global warming, along with Lawrence Fabius at the Paris Agreement in 2015. He is one of the great atmospheric scientists of the world. He has developed a new Center for Climate Repair at Cambridge University, where he is a noted professor. He was knighted by the Queen. And one of the two data points that he expresses virtually every week throughout the world has to do with India and Bangladesh. And what he says is, we are not meeting the Paris Agreement. We are not taking sufficient greenhouse gases out of the air. And at present trajectories, 160 million people have to leave Bangladesh within 40 or 50 years. It's worth thinking about that, because that will destabilize India. As he says, when that happens, the world order is all over. There'll be destabilization, the markets will start collapsing, the rule of law is likely to collapse, and will devolve into systems that are more autocratic systems, systems where the politics of the world, the power structure is based more on military might and strength than it is on the rule of law. What he also says, when I say also, as does the Secretary General, he says the difference between the coronavirus threat and the threat from global warming is that humanity can recover from the coronavirus. What is it that makes this issue so extraordinary? The issue I'm talking about is the climate emergency, global warming. What makes it so extraordinary? We only have a limited time to solve the problem. The solution horizon is limited. This is a different kind of social issue than we've ever seen before. Think to yourself about the fundamental social problems that humanity faces and how much time do we have to deal with it? Who has the best religion? 100 years ago, you would have one answer. I suppose at this point in time, you have a different answer. We've got a lot of time to work out who's got the best religion. Should we treat women equally? This is a big issue. We're still trying to work it out on Earth. We have time to work it out. We're working at the issue of, in the United States, should we be allowed to carry guns? This is a very big issue in the United States, as you know. We're so attached to our guns. We have legislation that comes and goes, and we work on this issue. We don't have time for the climate change issue. Once we get past 1.5 degrees, then we'll have done such damage to the Earth that the world as we know it will change. Now, this is not that significant an issue in a fundamental way to me, to Professor Rosenkranz, to Professor Kumar. We're older than 40 years old. When I look at you, Ishan, and I think how young you are, and I think of the audience that I'm speaking to, it's one of the reasons I'm so excited to be here. You all are facing something we will never see at present levels of greenhouse gas emissions. We'll enjoy our life. We'll continue with a life of high consumption, and we'll pass on this world that is not being sustained in its natural resources. So we need to move to restoration for you if you're under 40 years old. Set your sights on 1.5 degrees. What do I mean, set your sights? Set your sights means get focused and believe in yourself, even though you're working against the odds. So let me ask you about Mahatma Gandhi and what people thought of him in March of 1930. March of 1930, remember, that's when he started his trek across India, 241-mile trek, with the idea of a crackpot, with the idea of somebody that doesn't make sense, with the idea of somebody you wouldn't want to believe in, because he was thinking he was going to cause the greatest military power on the planet to leave India. Great Britain was going to leave India because he started walking by, essentially by himself at the beginning. But he believed in something. He believed that a small body of determined spirits fired by an unquenchable faith in their mission can alter the course of history. So Mahatma Gandhi set his sights. He set his sights on justice. He set his sights on the idea that there should be equal opportunity. There should be an opportunity to be treated fairly and equally in terms of the way the government treats its citizens, the way resources are distributed, the way that we punish people, the way we take their freedom away. He believed in that, and he set his sights. And of course, now it doesn't seem that unusual because he accomplished it. You are in the shoes of Mahatma Gandhi. You are facing something that society has never seen before. This is the great metaphor, the heroic metaphor, and of course, the hero is in all of our hearts, of David and Goliath. And David had to focus when he was confronted by this giant, and he swung his slingshot with a rock in it, and he threw the rock and it went directly to the right spot, which was right between the eyes of the Goliath. This is a real important image because this is you if you're under 40. This is you if you're at the School of Environment and Sustainability. This is you alive on the planet now. And you've got a chance. Now you've got 6 or 7 years maybe. So as Professor Kumar has said, and as Armin Rosenkranz has represented with his life, do not accept the status quo. Don't be afraid to question the status quo, particularly now, because it's your survival that's at stake, not the least of which is your survival. More important than your survival is if you plan to have a family. There are people that have come before you. These are the recent global environmental defenders that you know about. If I could, I wish I was there, I'd ask you, raise your hand if you've heard of Greta Thunberg. Of course you have. She's like a Mahatma Gandhi. She is an environmental defender that believes that what's happening now is wrong. The status quo is not recognizing the emergency, and she demands that her generation be protected, and she organizes, and as a consequence, people are becoming politically organized that are young people. Who's the fellow to the left with this rather serious look on his face? Roger Hallam. So look at the YouTube for Roger Hallam, and it will make you know that life, as Professor Kumar has said, life can be an adventure in the right direction. If you set your sights, you can help restore our planet so it doesn't heat to 1.5 degrees. Roger Hallam created an organization called, and you probably have it on the tip of your tongue, it's going viral, it's going global, it's called Extinction Rebellion. Middle-class people, mothers, middle-class mothers are joining his organization. It started in England, and what do? One case involved middle-class mothers gluing themselves to the airport floor in Heathrow, and they were prosecuted in court. And Sir David King came in as an expert to explain what it is they were trying to do when they said they're trying to protect their children. He explained to the court that they are engaging in civil disobedience that's meant to protect the planet and all of us. And they won the case. That's just one example. Citizen activism. If you're part of a school of sustainability and the environment, of course you have to understand the science, and we're talking a bit about that. Of course you do. But you have no hope if all you understand is the science. No hope. We can't just wring our hands and watch the scientific inevitability of the earth heat up because of the amount of greenhouse gases we're putting in the air. And that is one of the reasons why I would submit you have great opportunity to do more than just learn about the science, because you are students of Armin Rosenkranz. You are students of Raj Kumar. You are students of people that know that courage, commitment, and good character, honesty can do extraordinary things, just like Mahatma Gandhi did. But your school is about character. All the knowledge you have, all the wealth you may have is going to be ineffective in protecting the earth unless you have good character. And you know the theme of the Jindal Global University. Anyways, do the right thing anyways. If everybody else is corrupt, you just do the right thing anyways. If everybody else who is in charge of the economic system, the capitalist system right now, is looking at it short term and doesn't care about you enough to get greenhouse gases out of the air, be leaders. Be an authentic global environmental defender, but keep in mind what the stakes are. This is a special rapporteur for the United Nations for environmental defenders. His name is John Knox. He put in for the United Nations. He put together a fascinating, amazing report that talked about environmental defenders being murdered 2 a week. Now it's up to 3. I know that people in India are brave. I've been around the students. They are so brave, they come all the way to Hawaii to try to learn and help protect the planet. But our bravery, I shouldn't say our, judges don't have to be brave, really. Judges just, everybody thinks that they're smart. Everybody gives them credit. It's a very nice life. So judicial independence should be easy. Judges need to do the right thing under the law, even if it means that they're not pleasing the powerful, pleasing special interests. But these are the true heroes, the true courageous, often indigenous people that stand up for their rainforests, stand up for their rivers, stand up for their lakes, stand up for their animals, stand up for their planet, and get killed. So when you are at the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, it is such a wonderful statement about a commitment to these individuals. This is one of the great environmental defenders of our contemporary era, Edwin Chota. I flew to his village in Peru. He stood up for the rainforest, these sacred mahogany trees. He organized to stop the illegal harvesting of these trees. He organized not just in the Amazon rainforest in Peru. He was a very charismatic person that got attention from all around the world. And then he and his father-in-law were murdered. This is his wife who took over. She didn't give up. And this little forest, this little village in this massive forest does not have a lot of protection for people like Edwin Chota and like Diana Rios, his wife. But they keep going. They keep working at it. And when you go to the school, you become empowered with knowledge and empowered with sophistication about politics. And you have the opportunity to make a big difference for somebody like Diana as a special expert, as an advisor, as a writer, as a commentator, so that their lives are not sacrificed and for the planet without a reason. The gentleman you see on the left who's meeting with Diana Rios is also meeting with a human rights lawyer in Peru. He is one of the great justices in the world. He's from Colombia, wrote a great decision giving the rights of a human being to the Amazon in Peru. Luis Tolosa is his name. And you can see Diana with one of her villages, one of the other villagers, and right between the two of them, see the man carrying those books? He is a very brave human rights lawyer from Peru who for free does this work and gets threatened for doing it. This kind of courage is what defines the future if we're going to have a good future. And this is our future right now. I've been to, New Delhi's famous for being the city that's got the worst environment on earth, except once in a while there's a pocket in Mongolia that's comparable. This is what India is becoming famous for. And India has produced the final stand. I think India is likely to be famous for moving forward and being a leader and protecting our planet because of the kind of courage that the citizens have, the amount of political freedom you still have. What is the final stand? It's a group of students, many of them trained by Professor Rosencrantz, who decided they aren't going to allow this to happen without a struggle. They are going to set their sights on keeping the earth from heating up to 1.5 degrees. And this is Jindal. This is the Jindal Global University. And as Ishan has said, and Ishan's been an inspiration for them too, this is becoming a very important leadership group in the world who often help me. So there you've got the link to the website. There they are. And this is in Professor Kamar's office with the final stand. and with attorneys that helped the final stand. And if you look to the right of this picture, the lady standing there is my colleague from the Supreme Court of Hawaii, who came to Jindal just as inspired as me and was with the final stand students. What are they doing? They're organizing all around India to provide information and to provide leadership to keep the earth from heating up to 1.5 degrees. Because getting back to the similarity between India and Hawaii, we're on the front line. Our cities are going to be flooded, but your experience is becoming one of the more dramatic and one of the more terrifying on earth, not just because of the fact so many people are going to be leaving Bangladesh and invading India, but also because of the hothouse effect, the number of young people that are dying because of heat prostration. And it is starting to be an exponential increase. You read about it, and that's one thing the final stand has in mind. Then, you know, what happens when the body heats up to in a temperature of 120, 125 degrees is it cooks from the inside out. And who cooks first, a child or a mother? The child does. And this is why mothers are starting to become motivated to say we have to get greenhouse gases out of the air, especially mothers that have children die of heat prostration. The female part of our population, the mothers, are so critical to trying to bring compassion, try to bring love, try to bring human understanding to the massive suffering, unprecedented suffering that you're going to go through unless you're extremely elite, extremely wealthy. You can retreat to different areas in the world that are available to just the wealthy and the powerful. But those of us that are left behind are going to have a very severe life. And it is a life that doesn't have to be that severe. We don't have to have that loss of life. But to be able to survive as a species, we need women. We need women to step forward. I had my life saved by women. We had a war in the United States called the Vietnam War. We sent 50,000 men to Vietnam that died. They were killed in the war. Our leaders misrepresented to us what the war was about. The duplicity finally came out, or the lack of truth finally came out to the public at large. And our political and military leaders, just like the leaders in the world are doing now and continuing to perpetrate greenhouse gas emissions at a level that's unacceptable, our leadership in the United States just kept sending people, and I was drafted. So I was going to be in the next group of men that are supposed to go fight in Vietnam. But by that time, the mothers in the United States knew that what was being done by the government was not fair, it wasn't honest, it wasn't true, and they stepped forward and said, that's it, we're not sending our sons to die in Vietnam anymore. And that was the tipping point. So I didn't have to go. The draft ended. So when you think about your future, you think about the future of children, whether they're born or unborn with you, look towards women and their leadership and the mothers to step forward. Young people are getting together all over the world, but it's definitely happening in Hawaii and in India. These are pictures that just show the collaboration between Jindal and the University of Hawaii, and the kind of collaboration that's taking place, the kind of efforts that are being implemented by young people are finally starting to get to the true powers capable of deciding this issue, the energy producers. This is a slide that points out that now young people have organized their wealth and become influential board members for Exxon, influential board members for Chevron, and they are insisting that the companies cut the carbon emissions. This is exactly the kind of tactic that's available to somebody from the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, because you will be empowered with knowledge about what's happening, and you'd be able to articulate why assets should be gathered now to save the planet so we'll have assets in the future. You don't have to have compassion for your fellow human beings. You don't have to have a concern for biodiversity and the magnificence of the planet that we live on. You can just be motivated by raw greed. But if you're 30 years old, you won't be able to manifest your greed. You'll lose your chance to manifest your greed because the capitalist system will erode. So those greed merchants that control this issue, you know, if you're a young greed merchant, you have a reason to get greenhouse gases out of the air because we can do it. It's not going to destabilize our economy. We all know there's this incredible billion-dollar economy that's already given birth all over the world. And it's an economy that has to do with alternative energy, just like Professor Rosenkranz said at the beginning of his lecture. We can do it if we can get past this idea that we have to sustain the traditional means of those that are most wealthy. Okay, well, just briefly, you know, this is the most important issue facing judges. It's an issue that has brought together the Environmental Court of Hawaii is formed in part to deal with these powerful environmental issues. The greatest environmental court in the history of the world used to be the Green Tribunal. Unfortunately, it has deteriorated since Justice Kumar left. But this is one of the great Chief Justices of India who's I've heard speak about this issue of protecting the planet in a way that's so eloquent. Justice Kumar came to Hawaii, worked with our court. This is our court over here on the left, all of our justices, and you can see Justice Kumar was there as well. Justice Sikri, another one of your great justices. I'm just gonna, this is a confusing slide maybe, but just remember, all these words represent an extraordinary change through the law. This is a whole group of cases that have been decided within the last 24 months, all over the world. Now, we don't have a really strong case yet from India, but they're coming from Germany, they're coming from France, they're coming from the Netherlands, they're coming from the Philippines, they're coming from Colombia. These are cases saying your generation should have a chance. You should be allowed to survive, and the law should give you opportunities to come to court and hold those accountable that are knowingly taking away your future. Unfortunately, you've got to deal with the United States. We have a renegade federal court. Let me give you an example of the power that you have, whether you're a lawyer or whether you're just somebody that's an expert, can have enormous power testifying. The first case you see about the $2 billion verdict, that's a $2 billion verdict against a company. It didn't have to do with climate change. It had to do with a defective product, talc powder being used by primarily women and causing cancer. But a jury, if you can write down that word, jury has so much power. The jury in the United States awarded $2 billion, and so far the courts have let it stand all the way up to the Supreme Court. It wasn't a climate case, so in some ways it didn't have the same impact in terms of the power interests in the United States. But it shows, can you imagine what will happen if finally a case comes before a jury in the United States, or finally a case comes before a bold enough, courageous judge to tell the truth in India about the damage that's being done by those that knowingly put too many greenhouse gases in the air? It's an incredible power because you could bankrupt a company. It raises the risk. Companies don't like risk. They want to avoid risk. So they'll change their investment practices to avoid risk. This other case from the Fourth Circuit in Hawaii is just an example of how we need the citizen activists. We need people to step forward, particularly in the United States, because our Supreme Court is rendering decisions now that eliminate, reduce, minimize, erode the opportunities for your generation to get relief. Now, the states, I'm in a state, Hawaii, we have a state court system. Our states are more amenable to this, but the federal courts are a threat to you as well as to us. And you can do something about it by organizing and making your interests known. I'm concluding now by talking about those who are capable of setting their sights on restoration. Now you have an enormous power in India with an independent judiciary. And this gentleman, Justice Dhananjaya Chandrachud, represents courage, a beautiful spirit, and fortunately, he's on the Supreme Court of India and will soon become the Chief Justice. If you are an expert in a case that's being brought, or you're part of a community and you're able to articulate the need to attend to this emergency that we call the climate emergency. Basically, it's simple. It's an emergency that has to do with just getting a certain amount of greenhouse gases out of the air. That's what's so inspiring and wonderful and hopeful about all this. The solution is not like trying to convince society who's got the best religion. The solution is not like trying to convince society that we should treat immigrants with respect and decency. The truth of the solution isn't as complicated as whether we should treat women equally. All these issues that are soft social issues we have so much trouble with in humanity. The most important issue facing humanity has got a beautiful, clean, clear solution. You just take greenhouse gases out of the air, and to some extent, we may have to cool the earth, but you can't let the earth heat up to 1.5 degrees. When you have the opportunity to use the rule of law, and you won't have the opportunity much longer, maybe 40 or 50 years, but when you've got the opportunity to employ the rule of law in the courtroom of somebody like Dhananjaya Chandrachud, it's like you're in the presence of Mahatma Gandhi. You've got a chance, so don't give up. Go to court, organize your community, and maybe you'll even be able to go to your executive branch and your legislative branch. You know, we're not talking about anger here. We're not talking about dislike. We're not talking about hatred. We're talking about trying to care about each other. Now, this is the Pope, and this is a little boy, but step back and think about what you're doing when you go to this college of the environment, this college of sustainability. It's a college based on the most beautiful human values. You're trying to protect, you're trying to preserve what? The magnificence of life, biodiversity, the planet, but just as importantly, we're trying to take care of each other, right? At least have land, air, and water that allows somebody like this little person to have a decent life. So it's a wonderful David versus Goliath, little gorilla versus giant, hero story that you're involved in. I'm sorry that you, if you're under 40, are the David and not the Goliath. I'm sorry if you're under 40 and you're young and you don't happen to be a billionaire, you don't happen to have enormous power, that you're in the role of the little gorilla, having to go up against the powers that be. But there's an excitement in the adventure, and you're being given the tools, you're being given the skills, you're being given the power by going to this college that allows you to participate and stand up for the planet and stand up for the children of India. This is, let's see if I can get to the next slide. Okay. Can you still see this slide, Ishan?
Yes, it is visible.
This is a really important slide to me because I found the tiger in India with Professor Rosenkrantz, with Professor Kumar. We looked and looked and we finally found it. If you can have wild tigers in India, it is a testament, a celebration of the earth. It is an example of things being okay. And the fact that India is such an old culture and you still have the tiger means there are some things embedded in your culture that have a lot to do with a symbol like Druga. In India, nature is God. In India, nature is faith. In India, nature is an inspiration in itself, not just to make profit. And I think that's one reason we still have tigers, and that tiger symbolizes that value for the whole world. If we can have respect for an animal like that, as dangerous as it is, as wild as it is, but as beautiful and magnificent, it shows that our value system is still healthy and hopefully can bring us to the point where we have a world that is as magnificent as parts of it are now. And so I'm going to say aloha and namaste. I'm at the end of my remarks, and I'm so grateful to have been here. You can see from this picture what I get a chance to be inspired by on a regular basis in Hawaii. So thank you all for being part of this team that Ishan and Professor Rosenkrantz and Professor Kumar are putting together. It's a team of enormous importance to the whole world. Your team at the College of Environment and Sustainability. I wish I was there with you so I could see you in person and shake your hand and thank you, but I will thank you for all the work you're going to do in the future and for allowing me for a moment to be part of this. I have to brag a little bit and tell you that I am an adjunct faculty member of the Jindal Global Law School. And so in many ways, I am part of what Jindal is all about. And I try not to take too much credit for it, but it does make me feel good to think that I'm part of your team. So aloha to all of you, and I wish you the very best. Aloha and namaste.
Thank you so much, Justice Wilson. Thank you so much, Professor Raj, and thank you, Dr. Rosenkrantz. And before we move on to the next session, we'll take a short break. But before I do that, let me just quickly recapitulate everything that Justice Wilson has covered for us. He's discussed the global nature of the crisis, the climate crisis, the role of law, the role of science, the role of consciousness, the role of youth. He's talked about how the current pandemic pales in front of the climate change crisis that we are facing and that we will be facing. He said that there will be a serious tone to the discussion, and he did strike that chord. He also, because he's so inherently optimistic, also created this light and this halo of positivity about how we can still work towards it. He talked about the multifocal lens that needs to be used when you're looking at climate crisis. But I think most importantly, he talked about the prioritization of issues. He talked about how there will always be issues, but it is important to rationally prioritize the issues. And today, our priority has to be climate action. And on that note, when we're talking about when he spoke about we have time to look at other issues, but no time to look at climate action, we have to look at it right now. I just want to carry that string of thought forward. And as we head into the break, draw a very short analogy between time and environment, because that's what Justice Wilson referred to earlier. Time has been here before humanity. Time will be here after us. So has environment. Time is a construct that we've created to help ourselves understand the concept, which is the same as environment. Time is a lot bigger than what we perceive it to be, and so is environment. We're always catching up on time as we're trying to catch up on environment. We're always trying to save more time as we're trying to conserve our environment. And time eventually is money. And there is a huge element of economics of environment as well, which coincidentally is our next session with Professor Majumdar of Jindal Global University chairing that session. So we'll be back in exactly 2 minutes with all of you. We'll take a small session break and we'll come up with the next session on economics of climate change in 2 minutes. Thank you again, Justice Wilson, Dr. Rosenkrantz, Professor Dr. Raj Kumar. It was a pleasure having you, and thank you for setting the tone for the World Environment Day seminar today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Take care, and thank you, Armin. Great to see both of you. Bye, Ishan. See you around. Best wishes.
Aloha.
Hi,
Ishan
everyone.
is one of the 6 or 7 actually extraordinary faculty of the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. Okay, Ishan.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Thank you for the brief introduction. I actually forgot to introduce myself, but I had the occasion to welcome you all, and I'm going to do that again because we're moving on to the next session now. And in our previous session, we noticed that Justice Wilson talked about time, and I related the time to money. And now we're going into the money of climate change, the economics of climate change. And as I have mentioned before, we are going to be discussing various elements of climate change, various elements of sustainability. And one of the most important elements that the globe is looking towards is the economics of it. And with that, we have an incredible panel, and I'll hand over the dice, so to speak, to Professor Arju Majumdar, who himself has written books on the topic, and he will introduce the session to you and introduce the speakers. So over to you, Professor Majumdar.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Ishan, and hello and welcome to the very first panel discussion in this virtual seminar on the future of our planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability. As Ishan mentioned, we are now moving into various disciplines that have something to do or do have an effect on climate change, on sustainability. This panel is on the topic of the economics of climate change, and I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished panelists. Our panelists include Professor Dr. Abhijit, who's a professor of environment studies at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. He holds a BSc and an MSc from the University of Calcutta, an MS from the University of Michigan, and a PhD from the University of Delaware. Professor Banerjee has more than 10 years of teaching and research experience in the United States that have included several peer-reviewed publications and presentations at international conferences. Professor Banerjee's areas of interest and specialization include environmental and energy policy, resource efficiency and circular economy, environment politics, and global environmental governance. Welcome to the panel, Professor Banerjee. We also have with us Professor Dr. Deepika Chandra Verma, who is a fellow of the Indian Institute of Management in Calcutta. She'd done her BA in economics and MA in economics from Patna University. In 2010, she was awarded the UGC NET JRF Scholarship in Economics, and her research interests lie in innovation, economics, corporate sustainability and policy, and social enterprise. Welcome to the panel, Professor Deepika. Lastly, we have Professor Nandan Non, who is an economist by disciplinary training with a doctoral degree from Jawaharlal Nehru University. He teaches courses in the interface of environment, development, and economics. Professor Nandan's present research interests are in ecological economics, environment and development, and the economics of ecological restoration. He's been a recipient of doctoral fellowships from the University Grants Commission and the Indian Council of Social Science Research and Fulbright Nehru International Education Administrator, besides being an associate at the Indian Institute of Advanced Study at Shimla. Now, this panel, this initial panel, this first panel on this virtual seminar deals with an interdisciplinary approach to the environment. Let's take an example. We know that vehicular pollution contributes to the climate crisis that we find ourselves in. A few years ago, the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, introduced an odd-even rule, where odd-numbered cars would ply on odd-numbered days and even-numbered cars would ply on even-numbered days. We knew that this would bring down vehicular pollution and its related effects in and around Delhi. But why wasn't this continued? Why was it stopped? These aren't questions of science anymore. These aren't questions of ecological sciences or environmental sciences anymore. These are questions that need to be addressed through multiple disciplines, including development, poverty, sociology, anthropology, and in the case of this panel, from the approach of economics. We will start with Professor Dr. Abhijit Banerjee on the economics of energy transition from a global perspective. Over to you, Professor Banerjee.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for organizing this panel. Let me start by sharing my screen. Just Is the PowerPoint visible? Okay, and I'm audible also, right? Okay. One last question. Can you see when I point to certain things on the screen, can you see my mouse? Because I will use it during when I show the graphs. Can you see my mouse? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. So my topic today is energy transition, and we'll talk about what energy transition is and how are we doing and what are its implications. So in the first slide, we see where we are today. This shows the energy mix of our energy system globally. The bottom one shows the total energy and the top one shows electricity only. The difference is that in the bottom one, we have electricity, transport, industry, all sectors, and the top one, we only the electricity sector. In both cases, we see that fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas dominate, but we see a little less dominance in the electricity sector, not only with nuclear and hydro, but also the renewables we see a little bit on the right. But in the total energy sector, we see that all these other alternative sources are far more negligible, which means that the most of the progress we have made in non-carbon energy sources has been in the electricity sector, not so much in the other sectors. Now, let's put this in context. If you look at the different sources of greenhouse gas emissions in the world, we see that the electricity sector is only contributes about a quarter. The other important sectors, industry, transportation, they are very significant. So if we, in other words, if we make a lot of progress in the electricity sector, it's not going to be enough. We have to think of the other sectors as well. Also look carefully at the orange colored, orange part of the pie chart, agriculture and forestry. We see almost a quarter of our global emissions comes from agriculture and forestry, deforestation, things like that. So it's not just a question of energy transition. To really address climate change, we have to tackle all these sectors as well. So I showed this up front. Keep this in mind, very important. Keep this in mind. We'll come back again to this slide at the end. Now let's focus a little more closely on the sectors that we have had successes. But we have had successes in the electricity sector, particularly solar and wind. We have seen a lot of successes in recent years. So let's look at it a little bit closely. This graph shows a rapid boom in solar photovoltaic installations around the world. Even compared to 10 years ago, we see an exponential growth. Today, we have more than 500 gigawatts. Also note who are the big players. If you look at the yellow box of China, China was virtually nowhere 10 years ago. Now it's by far the leading country. So we see a rapid change. India is also a big player. So we see a rapid growth. Now keep in mind that despite this rapid growth, we saw from the first slide that it's still a very small part of the overall mix. Now, what has been responsible for this rapid growth? Obviously, falling costs. The economics of, the whole thing is driven by economics. So with time, maybe there's a little bit of technological innovation, but the big driver here is the mass production, mainly driven by China. So when China entered the market in solar panel production, costs over the last 10 years, costs have plummeted by 60 to 70%. Even the most optimistic observers would not have believed that such a dramatic decline in cost would have been possible in 10 years. Solar prices were already falling, but this kind of dramatic decline was far beyond what anyone had expected. So we see a virtuous cycle. More manufacturing means lower cost, means more adoption. So this is a virtuous cycle. We see the same thing for wind as well in the next graph. So the same story with wind, more adoption. Also, there are technological innovations, of course, but more adoption, driving costs lower, which leads to even further adoption. And in the adoption graph, we see a similar story, almost a 6-fold increase over the last 10 years, driven by lowering of costs. Once again, look at China in blue, being a small player 10 years ago, now they're the world's #1. And then, of course, there are the other big countries in Europe, US, India is also a big player. So once again, dramatic exponential growth, but keep in mind that despite this spectacular growth in the overall global electricity sector, we are still less than 10%, 5, 6, 7%. So in other words, this kind of growth has to continue for decades before we start seeing a hope to make a dent in the total fossil fuel used in the energy sector. So we have to keep that in perspective. However, some countries are far ahead of the rest. We see some examples of the top 10 countries where this is a mix, showing a mix of solar and wind. Many countries, a lot are crossing 20-30% of their, getting 20-30% of their electricity from solar and wind. And Denmark is by far the leader, getting more than half of their electricity from solar and wind. Now, keep in mind that solar and wind are variable sources. They're not generating electricity all the time. So that makes it difficult to integrate that into the grid. So despite this limitation, these countries are integrating 20, 30, even 50% of variable renewable energy into the grid, which is a big success. And not just some top European countries. Notice that we have a couple of developing countries as well in the mix. So we see that this thing is spreading even to developing countries. We see a lot of encouraging headlines. Now, initially I would start with a lot of optimistic news. Maybe I'll end up towards the end of my presentation, I'll end on a pessimistic note, but let's look at the optimistic side first. We constantly see these optimistic headlines. Denmark, on some days, Denmark generates more wind, electricity from wind than it needs, and it exports energy to other countries. Britain goes coal-free for 2 months. Britain was the heart of the Industrial Revolution. Now it is increasingly going completely coal-free. We see similar headlines, optimistic headlines in India. India is not only a big player in the global renewable energy sector, but India is now also proud to be the lowest cost producer of solar power anywhere in the world. So much so that even our coal companies are investing in solar. So the big question here is the question of cost. Now, let's focus a little bit on this comparative cost of different types of energy. This graph may seem a little bit complicated. We'll just focus on one or two things. The first is that these bars depict the range of costs of new power plants. The black is conventional power plants, coal, nuclear, gas, and the blue is alternatives. So the bars are prices of new power plants. Note that here we have large-scale solar and large-scale wind. Notice that large-scale solar and wind are by far cheaper than new power plants, coal and nuclear, coal, gas, and nuclear already. On the top, we have small-scale rooftop solar. Small-scale rooftop solar is still not competitive, but let's ignore that for now. We are focusing on large-scale solar, if you can see my mouse. Large-scale solar, large-scale wind, they're already cheaper than new power plants. The yellow dots here depict existing power plants, which are cheaper to operate. Existing power plants, coal, gas, and nuclear, we see they are still very cheap. But solar and wind are starting to become competitive with them. So this is a big lesson. The concept of grid parity, this is a very important concept, which means that it is a point where alternative renewable energy becomes as cheap or cheaper with the conventional sources of electricity in the grid, which is coal, gas, and nuclear. So this is considered the holy grail. So once we reach that point of grid parity, then no one is going to buy coal, nuclear, gas, because solar, wind, and these are cheaper. So it's a pure economic decision. You don't have to be an environmentalist anymore. So this is considered the holy grail. Already we see in many countries of the world, the yellow is in solar, the wind is in blue. These are already the cheapest forms of energy. Already. And mind you, not everywhere in the country, at least in some places. So by 2030, it is expected that grid parity will be reached in almost every country in the world. So we are very close to the point of grid parity. Further, the cost reductions we have seen on these technologies have not stopped. They're expected to continue. We are expected to see in another decade, by 2030, we are expected to see 50% reductions, further 50% or even 20% reductions in the cost of solar and wind, bringing them below the range of fossil fuel costs. So in other words, reinforcing the point of grid parity from a technological perspective. Now, the question is that cost competitiveness alone is not going to solve the problem because there are other complications. We have already talked about intermittency and variability. Solar and wind doesn't generate all the time, which makes it complicated to integrate into the grid. So countries like Germany and Denmark may have been doing a good job, but maybe other countries will not be able to do a good job because this is very difficult engineering-wise. Also, solar and wind are not distributed equally. Maybe the solar resource or the wind resource is in a remote place, which means you have to build hundreds of miles of transmission lines shown in the picture, which adds to the cost. Also, solar and wind are extremely land hungry. You need a lot of land for large scale solar and wind. When you have a little bit, it doesn't matter. When you have large scales, when you start adopting more and more, land conflicts start becoming more important. So that is starting to become important in many countries. Finally, some countries may decide that maybe solar is cheaper, but we have a lot of domestic coal. So maybe we have to import solar panels and wind turbines. We have a lot of domestic coals. We need to protect our domestic industry. So non-economic considerations may drive some countries. So there are other issues involved as well, not just a pure question of cost. The question of intermittency can be solved if energy can be stored. Historically, it was very difficult and expensive to store large quantities of electricity. But now that is changing. Just like the breakthrough in solar and wind, we have seen a breakthrough in the cost of battery storage. We see the graph in red, how quickly it is falling, and it is expected to fall even further over the next decade, by 2030. So if you can store, because solar and wind, sometimes it generates a lot, at other times it generates nothing. If you could store it in huge battery banks and supply it according to demand, that would solve the big problem of solar and wind. So this is what is expected in the next 10 years. Solar and wind combined with large-scale batteries are going to be a big breakthrough, a game-changing breakthrough in the coming years, which will even revolutionize even faster adoption. So far, we have talked only about the electricity sector, but as we noted initially, there are many other sectors, including the transportation sector. So we have to worry about energy transition in the transport sector as well. The big talk about the transportation sector is dominated by electric cars. Already we have seen a boom in electric vehicles led by China. China is the #1 in absolute numbers, selling more than 1 million electric cars a year, but it accounts only for less than 5% of their sales. Norway is the world leader in share of electric car sales, 50%. However, and just same thing, the costs are coming down. So according to predictions, it will, in the next decade, we'll see a big boom in electric car adoption. It is expected that by 2040, 40% or 50% of all sales of all cars will be electric. However, it's not, once again, not just a question of cost. Charging is a big headache. Charging takes a lot of time. So these are questions that will hinder adoption of electric cars. However, when we talk about electric vehicles, it is only restricted to light duty vehicles. All these other modes of transportation, we don't really have any answer today that is commercially viable. There are experiments with green biofuels, there are experiments with hydrogen, but we are far from commercial viability. So any talk about energy transition in the transport sector currently is still speculative. Finally, going back to our first slide, there are many other sectors for which we don't have any answers. Industrial sectors like steel and cement, space heating in cold countries is dominated by oil and gas. Agriculture is a big source of emissions, including livestock. Deforestation, I don't have to tell you how bad that is. So we don't really have any answers to it. So if you think of the first pie chart, we only have answers to perhaps 25% of the pie chart, and that too not completely. So we have to put this in context. This is my final slide. It's another way of looking at it. It's not just a question of the economics of transition. We have to worry about how much carbon budget we have left in the atmosphere. What does it mean? It means that scientists have pinpointed with a great degree of accuracy how much carbon dioxide the atmosphere can hold without leading to catastrophic climate change. We know that catastrophic climate change, the world has agreed 2 degrees Celsius target in the Paris Agreement. So scientists can calculate exactly how much carbon dioxide, we know how much we have already emitted and how much space, so to speak, we have left. And that gives us barely 15 years. So when we talk about, net zero emissions by 2050, we think we have a lot of time. But when we think of the perspective of the carbon budget, we don't really have a lot of time. We have to do all this in 15 years. So this is the pessimistic note I end with, that we have to do in 15 years. No energy transition in human history has happened so fast. And we already saw that we don't have answers to 3/4 of the problem. So perhaps we started taking it seriously quite late. And my last point is perhaps we are looking at it only as a technological solution. Perhaps the solution lies elsewhere. So I would end here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Banerjee. And it was an absolutely enthralling and riveting presentation that you gave us. Thank you so very much. Now, I'd like to ask a couple of questions of you, if you don't mind. And I'm quite certain our panelists also have a few questions for you. My
well, and if any of my panelists would like to come in at some point in time, feel free to do so. So you mentioned that the plummeting costs, particularly in solar and wind, these have sort of increased the rate of adaptation, right? These have increased the manner in which we have been using it. Would you see similar plummeting costs in other technologies, perhaps?
In theory, yes, but you think about it, solar and wind have been around since the 1970s. And only now, after 50 years, we are starting to see this ratcheting up. So if you compare other technologies like hydrogen, for example, they are not even close to commercial viability. So yes, we are going to see similar curves, similar growth curves in other technologies potentially. But the big question is the time frame. If we have less than 20 years, how likely is it that technologies that are not yet commercially viable, we are going to see spectacular growth curves within 20 years? Right. So the main answer is the short time frame.
Right. So a related point, Professor Banerjee, from the macroeconomic perspective, what should governments, perhaps in the developing world, you've mentioned that highly developed countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, etc., they've actually captured much of their energy consumption through renewable energy. Great. What should governments of developing countries be doing at a macroeconomic level to ensure that whatever changes we need to make in how we generate power is done so within the next 15 years?
One automatic answer to that question is that this problem has become much less important in last 10 years than it used to be, because once you reach grid parity, the role of government recedes. Now it's automatically a self-reinforcing market-driven cycle, which is what we start to see in India as well.
Right. But my point, Dr. Banerjee, is that we haven't yet reached grid parity in many countries.
Yes. Yes.
Should there be government intervention then?
Yes. There are many different policy approaches the governments can take. The most obvious option, actually, Deepika is going to cover this, so I don't want to go into detail. Obvious answer is if you tax fossil fuels, then the other things become competitive, but nobody wants to do that because it's going to increase the cost of daily necessities. The other option is trying to directly or indirectly subsidize, alternative sources of energy. And many governments are trying to do that. In India, we did large-scale auctions, which drove down the cost of renewable power. There are many potential approaches. I don't want to go into that because Deepika is going to cover that.
Professor Nandan, you had a point to make.
I have a comment to make and a question to Dr. Banerjee. One point that I want to make, I don't know whether Deepika is going to cover it, but this grid, or rather culmination of different sources of energy into the single grid, is a major challenge because of technical difference in terms of frequency and so on and so forth.
Yes.
One of my PhD students, who is from the Ministry of Non-Renewable MNRE, is actually working on that, how the markets is going to help it. Now, I have a question for Dr. Banerjee. Dr. Banerjee, do you see that this solar or wind energy is going to replace the coal? In case it does, then the coal plants are going to be dismantled. There is a cost of that. And in fact, there is a huge cost because we have too many coal plants in this country. So if we take care of the cost, do you think it is actually feasible? Or it is happening the way solar is increasing, it is more to do with increasing the scale rather than substitution. So newer energy sources, or rather newer areas, are getting energized through solar rather than solar replacing the coal. That's all. Thank you.
Yes. So far, most of the growth in renewables have been additional, as you mentioned. But as storage becomes competitive, solar and wind plus storage will start taking care of the base load problem as well. So I didn't want to go into these details because, first of all, there was a limited time and we have an introductory audience. Technologically, once assuming that large-scale battery storage becomes economic in the next 10 years, technologically, it will not be such a difficult problem to overcome. But the bigger point you raised was economic, that what are we going to do with our stranded assets? We have countries like India depend in terms of whether it's employment, in terms of government revenue coming from coal. That is a far more difficult question. And that is why this concept of just transition, which I haven't introduced, that you have to have a economy-wide change, make sure that no one is left behind. Communities dependent on coal. How do you replace government revenues coming from coal? So that is a much more complex question. So I had just one slide showing that economic competitiveness is not enough. There are many other non-economic considerations. It would require far detailed thinking and planning to address this question. It's not just a simple question of, oh, solar is cheaper, let's just switch one with another.
Abhijit, I have one question, and in fact, let me also clarify that my talk will be more micro in nature, so it will focus more on rural electrification and policy-related issues based on the case study that I'll focus on. But at the end of the day, what you were also talking about, and some of it I'm going to borrow in my talk as well, is something where you talked about this holy grail. And reaching this holy grail, possibly you said that we would be able to make a very large transition, possibly to renewable sources of energy. Now, given the demand and in fact uncapped demand issues, and that is something that I'm also going to cover in my talk, because I'm going to talk about rural electrification. And given the fact that our definition of an electrified village in itself is pretty primitive. So given that possibly we are underestimating the given demand, so at least there I agree to you to a certain extent, but there I would possibly, also want your feedback on my understanding that possibly we'll have to combine these two together. Thermal is not going to die out completely in the next 10 years. Possibly RE is going to, help out filling the extra gap that is required to be filled in, which thermal cannot make up. So what are your insights into that?
Yes, I think that it goes back to my previous point that, already in some rural areas, the cost of extending the grid is prohibitive, remote areas. So already solar is the cheapest form of energy there. I'm not saying that it's not the same as being affordable to rural households, but overall, it is already cheaper than extending the grid, which is very expensive. So one way or the other, when battery storage becomes cost competitive, the alternative energies will become cheaper and will start displacing the base load thermal generation from coal and so on. Nobody's saying that's going to happen in 10 years. It might happen in 10 years only in some parts of the world. But in other parts of the world, it may easily need, even in the most optimistic scenario, it may need at least 30 years. But also, I would just go back to my, and as you mentioned that in some places, we still have demand, that is, we have not estimated demand well, rural electrification in Africa or in India. But there's no reason that the untapped demand cannot be met by renewable sources. There has to be, whatever form of energy we try to provide in rural areas, there has to be a role of government, because rural households may not be able to afford it. So even grid electricity, even cooking gas, LPG, government is providing cooking gas, nobody can use it. The cylinder is just lying there. So that's a different question, whether rural people will be able to afford it. That's a separate question from what is the cheapest electricity in the grid. But I would like to end with my what I said at the end of my presentation, that just looking at the technological cost substitution is a narrow and over-optimistic way of looking at things. There are many other perspectives, non-economic considerations that would that would make sure that the transition will be much more complicated than what it looks like in the textbook.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Professor Banerjee. I think that's a very accurate description of how the challenge of climate change and sustainability is being overall looked at. And I completely agree. Even with the economics of climate change, there are non-economic factors that might come in the way. I noticed with some interest that we ended the discussion on a note that we will start the next panel speaker with, which is on rural electrification and micro solutions. So, Professor Deepika, over to you.
Thank you. So thanks, Isha. So my apologies to the students, because ideally speaking, I would have created a shorter, more compact set of slides. But I realized that because these slides were something that I couldn't share given my technical limitations with my laptop, as I couldn't share my screen then. So that is why these slides are slightly overwritten, but possibly that is one advantage to you, is that you can take that and look at what has the past policy in relation to renewable energy, especially when it comes to rural electrification, has acted as a booster, why it came in to begin with, and then what has been the change in the rural area and rural electrification at large. So what I would want to do is start off with a basic insight as to why do we even think about renewable energy. And possibly I know now that it is sort of repetitive, but the point is that it becomes important to just go back and talk about this in a sentence or two, that climate change is a global problem, and largely the anthropogenic contribution to it in the form of growth with respect to our use of energy, largely which is thermal in nature, has been the driving factor towards it. Because what, as students of School of Sustainability, you already know that this contributes to a lot of greenhouse gases and eventually the warming up of the planet and so on. And I'm putting this very simply. Obviously, there are a lot more complicated mechanisms behind this. But the idea is that given that this is a basic, premise, there is this literature that possibly interested people may want to, go back and explore, is the energy growth nexus literature, which actually connects the concerns of environment as well as what we look at in the form of energy consumption. And basically this started off because of the fact that largely we were using energy which came from thermal sources. And it is still to a very large extent true, as you've seen in Professor Abhijit's talk. So therefore, there has been a larger focus on renewable energy as an alternative that would possibly replace or possibly accompany thermal electricity or energy. And in my talk, the motivation of this entire work is going to be focused on this issue of exploring extrasomatic energy. That is something that is the energy that we use as human beings that comes from external sources outside our body. And that is something which has happened over time as we have moved on or evolved as human beings because of our need for efficiency. Because efficiency implies that what we would want to understand or rather do is use lesser resources and lesser time to get things done very quickly. And that is possibly the reason why we have actually wanted to lessen our human effort and get things done from some other sources which would supply us energy to do those things very quickly. Given this, the sheer idea is that even if we move to using renewable energy, given the larger focus on climate change, what is going to happen is that even then we are actually harnessing on external resources or sources of energy. So possibly what is not going to impact on is the electricity or energy consumption per se. Because even when you are replacing renewable energy or rather thermal energy with renewable energy, at the end of the day, you are trying to meet your demands, which because of growth would actually be increasing over time. Even if you disinclude the increase in population. Because your lifestyles will change, you will possibly require more technology to do things for you, and therefore you will use or require energy. So my students actually had this question that ideally speaking, because people think about renewable energy as something which is good, which is possibly going to, replace thermal energy, possibly not going to get accompanied with the trouble that thermal energy use actually brings along with it in the form of greenhouse gases. So ideally speaking, they had this basic premise that countries which actually use higher renewable energy should actually be also the ones which actually use lesser energy or consume lesser energy. So possibly these would actually be the educated countries in the world, which would actually think about moral issues and try and lower their consumption, which is something that again goes back to the story about sustainability, where you try and maintain the resources for the next generation to come in. So possibly you would try to bring in some checks and balances into your consumption of resources. So given that, the primary analysis that I am doing in another work, sorry, Ishan, I forgot to do that. Basically, most of this is talk. So possibly you may want to move to the fourth slide. So if you look at it, or rather the basic hypothesis that I tested, and it is a part of my ongoing work in energy consumption. So this is only the first set of hypotheses, which actually looks at impact of renewable energy on electricity consumption. So what we find is that if you look at the second point, when GDP is high, electricity consumption reduces much more with increase in renewable energy, if you are looking at electricity consumption, than when GDP is low. And this is the motivation which actually brings me back to the talk for today. And sorry about that large song and dance about this. That if we look at this and we try and connect to the electrification in India, specifically in the rural areas where your income levels are lower, is what is going to happen when you are actually going to bring in renewable energy. And that is what we are going to connect with. So Ishan, if you don't mind, can you please move on to the next slide? Thank you. So I'm not going to read all of this. Largely, you need to understand that at one point in time when we were thinking about trying to extend 100% access to electricity, and the targeted year was 2012, India was actually thinking about trying to look at the issue of unelectrified villages. And at that point in time, even with a rudimentary definition of an electrified village, which actually happens to be a village or an area which will actually have not more, or rather, at least 10% of the households electrified, it would have some basic infrastructure which would supply you with electricity, and all the public offices would actually have a supply of electricity. So this is the latest 2004 definition of an electrified village. On the basis of that, what we found that there were around 80,000 villages which were not electrified at the point in 2007. Now, given this, we are, even with a very primitive number, or rather definition, we actually were dealing with a large number of villages. Now, the next slide is something which actually talks about related organizations and institutions which were involved. And you can read all of that in your free time. The crux of these organizations, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the Ministry of Power, together, each of them had some electrification programs going on for the village. And coming back, what eventually happened is that the local governments also had some plans, and largely what they wanted to do while electrifying villages, because their idea was, as Professor Abhijit was also talking about, when it comes to extending the thermal power grid to the rural areas, things become extremely difficult. Why? Because it is extremely uneconomic to do so, most of the times because the areas are very remote, so you will have to spend a lot to, put up the infrastructure, as well as the fact that there are very few people living in those areas. So at the end of the day, you are spending a lot to benefit a very small percentage of population, which was a major issue. And that is why all these organizations collectively thought to do two things. First was trying to come up with micro solutions for bringing in electrification solutions, which would largely focus on renewable energy. And the second was possibly promote the private sector into coming up with these solutions. And in order to do so, what they did was they had this larger scheme of subsidies. The next slide, please. So if you want to go back and have a look at this, what you will see is that there were subsidies on the land area that you would require to lay up your power plant. There would be additional support. And once you create everything, in case you need some other boosts in form of monetary support, finance, the government would also do that. At the same time, there were several international organizations also which are still working towards it. And we'll talk about that at the end of this talk. So largely that entire incentive was going for setting up micro setups for providing electricity in the rural areas. So the next slide, please. So this led to, because there was a lot of focus on the subsidies and this sector became very, very attractive. If you go back and explore the past period, there were projects which looked at hydropower. There were projects which looked at solar, exploring solar electricity or energy. There were projects which actually looking at biomass and creating energy from biomass. So in the case that I will talk about specifically, it will actually deal with two: biomass electrification and then also looking at the solar power plants. So the next slide, please. So what we are going to talk about is the case of a standard organization. The name is, changed just in order to keep the anonymity there. So the issues that they started facing, and I'll show you the model in a bit because it's all pictures. So possibly Ishan will have to click a lot of the mouse many a times, but it'll actually make the model clearer to you. So they ended up initially facing a lot of issues regarding not in my backyard kind of issues, that what will happen in case we end up with a fire or our livestock gets harmed. Then there were complaints when they started actually working and providing service to the local people, that it was not actually comparable a service to the power grid, which was the scenario where the migrant workers, when they were coming back to the village, they actually realized that this was a larger issue. So they actually were not satisfied with the power that was being provided through these micro solutions. Also, the local people who actually could contact people in other villages, they realized that where the government was in place, they were actually subsidizing the rural consumption of electricity, which was not happening in case of these private players. So largely, the issue was one, trust. The second was possibly getting the shorter end of the stick. On the other hand, when it came to the businesses, they struggled with finance issue, they struggled with the technical know-how, they struggled with coping up with the social issues, but the larger issue was scaling up. Sure. So the next slide, please. So if you look at the initial model that they had, this is the picture that you see, that they are getting rice husk from the rice husk factory. They are using it in the downdrift gasifier, which is considered to be more efficient. And then they are using it to generate electricity, which is going to serve a number of 500 households. Obviously, what they eventually did was in order to make local people happy, they started bringing them into, the business. So what they ended up doing was they had an incense stick making enterprise set up nearby, which would actually use the byproduct of this, gasifier. On the other hand, they also had a franchisee model put in. So if you do 2 clicks, Ishan, you can show the 2 pictures to the students. So given this, the franchisee model actually involved the local people, and possibly then PTEC would set up the entire thing in a local area, and possibly a local person would run it. So the social issues and the trust issues went down the drain. But next slide, if we look at it, what they also did was they realized that they were still not going and serving the remotest of the villages. Possibly these are hamlets, which actually have not more than 20 households. So then they set up a solar power based technology with solar rooftop photovoltaics mounted on the houses, and each would serve somewhere around 5 to 10 or 12 households, because the requirement for electricity was also very basic. So if you look at the next slide, eventually, as I said, that scaling up was an issue. So eventually what they did was they combined both of these together, because eventually, as power storage is something that Professor Abhijit also talked about, this was an issue here. Because in rainy season, you would not get dry husk. You would have to spend some money storing it. And then there was this, when you looked at solar PVs, then again, the issue was if you had, if you wanted to store more power, you would have to spend more money on the batteries, which was expensive. And this is what they did. They combined these 2 models together in the same villages, targeted 500 households per se. And they eventually saw that instead of the minimum power service that they were actually, or electricity service that they were actually providing, what they ended up solving was they were able to provide 1,200 plus hours of service with a pay-as-you-go system, where people could actually, based on how much they agreed to pay, they could actually use their laptops or some heavy powered machinery which required more power, as long as you were ready to pay for it. So basically, the next slide, please. If we come back to this, it reinstates the finding that I did from my hypothesis testing. I'll talk about data if other people have questions later. Is that if we go and look at it, RE per se is actually trying to fill in the access gap which thermal cannot meet even now in case of India. And basically, the other issue is that though large-scale renewable energy solutions are cheaper, as Professor Abhijit has just shown you, what actually has happened is that, at least in these earlier years, it was not available, so things were slightly difficult. If we move on to the next slide, what you will see is that newer, larger firms are actually coming into picture, and there is now more technical and financial support for even the smaller organization. So if you explore Tata Power's renewable microgrid with the Rockefeller Institute, they are actually trying to move in that direction. So given this, what needs to be touched upon, the next slide, please, and I'm ending in a minute, is that what we need to do from the policy side is try and remove the subsidy story out and bring in more self-pushed incentives, possibly in the form of public-private partnerships. Then what we also need to do is revise and think about the estimates of electricity demand. On the other hand, what we also need to do is bring in the technological front to pitch in. And there are a lot of hopes up on the Make in India project that the government of India has. And you'll find some literature on that. In case you are interested, you can always write back to me. And then what actually ends up being the issue is then struggling about what is going to be the price of all these solutions. Should the policy handle it as something which is regulated, largely subsidized, or leave it as something which is going to be largely market driven. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Deepika. That was really enlightening. I have a couple of questions, but before that, if any of our panelists, other panelists have any questions, feel free to. Okay, wonderful. So I had a question here, and this comes from more of an agricultural or anthropological sort of standpoint. Now, both you and Professor Banerjee have talked about the involvement of solar, both as a macro grid, from the macro grid perspective, as well as from the micro perspective. My question, Professor Deepika, is that would you see a rise in hydroelectric power in rural India, particularly given that most villages, no matter how remote they are usually found next to readily available water supplies?
As long as they, we develop a technology to, use it on a small scale, because largely my work has been in solar, so I only know of the large scale hydro power projects. But when it comes to the micro story, possibly as long as the technology is there, and in fact, there are some technologies which possibly can be used, but the issue with them is that depends upon how much power they are going to generate.
Note.
And how commercially viable it is going to be.
Right. All right.
If I may add quickly on that note, that micro hydro is already a promising solution in many rural areas, but the conditions have to be right. For micro hydro to work, the stream has to be, it only works in mountainous areas where the stream has to be fast flowing. So
either rapids or a waterfall.
It will not work everywhere. Quite aside from the economic question, the affordability question, it is a viable technology, but it only works in narrow geographical areas.
Wonderful. All right. With that, we'll turn our attention to our final speaker, Professor Nandan Non, who will sort of wrap up this session with the discourse on the moral versus economic approaches for eco-restoration. Over to you, Professor Nandan.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Just 1 minute. Is it visible? I have only one slide. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Jindal School of Environmental Sustainability. Thank you, Ishan. Thank you, Arjunbir. Thanks, panelists. It is indeed a great pleasure to speak on economics of climate change on the World Environment Day. And I start with the one quote, and I don't know who has said that. Web is not so clear about who exactly has said that. And that is, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Climate change is all about a case of failure of economics, or rather a case of the narrow way in which economics as a subject, economics as a discipline has been practiced so far. If you look at it, the whole climate change is all about emission of greenhouse gases. And greenhouse gases is a byproduct. It's a byproduct of the economic system. In other words, greenhouse gases would not have been there if industrial revolution had not started in the first place. And of course, the industrial revolution gave us a lot of human well-being. But is it the case that the economic system actually acknowledges this creation of this byproduct, which has tremendous costs on the human and environmental health? Unfortunately, the way economics is practiced today, it does not. However, there has been a reform of sorts, not a revolution, I would say, but glimpses of reform can be located in the recent developments that have taken place in the world, at least in the last 15 years. And what I want to say in the next 10 minutes as to what those reforms are all about, and however, whether the reforms are going to make a difference. If not, what is the solution in my point of view? And the reform starts with the way the human well-being or the index of human well-being is seen. Traditionally, that has been the gross domestic product or gross national product. Any student of economics knows it. And in fact, Pink Press also shares those numbers as soon as they are out. So a lowering of those numbers are seen as a bad thing, and increasing the numbers is seen as a good thing. Unfortunately, GNP or GDP is not a good indicator to human well-being. Why? Look at it. Last 1 year, many of us have spent enormous amount of money for saving ourselves. All those are seen as positive numbers because these are expenditures. So GDP, India's GDP is fueled by our expenses in order to protect ourselves from this COVID-19 pandemic, all right? So essentially, the GDP or GNP is not a good measure of well-being. This is something not only economists understand, even the policymakers understood. Some way back, two Nobel laureates, Joseph Stiglitz and Howard Tushin, have been asked by the French president, then French President Nicolas Sarkozy, to find out what would be a good way to measure. A report came up called Mismeasuring Our Lives. But it remained as a theoretical claim till we reached 2007, when World Bank came with Where is the Wealth of Nations? I'm sure most of you have heard the name of Adam Smith. Adam Smith, the father of economics. Adam Smith's famous book is called Wealth of Nations. So the World Bank actually proposed that the wealth needs to be seen not in just terms of physical capital, but also in terms of natural capital. And that was, I would say, the first step towards making a reform in the way economic system evaluates things, visualizes things, strategizes things, and so on and so forth. We had to wait till 2014 when United Nations Statistical Department came up with system of environmental economic accounting 2012. This particular accounting system once again recognizes or treats natural capital the same way as physical capital does. You might ask this question, what does it mean? What is the significance? The answer is simple. In the economist way of looking at things, physical capital depreciates. Therefore, when we move to the GNP to NNP or GDP to NNP, gross to net, we deduct depreciation. And depreciation of what? Assets, physical capital. But when we cut down trees or when we extract minerals, we don't deduct a corresponding number from the country's national income or national product and so on and so forth. World Bank's Where is the Wealth of Nations and system of environmental economic accounting wanted to say that is recognize that you are not only reducing or depleting your physical capital, but also you're depleting your natural capital. So the treatment, identical treatment, was extended. There are methodological issues, and I don't want to get onto that. All I'm going to say is that there is a reform, and the reform is recognition of the natural capital as a source of wealth. This is an important step in terms of policy making at international plane, I would say. We had to wait till 2021 to have economics of biodiversity Dasgupta review, which actually mentions that we need a new grammar of economics. If we want to take care of biodiversity, if we want to take care of climate change, and so on and so forth. The reason being that the way traditionally economics have been practiced, it doesn't look at systems or matters which are beyond its narrow plane or narrow region. Therefore, students of economics in the first semester itself study something called externalities. What is an externality? An externality to whom? Externality to the economic decision maker. But look at it. The smoke that is coming out, that is going to be paying, or somebody must be paying for the cost. So that is why people saw something called social cost, as if economic system, or for the matter economic system, essentially does not recognize anything that is happening outside the economic system. It is the system of environmental economic accounting 2010 recognizes that economic system is a part of nature, is a part of environment. Economic system depends upon environment or nature for the sources, that is inputs, and also for absorption of the sinks, absorption of the waste as its sink function. These are the recognition, and these recognitions are a welcome step. ecological economists like Herman Daly, George Scrogan, they've been talking about it for the last 30 years. Nobody listened to them. Nobody recognized that unsustainability in the source and the sink function is going to impact the unsustainability of the economic system. And that is why now, if you go to the World Economic Forum website, you will be able to see that how world leaders or business leaders consider climate change and water sources of or supply of water and energy as the greatest threats to the economic system. Now, I will end up with saying that this may not be enough. This may not be enough because the way even the reforms are limited in scope. Why so? Because the reforms are based on something called capital theoretic notion of sustainable economic development, in which natural capital and physical capital are treated as substitutes to each other. So therefore, wealth of a country, wealth of a nation will not decline provided that the value of natural capital degradation can be compensated by the value of physical capital or increase in the value of the physical capital. In other words, it is fine, this particular framework, it considers that, okay, you reduce trees, but you have more buildings. But we know that that is not going to work. In fact, might be, and there I'll end in 2 minutes' time, and perhaps that's the reason for which United Nations decided that this decade will be the decade of ecological restoration. Everybody understands the potential of ecological restoration. Unfortunately, the way economic viability of ecological restoration is measured till date, we cannot locate, we cannot show through the use of traditional cost-benefit analysis a ratio of benefit higher than the cost. And therefore, ecological restorations either do not take place or are do not funded or mismanaged and so on and so forth. Right now, my research is about locating or working on the economic viability of ecological restoration, because I think if we can find out a method which is accepted to the government, which we can help in showing the potential of additional employment and income, at least to the local population, there is a hope that the governments will be willing to fund such restorations. And in the process, not only it will take care of the environmental angle, but also social angle, that is taking care of the local population, and the ecological angle, the three pillars of the notion of sustainable development. I stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that impassioned discourse on shifting away from traditional norms of economic accounting and looking for profitability in pretty much everything that we do, Professor Nandan. I have a question though. You mentioned that your research presently surrounds trying to figure out methods in which you can show the government eventually that ecological restoration will come with economic benefits in the future, right? My question is, Professor Nandan, how much of a political will it require for a government to take that step?
Okay, a short answer to this question is the following. In United States, there is a software called Implan, which uses input-output analysis, which is one of the tools that economists find out in order to locate if there is an intervention, what will be the corresponding economic multiplier for both employment and income, not only local, also regional, to find out the economic viability of ecological restoration. Unfortunately, or rather unfortunately, it requires heavy data. We are still trying to find out in India how to get that data, because this data is there, but across departments. We need access to Bharat maps, where the NIC classifies all those things. And we are working on the National Mission on Biodiversity and Human Wellbeing, which is one of the missions of the Principal Scientific, with the Prime Minister's STIAC, Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council, one of the 9 missions. We have been funded by the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India to prepare these documentations. We hope that mission will be launched soon, and we will be able to undertake this work. And given the fact that it is the government, the Prime Minister's Scientific Advisor, who has actually funded this efforts, we hope that we will be buying soon.
All right.
I have one short query. Think of me as a student, but the only thing that I wanted to understand was definitely you are going to get, gathering data is a difficult task on such a large project. My query is regarding the fact that, depending upon, changes across time, what happens is that many a times government drops on certain categories, brings in new categories. So in case someone is actually looking at something which is intertemporal, how are you going to adjust for that?
I'm a core optimist. Okay, so I think that in case you have solid evidence and you can actually rally around citizens of against a particular matter, like say, if you can convince that people across the activists and environmentalists and students across the country that ecological restoration makes sense, and to prove them through different media communications and all that, I think it is possible to build a movement. I'm quite confident of that. So it doesn't matter whether the government wants it or not at a particular point in time. MNREGA for that matter. It came up with UPA, right? There was so much apprehension that whether the present government is going to continue or not. But they did eventually, right? In fact, MNREGA is seen to be a savior in rural areas, in particular during the pandemic, right? So one has to wait for the opportunity and one has to be optimist rather than thinking that something wrong will happen. Okay.
Thank you.
On that note, I have a question for Nandan, whom I also happen to know. I visited him a couple of times at his campus. I try to learn from ecological economics. I try to, although I'm not an economist, I try to incorporate it into my lesson plans. My approach to it is, it's a no-brainer for me that ecological destruction needs to be accounted for. Our economic accounting needs to be changed, and many great minds have provided us solutions. But for me, the problem is the political economy lens. The reason we have the current system is because powerful people benefit from it, and they're not going to change. However much environmentalists and activists may shout, they're not going to change because it is benefiting them. And history shows us that only a big crisis really provokes change. So given that you are an optimist, do you see positive change happening? And climate change fundamentally is a problem of our wrong economics and wrong societal model. So do you see a fundamental change happening before crisis strikes? Or can we avoid catastrophic climate change?
I don't know that much of, but all I know is the following. If you look at, because I'm talking in the forum of a university. If I ask you this question, that in the conflict of laws as a subject, have you seen the treatment of, say, the conflict of laws at the ground level, say on forests? Say a panchayat, say there is a biodiversity management committee which looks after certain areas. There is a panchayat which looks after something. There is a water resources association which looks after something. There are so many committees on the ground and there are conflicts. Conflicts in terms of rights and responsibilities and all that. No one pays attention to these matters. In the conflict of laws in the syllabus, we look at bigger stuff as if these are menial stuff and these are matters which will be happening some way or the other. But these are the matters which are meaningful to the people in the ground. If I have to make any change, any meaningful change, it must be first meaningful to the people in the ground. If it happens, it is going to be. Just take the example of joint forest management. Joint forest management was a good exercise and it gives us positive results in some cases, but not positive results in some cases, right? There are issues and there are places where we could find a positive approach, people or IFS officers, so with a positive approach, who could make it, who could make the changes. Yes, I cannot say that systems are in place. Systems need to be. In fact, I have been locating researchers who are willing to work with me in finding out or locating the conflict of laws vis-a-vis different governance and management issues vis-a-vis different natural resources and find out what are the possible solutions. I have already contacted one of the students of NUJS, like Arjo, much junior, thanks to LinkedIn, but I'm hopeful that I will be able to get more and more of my former students who are lawyers and will be able to join with me in this particular mission I call it. Thank you.
Very well spoken, Professor Nandan. I'd like to call an end to the session here. I'm mindful that we have time restrictions as well, but I'd just like to point out to our viewers that what Professor Nandan has closed out this session with is something of a movement that is going to be natural. And I'd like to join him in his optimism. The point being that we've seen post-decolonization, most developing countries rush to mitigate the balance of payments problems. And as a result, we end up focusing on the natural sciences, the pure sciences, and in the case of India, rapid industrialization and engineering, right? What this does is it causes rapid wage disparity that we're seeing right now in the urban-rural divide, but it also causes climate change, as we've seen, right? Only when the country has achieved a sustainable level of research or a sustainable level of growth does it turn to the social sciences, including the ecology, including economics, right? As a result, I completely agree with Professor Nandan's sort of approach that it is now time to take a re-look at how we measure our industry, how we measure our economy, and what other assets we need to be including with that. With that, I'd like to thank my panelists. Thank you, Professor Deepika, Professor Non, Professor Banerjee. It was great having you here. I'm sure our viewers, our listeners learned a lot from us, and we'd like to have you back at some point of time. And for you, Professor Non, hope to have you on campus sooner than later at some point of time.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you. Thanks, Abhijit. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Back to you, Ishan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Arjo, for being you and moderating the session so well, as only you can. Now, for all of our viewers, we are going to take about 6 to 7 minutes break and be back. And as I mentioned, and I've been mentioning since morning, we are going to be dealing with all the aspects of environment today. We've already dealt with, through this very engaging session, the economics of climate change. We're moving into the scientific aspect of climate change in our next session. So after the 7 minutes of session break, we're going to start at sharp 1:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And I'm mindful of the fact that we're having our audiences join in from around the globe. So that's why I keep mentioning that in about 6 minutes, we'll be back online. See you then with our engaging discussion on science. And thank you so much, Professor Banerjee, Professor Non, Professor Deepika, and as always, Professor Majumdar for helping us deal with some of the most important aspects of economics of climate change.
very good afternoon to all of you. We are gathered here today to celebrate and promote the concept of Environment Day, which is an amazing kind of an initiative that helps us understand, connect to the environment once every year. However, as we always say, every day is Environment Day. I'm very happy to welcome all of you, our listeners, our audience, our students, the distinguished speakers who have joined us on this day, and especially on this virtual seminar that the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability is organizing on this pious day, which is a very important day for people like me, and I'm sure for everybody who understands the need to keep nature first. This is the first in the series of Environment Day seminars that we are organizing, and I'm sure that the Jindal School of Environmental Studies, Environment and Sustainability will continue to celebrate this event in subsequent years. The theme of this particular virtual seminar is the future of our planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability. Again, these are terms that are not new to anybody in the present day. We all understand the need to protect the degrading environment. We all understand that we have to and must work to prevent the already incoming climate change. And we must do all that we can to ensure that we build, and because this is the time of COVID, that we only rebuild with the principles of sustainable development, if we really are serious for leaving a planet for the future generations. So that is the background with which we are organizing this particular virtual seminar. And it comes at a very critical juncture because on one side, we have this huge problem, the global pandemic. And on the other side, nature is giving us very clear signals that the impacts of global warming and climate change are now here. They're not something that's going to happen 5 years or even 10 years down the line, they're already here. So this is the background in which we are organizing this particular event. We now move on to the second session of the day. And the theme for the second session is scientific feasibility of conservation mechanisms. So we've all shared this. The Vice Chancellor also mentioned this in the morning, that environmental studies working to fix environmental problems is an interdisciplinary issue. It's an interdisciplinary challenge. So science is not enough. It needs social sciences, it needs commerce, it needs economics, it needs law, and all these need to work together for this to happen, for us to have a pleasant planet, for us to have a stable planet to live on. So we have with us some distinguished speakers to share their insights on this topic. I'm very happy to announce their names right in the beginning. We have Dr. Vibha Dhawan, who's Director General of the Energy and Resources Institute, New Delhi. We have Professor Srirup Chaudhary, who is Professor of Environmental Studies at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. And there is me, Dr. Govind Singh, and my co-chair, Dr. Abhirup Chaudhary, who are both Associate Professors of Environmental Studies at the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. I'd like to begin by inviting Dr. Vibha Dhawan to deliver what is the keynote address for this particular session. And before I do that, I'd like to read out a brief introduction to Dr. Vibha Dhawan. There's a lot of accomplishment. There's a lot that she has done for environmental protection. So I must apologize for the paucity of time. I had to keep it brief. But like I said, this is only just a few words of the phenomenal work that she has done in the field of environmental sciences and studies. So to begin with, Dr. Vibha Dhawan is Director General of the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, and has also served as the Vice Chancellor of TERI School of Advanced Studies from 2005 to 2007. Dr. Dhawan is a Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, India, and is actively involved in research as well as policy development at the national and international level. In India, she is a task force member of a number of committees of the Department of Biotechnology, the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, and the Biotech Consortium India Limited. Outside India, she is currently serving as Adjunct Professor, Consul General South Asia Partnership, Michigan State University, and has also successfully completed a number of international assignments with agencies like the Asia Pacific Consortium on Agricultural Biotechnology, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, and the Borlaug Institute for South Asia. She has served on the boards of prestigious organizations in India and overseas, including Jawaharlal Nehru University, Ambedkar University, Ayurved Foundation, and the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International. Dr. Dhawan is also known to be the force behind the establishment of the highly successful Micropropagation Technology Park at TERI. Dr. Dhawan has won several awards for her splendid work and has also authored over 6 books and over 50 publications. We are very happy that she's here with us to enlighten us on this broad topic of scientific feasibility of conservation mechanisms. I now request Dr. Vibha Dhawan to deliver the keynote address for this session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for introducing me. Well, I suppose all of us, we are having one goal in life, and that is that this environment or this planet should be a livable place. The recent pandemic definitely has shown us that it's one globe. It's not that we can live in isolation. Something which perhaps originated at Wuhan, it has shaken the whole world. And also many a times we think that science is very advanced, but then we are unable to overcome this little microbe and it's causing havoc. Now, we all are talking today, or rather I should say that way back in 1972 was the Stockholm Conference where environment was taken up as a subject of concern. And thereafter, maybe many of you are aware or following TERI. In TERI, we started a study in 1997. It was called Green India 2047. And that study basically was, what is it we have lost ever since independence? In those 50 years, what have we lost? Of course, we always, if we look at, we talk of the positives and environment because the impact is so slow that we also take liberty of ignoring it. And then we presented that if we continue on the same path, what will be the scenario in 2047, 100 years after independence? And it was quite scary. Now to say that the development should stop, that is not possible. And many of us who want to take a softer route will say that we can't go back to the Stone Age. Development has to continue and we will have to pay some price to that. Again, that is not true because it is that development has to take place but it should be sustainable. Take any activity, whether it is agriculture, whether it is transport, whether it is building, you have 2 different ways of following. To many different ways, how you go about. And the other myth is sustainability is expensive. That if you follow those paths, perhaps it's going to be far more expensive and we can't afford it. And all the time when we look at, we say, what is the payback period? Payback period only in monetary terms. We are not looking at indirect impacts. For example, and your university is located in heart of the agriculture belt. What happens when we burn parali? And the other point, and I would like to mention is that we take things in isolation. Water problem was there, and therefore we delayed the sowing of paddy. Paddy, which traditionally was sown in early May, is now sown in June end. Now plant will require certain days to grow. So therefore it is harvested in late October to early November. And that's the time to sow wheat. So where is the time for the farmer to prepare his field for wheat? So the easiest option is burn it out. If we look at the government, they are looking at what is going to be investment in buying machines so that the agriculture residue can be collected and treated. It's all economic that we are thinking only for collection of parali. We are not looking at what is the indirect impact on the health of all those who are residing in the neighborhood, in Haryana, in Punjab, in Delhi, Rajasthan. So it's a big problem. So we took care of water, but we have forgot health issues or air pollution related issues. So that is something which needs to be taken into consideration. I'll come, because this particular year we are talking of ecosystem restoration. Ecosystem is that you look into all the components of a particular habitat into consideration. Of course, I started this with planet Earth, but then let me concentrate more on forests of India, because they are lungs to the. So, and it was, I should say it was funny, but at the same time it wasn't funny, but at the same time it reminds of years. We don't pay any emphasis in this time of pandemic, when we were falling short of oxygen. We have seen that people or the patients are under a people tree, so that there is more of oxygen in that particular, under that particular tree, or in that micro niche which is formed. So trees are extremely important for us. Next one. Next slide, Veer. Okay, so forests and tree resources, apart from giving us oxygen, they give us livelihood. There are millions and over 300 million people who are dependent on them. And of the total geographical area, although we say that for a healthy country, we require 1/3 of the land, or 33%. Today, we have close to 25%. And that is quite an increase, because a few years back, it was barely 18 to 19%. Next. Okay. Well, I think if I had done, I would have done a better job. But anyway, so I'll just call him in, operating from home, so there's a bit of a problem. Okay. If we look at biodiversity wealth of India, again, we talk in country, and that's how we have rich biodiversity. And yeah. Achha. Is it better now? Because there is some problem with the audio, or can you hear me?
There was some problem in between, but now it's better.
Now it's better.
Okay. Okay. So we are talking of rich biodiversity in this country. So if we talk of, in terms of, I should say that we inherited, we have 4 biodiversity hotspots of the 36 which are global. While we have 2.4% of the world's land area, we have 7.8% of the global recorded species. Species, if we look at the species diversity in the country, again, in terms of whether it is birds, whether it is large cats, elephants, tigers, 60% of the total tiger population is in India. Next one. Next slide, please. Now, while we are getting so many services from our trees, whether it's food, fiber, fuel wood, genetic resources, chemicals, fresh water, there are practically no regulations in terms of how we use these services. It is only that the species, when it becomes endangered, we look into how it should be managed. There should not be harvest, that it becomes extinct. But otherwise, for many, or rather till now, it is more of that it is free for all. And that's also putting a lot of pressure on the medicinal plants, because the only cost is that of collection. There is no cost of growing. So people or the communities staying near the forest or in the forest, they simply collect this important resource, and it's only collection cost that they basically get. I spoke about the air quality, that farmers, although there are now regulations, but then they are free to burn or treat the agriculture residue the way they want. There are regulations today, especially in terms of a single-time use plastic and so on, but then people don't follow. There are so many things which remain unnoticed, and that is like maybe that even the government policies, they somehow go against conservation. In the state of Punjab, electricity is highly subsidized for agriculture purposes. With the result, the farmer grows, first of all, they grow the crops which they should not be growing because they use a lot of water. Paddy is one such example. And it is, in a way, it's virtual flow of water, because for every kg of water, every kg of rice that you produce, you spend close to 3,500 liters of water. So even if you're exporting and getting perhaps $1 a kg, is this the price for water? It's not. But then those are the things which becomes political issue and are never talked about. But we need to put regulation somewhere over there. Again, good for the farmers. We all say that poor farmer, and therefore there should be subsidy on the fertilizers. What bad it is doing to our ecosystem? First of all, we are subsidizing the inorganic fertilizer, urea, and we are not subsidizing compost that is produced by the farmer by degrading agriculture residue. So you are disintensifying a technology which is far more friendly for the environment. The other is that because of the subsidy, there is excessive use of fertilizer. We spread farmers, they simply broadcast urea. So part of it gets converted into ammonia and get into the atmosphere. And part of it goes into water underneath in our aquifers. And then people are forced to drink that water, which is not good for them. On top of it, when we talk of water pollution, then it is also the pesticides and various plant disease control measures that we spray chemicals. So they also put a lot of pressure, or the negative impact on the health of people. So it is essential to have regulating services, which should also be enforced. It should just not be on the paper alone. Next one. Now, if we look at biodiversity as a whole, it is both in a way cultural services. It gives you enjoy seeing lots of plants and animals around. We go to various game parks, and more than that, it is very essential to have supporting services that it provides. What is happening to our mountains today? When we read so much about what is happening in Uttarakhand and that region, and if you visit that area, you find it's so denuded. There are no forest cover left. And with the result, the roots of the plants, they bind the soil, they bind the rocks. So if those roots no more exist, with the slightest of rain, you have all these landslides. So that is also putting havoc, and we are realizing what is happening today because of the lack of the forest cover. Next one. Next one. Next slide. it goes without saying that if we look at ecosystems and really, and again, I'll come back to that, we can't say that go back to what was there many years back. It is more of that we also have to understand what is they are providing sustenance to over 300 million people. They provide rural fuel and fodder needs. Today, it has become a source of ecotourism and direct employment of over 350 million man days. And just these figures that they meet 40% of the energy needs in the rural India, 30% of fodder supply, and 50% of grazing requirements. Next one. So this is just that because of the rise in population, and while we appreciate PM's initiative of providing gas to the rural India, many of them still prefer to go for fuel wood because they find it far more expensive. They can't afford buying gas, so the dependence on fuel wood still remains. The kettle they go to the forest and for grazing, and that is still continuing, and that is putting a threat on the natural ecosystem. Next one. Forest fires is another thing which is becoming a problem, not just in India, it's all over the world. Amazon forest, California, Uttarakhand. So we are facing that, but most of these forest fires, especially in India, are human-induced. And that definitely put impact on the soil cover. It causes damage to the nutrients in the top soil, and more so in the microorganisms. And in fact, there were studies done on Jhum cultivation, whether it should continue and what are the negative impacts of Jhum because of the practice of slash and burn policy or practice that was practiced in the Northeast. Next one. The invasive species had also put a major problem. And these are just what are the major drivers. Increased urbanization, change in land use pattern. But more than anything else, I like to emphasize on the climate change issues. We are concentrating on rather most of the studies today, they are on what will be the impact of climate change on wheat, on rice, and so on. We are neglecting perennials. These plants will live with us for many years because they are already, in a way, adults, they are growing. But with the change in climate, what are the kind of species which we are going to lose over a period of time because of the changing climate? So it is for horticultural species, or forestry species, climate change is going to have a sudden impact when we won't be able to regenerate and lose. Now, we also discussed about habitat degradation. And we can still see what is happening to our animals, the big ones, as well as plants, but we are neglecting the microflora and microorganisms, which again are a key to ecology because we need to maintain them. And that ecological disturbance is further impacting growth of new species and habitats. Next one. Now I'll come to that. Let's look into that all that major initiatives have been taken by the government. Joint Forest Management Resolution. It started in 1990. Again, something very interesting because see, you cannot police such large areas. You also have to provide livelihood options to those who are residing over there. And I'll share with you what is done in JFM is that the custodians of forest or those who are residing in those areas or outside those areas, they have been given certain rights and they have been given certain skill set. Because otherwise, if you tell them don't harvest, what do we do? So to them, it is that, okay, you can harvest this much and treat it like that. Like if it is bamboo, you make bamboo baskets and sell them so that their livelihoods are not getting impacted, that you are stopping them to grow trees. National Forest Policy came in 1988, National Agriculture Policy, Forestry Action Plan, Environmental Policy. So there are large number of policy initiatives that have been taken in over years. And these, really speaking, they are helping conservation action to be taken. Next one. The regulatory mechanisms, again, they came simultaneously: Indian Forest Act, Wildlife Act, Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act. So basically, what I like to talk about that these are standard, but there is one National Biodiversity Act, or National Biodiversity Act of 202. Now, that is something which I suppose perhaps has to be relooked. It is more on sharing of germplasm. And it's becoming a major problem, especially for agriculture crops. The Green Revolution, on the basis of which India could increase its productivity many folds, was basically based on free exchange of germplasm. Now, what has happened in the recent past is that agriculture, which to a country like India is a state subject, so in case of agriculture, private players have come into play, and especially the multinational companies. Also, with the scientific advancement, we could now figure out which particular gene is responsible for which trait. Like we all are looking forward to trait for heat stress tolerance, drought tolerance, maybe tolerance to repeated floods, and so on. So the companies have patented these particular genes, and that was based on the germplasm which had gone from different countries. And as I mentioned before, that India has lots of hotspots, 4 of the 36 hotspots, and therefore we have germplasm or lots of variability in our plants. But then those genes have been patented by the multinationals, and to use that particular gene, of course, I'm not saying conventional breeding, but otherwise, if you want to get it, then you have to pay royalties on it. So when that came into existence, India as a country, we became very conscious and we said, no germplasm should go from India. And that is putting a major problem to all of us, because then it is both ways. So we are also not getting technology, we are not getting germplasm. And even for research purposes, it is putting hindrance. And that's why I say that we have to relook at it. Next one. So this is more of, I discussed about where the policy gaps are there and what needs to be done. Similarly, when we look at the conserving this germplasm, it is on ex situ, in situ tissue culture in nitrogen. low temperature, and so on. So all that is being done, but it is not for all the species. And really speaking, we have to take care of all the species in the ecosystem and develop. And therefore, rather than concentrating on species, we should look at the habitat as a whole, so that they grow on their own, they evolve on their own. So that's what I would like to say. Thank you very much. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
Thank you, Dr. Dhawan. That was very enlightening. I request you to stay till the end of the session, so we'll take up questions then. But to briefly respond, like I said, I mean, a lot of information there, a lot of impactful knowledge there that I'm sure has benefited the viewers and the listeners. You mentioned right in the beginning about stubble burning, which is really a big concern for definitely our university, but otherwise as a nation, it's something that concerns us. You also link that with the subsidized electricity that some states provide and how that also causes problems in terms of water management. So it's not just air, but also water, which is a concern when this happens. You talked about subsidy even for fertilizers, which is a big concern again, not just causes simple harm to human health, but also leads to sometimes cancer, which is a very, very concerning disease. There again, like I said, again, what kind of scientific interventions can we have there? You know, how do we reduce the consumption of fertilizers to ensure that we have maybe organic farming? Organic farming has not catching on. It's not catching on because of several reasons. Some of them could be scientific, some of them are also policy related. So what can we do to kind of address those issues is something that definitely comes to mind right in the beginning. You also mentioned about ecosystem services, which is again something that that all of us should learn about, because irrespective of science or otherwise, because we must understand that all that we get, all that we eat, all that we consume comes directly from nature. So before we throw something in nature, before we disturb nature, that thought should definitely come in all of us. So that's, I think, a very well point put there. You also mentioned about the people tree and the need for people to rush to the people tree because of the belief that it gives oxygen, more oxygen, or even at night it gives oxygen. I'll come to that briefly in my small discussion. And of course, you highlighted certain other issues with respect to intellectual property rights on bioresources, which again is something that is a lot needs to be worked on that area as well. But I think in essence, you've highlighted and mentioned that science understands the problems. Science has an idea, a good idea of all the problems we are facing, the challenges. Science also has solutions, as we have seen. But there is a need for to build bridges between sciences and economics and social sciences for these solutions to actually reach on the ground. But something very interesting that you also highlighted along with this, with respect to the joint forest management that you mentioned, is that it cannot be that the bridge is cannot be a one-way mechanism. That social scientists, economists come to scientists, take the solutions and run away with it. So that is not going to work out because these solutions very often need to be improvised. So there's going to be a need for a continuous team formation and not a one-off team formation saying, okay, here is a solution, take it and run, because that's not going to work. So that in essence is something that I learned from the presentation, and I'm sure many others who've been watching have been able to gather this, that how there is a huge need for interdisciplinary studies that are sustained interdisciplinary studies. So it's not a one-off study, but it needs to be prolonged. It needs to work with nature, with all the different disciplines together. And that is the only way forward if we are serious about addressing the challenges that we are facing in terms of the environmental and climate crisis. So thank you very much for that valuable presentation. The learnings were immense, and I'm sure our listeners, our students have all benefited from that. So next, I'd like to now request Professor Abhirup Chaudhary to take this Zoom virtual seminar forward. And before I do that, I'd like to briefly introduce him as well. Dr. Abhirup Chaudhary is Associate Professor and Assistant Dean of Student Affairs at Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. He completed his PhD from IIT IISM Dhanbad, and his thesis focused on the impact of environmental stresses on Sundarban's mangrove ecosystem. His postdoctoral research pertains to traditional knowledge at Rann of Kutch, and prior to his association with JSES, Dr. Chaudhary worked as Assistant Professor of Environmental Science in Manipal University, Jaipur. He is actively involved in climate change mitigation and mangrove restoration projects in the Indian Sundarbans, Within last 5 years, he has published more than 20 articles on environmental issues in peer-reviewed journals. He has also researched extensively on empirical cancer risk models and ecological impacts of trace metal pollutants at Sukinda Chromite Mine, Jharia Coal Mine, and the Subarnrekha River Basin. Over to Professor Abhirup Chaudhary.
Thank you, Govind, for the introduction. I will take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Sirup Chaudhary. Sirup is a geologist by training who integrates environmental chemistry with geospatial analysis for nature vulnerability assessment and effective decision making. He earned his MS and PhD from West Virginia University, USA on soil chemistry and postdoc at the Texas A&M University on water resource management. He is currently a professor of environmental studies at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities and assistant dean of research. He is the co-founder of the Center of Environment, Sustainability and Human Development at JGU. Today, he will be talking on air quality assessment during COVID-19 lockdown in India and its challenges. Welcome.
That sounds good. Thank you so much, Professor Chaudhary. Thank you especially to Professor Singh and Professor Dhawan. I was just trying to make a point in there is that there are several wonderful thought-provoking points that Professor Dhawan made in her talk. One of the things that I grabbed is that I've been thinking about this for a while is that in India, the national policymakers, the way the policies are made is that most of the policies, at least in the field of environmental and sustainability studies, is that they are made in a standalone way. They should be coming together, the water policy, the soil policy, the biodiversity policy, the forest policy, the air pollution policy, they should be coming together. They should be mutually reinforcing, not mutually exclusive. So I guess the way things are shaping up, it will be our next generation of bright young minds, the students who will be becoming researchers, policymakers. It will be up to them to figure out, to enforce, to impress this fact on the policymakers that we got to start thinking in a collective way, in a cumulative way. It's not just solving for water or air or for soil or something. Everything works together. Environment is a machine. You got to take care of the smaller cogs, smaller parts in there, or environment doesn't work. You cannot think of climate change alone. There's so many things of climate science, climate studies, economics, policy, food processing, water security, everything. So I guess it will be coming up on our bright young minds, the students, the young scholars, to impress this upon the policymakers. Okay, so far so good. So I want to thank you all for joining us for this meet here today. We are going through very difficult, try times. I hope everybody of us, means all of us, are staying safe and well. I want to thank JSES for putting together such a nice effort, such a timely effort, I would say, to bring together all the distinguished speakers, distinguished scholars in the different fields of environment studies from all over the world. So thank you, JSES. Before I begin, I would want to point this out. Let me do this. Let me share the screen. I guess you guys can see the screen, right?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, so the work that I'm presenting in here, basically it's partly done by me and partly one of my students. Mostly by my student. You can see his little smile in there. He's smiling all the time. Mr. Arvan Kumar, he's a gifted photographer too. He runs the JGU Photography Club too. So Arvan did her undergrad thesis on environmental studies from Jindal School of Liberal Arts. So he has always been interested in environmental policy making, environmental science, environmental management. So the time when he was finishing up his undergrad thesis, it was COVID-19, means we were going through COVID-19 lockdown. So he came up with this idea that how about looking at urban air quality in the times of COVID-19. So that's what he wanted to do. So later on, after finishing his undergrad degree, he continued staying with me as a GRIP fellow, Graduate Research Immersion Program. I guess it is one of a kind program that JGU developed a few years back to nurture the young minds so that they can get into real good quality research and education or any kind of job prospect. So Arvan served as a GRIP fellow for about 6.5 months. One of the major requirements for this grip was that you got to come up with some publishable manuscript for international papers. So that's what JGU does to new students, so that they can get trained by distinguished faculty on campus, so that they can start thinking as a scientist, as a policymaker. So I'll show you one thing. So Arvan has already started bringing out his paper. One of his papers, the early paper, was published by Pollution Research Journal. It's work on Kolkata. So is COVID-19 only but a short time respite? Case study of urban air quality in Kolkata, mega city in India. So this is one of the series of papers that he has submitted already. This one already, it's not published entirely. This is the galley proof that I'm showing you, but this paper will be coming out soon in a well-published form, I guess, end of this month or beginning of next month. So I'm presenting in here what Arvan and myself, we've been doing for the last 1.5 years in here, okay? So as I said, that this presentation is on urban air quality in times of COVID-19 lockdown, but I'll just give you a brief idea of what's happening. Most of you guys know a lot of it, but I must tell you here that urban air quality has been a persistent problem throughout the country. And it has been with us for the past 3-4 decades or maybe more, but it has been really aggravated in recent times because of this climate change, rapid increase in number of pollution emission sources, kind of faulty regulation things, the urban sprawl, growth in urban population and things. So there have been several regulations, laws, several policies, several mitigation efforts that have been going on over the past 2.5 decades. But this time, the government of India, the ministry, particularly Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change, they came up with a program which they call National Clean Air Program. The main idea, there were several ideas, several objectives, and then the main idea was that to streamline the efforts, the urban air quality issues, the urban air quality mitigation, restoration issues, bring everything together under one roof. That was one of the major issues. The first thing that, so this program was launched, officially initiated in 2018, and it started formally functioning beginning of 2019. The first thing that they figure out, there are several non-compliant cities, mega cities, small cities, everything. Non-compliant cities means city where the urban air quality doesn't comply with the environmental benchmarks, the national or international. So they call it non-compliant city. So in the first round, they want to focus on this non-compliant cities to figure out what's going on in there in terms of their policy making, their mitigation activities and things. So you can see the map in here. Now in here, I'm showing you non-compliance in terms of one factor, PM10, particulate matter 10. By this time, you see all of us know what is PM10, PM2.5. These are small particles, really fine microparticles floating all over the atmosphere based on their diameter, 10 micrometer or 2.5 micrometer, we call it. Generally, PM2.5 is more dangerous for respiratory cardiac functions than PM10, but PM10 is not good either. So this one classifies the cities, the non-compliant cities, in terms of their average particulate matter 10 concentration, monthly concentration. Why this topic is important right now? Now, as we know, we are going through a global pandemic. We are trying our best to get rid of the thing, but the thing is staying. First wave, second wave, people are already anticipating the third wave sometime the end of this year or something. Now, there has been a renewed interest in urban air pollution in the backdrop of COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 virus. The issue is that recent global research, like manuscripts that came out in past 1.5 years, something, they show that there could be a direct link between polluted air, poor air quality, and SARS-CoV-2 virus. What they're showing that both these two things, poor air quality and SARS-CoV-2, they attack the respiratory and the cardiac system. So there might be some link that if the places, the cities where there is already complaints of low air quality, poor air quality, it might predispose the people to a more violent form of SARS-CoV-2 virus. Now, this is still a theory. There is a lot of mechanistic work, process level work going on around the world. It is not an established fact, but some manuscripts have already started showing that thing. Sorry about that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show you some of our research work that we have done through that COVID-19 pollution in here. If you guys can give me 1 minute here, please just give me a minute here. Okay, my throat is parched actually, so I just need a sip of water. Just give me a minute here. So what we're going to show you here is that the kind of research that we have been carrying out for the past 1 year or so, that what happened during the COVID-19 lockdown of 2020, and also later during the unlockdown phases. Now, as we know, that the lockdown period in India ran from March 25, arguably from March 22, but we're taking it from March 25 to May 31st. Since then, it's been unlockdown. There have been several phases of unlockdown through June, July, August, September. Even during the lockdown time, we divided it. There were several periods of lockdown, lockdown 1, 2, 3, 4, finer divisions in there. So we want to show you in here that what happened during the COVID-19 lockdown in 2020. We'll also be showing you that how the thing affected, means how the urban air quality was affected in the recent years lockdown. As you know, in several cities of India, we are having the second lockdown period due to the second wave of COVID-19. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to show you a few data sets in here. It might be confusing, but I'll try to explain it as best as I can. So stay with me here, please. So on this graph, on this set of graphs, so I have in here 6 cities: Bhiwani, Fatehabad, Ghaziabad, Muzaffarnagar, Noida, and Hisar. Now, as you know, all of the cities occur in the National Capital Region. Unfortunately, by far, National Capital Region is one of the most one of the areas of major concerns in terms of urban air quality, ambient air quality. Now, these cities also feature pretty high up in the global worst 30 air pollution list. Means every year by year, you will be seeing the names of the cities mentioned in the global worst 30 list in there. So what I'm showing you here is that distribution of particulate matter. Distribution of particulate matter 10. So that's on the y-axis. In the x-axis, as you see, different periods of lockdown and unlockdown and post-unlockdown, winter and spring season. Now, all these lines in here, all these jagged lines in here represent the daily concentration of particulate matter in 2019 and 2020. This dark line, this dark jagged line is 2020, the concentration, how the PM10 concentration fluctuated. And this gray line, light gray line, represents 2019. This blue line, this blue dotted line, this blue straight horizontal dotted line, this is the environmental benchmark for PM10 as designated by World Health Organization. And this red line is the environmental benchmark for PM10 as designated by the national government, the Indian national government. This black line, this black straight line in here is the separation line between lockdown and unlockdown. In here, on this side, everything is unlockdown, post-unlockdown, spring, winter, and things. And this one is unlockdown in here. So if you would notice in all the cities, we see a slight drop in particulate matter 10 concentration from the pre-lockdown period. Pre-lockdown period we have taken from March 5 to March 25. There's been a little drop in here, but as soon as we have crossed the lockdown period, we have gotten into the unlockdown period, and as we are moving into the winter and spring seasons, we see a pronounced jump major spikes in most of the cities. In Ghaziabad, you see, there's been huge jumps, which means the particulate matter 10 ceased to comply with the environmental benchmark, either national or global. Means all of the graphs, you'll see, this pattern is pretty common. Spring and winter is pretty common. Now, what I want to show you in here is that even during the lockdown phases in some cities, why they're being listed in the global wars 30 scenario. Even during the lockdown phases, the particulate matter 10, it doesn't really comply. Even during the lockdown, they don't comply with the global standard and sometimes with the international standard, which means that lockdown or no lockdown, means if you are enforcing, means if you are trying to check whether your ambient air quality complies with environmental health benchmark, it is a grim picture. If we move to the next slide, this is Kolkata. Now in Kolkata, this has been one of our first studies. So we have got only a couple of phases of lockdown, the whole spectrum of lockdown, and a couple of phases of unlockdown. I guess it runs till August 10. It stops at September in here. So I'm showing you in here various ambient air quality values, ambient air quality parameters, PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 and 10. We have nitrogen dioxide and we have carbon monoxide in here. Now these bars, this deep green bar, it represents the median value for this pre-lockdown phase, the median value of pre-lockdown phase in 2020, and the corresponding value in 2019. It goes same for each. Deep green is 2020, light green is 2019. So as you can see, if you plot up the data, say for example, PM 2.5, PM 10, nitrogen oxide, nitrogen dioxide, or carbon monoxide, if you see this, there's been a sharp drop during the lockdown. There's been a sharp drop, but it has started coming back up again during the unlockdown. So this trend line, if you follow this trend line for 2020, this deep green lines, if you follow this trend line, you'll see these trend lines are a little bit different from 2019 and 2020. For 2019 period, this light green trend line, it's steadily coming down. But in here for 2020, it first went down. Then as soon as unlockdown began, it started growing up. Now this one in here is a little complicated thing. I'll just briefly to tell you about this. We just calculated the difference between 2019 and 2020. So subtracting 2019 concentration from 2020 concentration for each period of lockdown 1, 2, 3, 4 and unlockdown. Now, as you can see, if the difference is negative, as the difference is growing up, the difference is going up with the lockdown phase, lockdown 4, which means that 2020 was getting better in comparison to 2019 till the end of the lockdown phase. But difference between 2019 and 2020 started becoming small as soon as we got into the unlockdown phase, which means we are going back into the life as usual scenario. 2019, we took as a baseline thing, as life as usual scenario. So the lockdown partially helped, but as soon as we got into the unlockdown phase, everything was turned upside down. If you look at Delhi in here, so Delhi, this is divided in 11 districts. There are 39 monitoring stations. So what we are doing here, we are comparing between 3 years, 2019, 2020, which is the first year of a lockdown, and 2020, it's a recent year. Now, Delhi's been observing the lockdown, the second year of lockdown since April 20. So we pulled together the data from April 20 to May 22. Of course, the lockdown been extended far beyond that, but we took the data from this period, a month of data for each of this monitoring station for different parameters. Particulate matter 10, particulate matter 2.5, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide. But what I'm showing you here is just the representation of air quality index. Now, air quality index is a summary expression for all the ambient pollutant types. There are mathematical mathematical formulas to put everything together to come up with one representative number, which will represent everything, whether air quality is good or bad. So that is the air quality index. Now, if you look at this graph here, we are showing the distribution of the data between April 20 and May 22nd. So we took daily measurements of air quality index in here. So this is 2019, this is 2020 data, and this is 2021 data for the same time period. We are taking 2019 as a life as usual scenario in here. Now, these are the classifications done by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board, which is the nodal agency of taking care of all the pollution-related activities in the country. So which shows that if air quality index is below 100, it is good or satisfactory, minimum health impact. But as you go beyond this thing, there are serious issues of health. The thing that I want to show you in here is that this is 2019, this is the median value. This line in here is the median value. This is 2021. Despite the lockdown, we figured out, despite the lockdown in 2021, it's a partial lockdown, there is no doubt. Despite the lockdown, there is no statistically significant difference between 2021 lockdown and 2019 life as usual scenario. 2020 fell way below, which means 2020 had a way better air quality scenario than 2021, which means we are back to square one again. In this graph, I'm showing you station-wise data for this April 20, May 22nd. We figured out that the percentage of days each monitoring station, the air quality index exceeded the good satisfactory limit. And we compared 2019, 2022, and 2021, which is given in bright red and golden color in here. If you look at 2021, if you look at 2021 station-wise, you'll see there are several monitoring stations which showed that for 100% of the days between April 20 and May 22nd, the lockdown, 100% of the days, the AQI reading exceeded the good satisfactory benchmark, which means there could be serious concern for respiratory or cardiac issues. 100% days. For 2020, look at 2020, this black boxes in here. 2020, there were only a few readings. There were only a few readings with a high percentage value, which means for this monitoring station, say for example, Nehru Nagar, it shows for in 2020, about 82% of days between April 20 and May 2022, the AQI reading exceeded the good satisfactory benchmark. So what we're asking from here is that, does this lockdown, the social distancing, the economic shutdown, stopping of vehicular movement, does this really help in changing the ambient urban air quality? Or are there any other issues in there? So we are asking through our research is that, what do our policymakers need to make informed decisions in future? What kind of things? What are the things? What is the key ingredient that we need? What will it take to conduct process level research into air pollution COVID-19 nexus? Say, for example, what the global research is showing all over the world is, does it apply to India too? That regions which are suffering from tremendous air pollution, we are getting maximum COVID-19 cases from those areas too. Do we know our regulations are yielding desired results or not? So one of the major focus of our research is that whether the data that we are getting from the government archives, now all this data have been taken from governmental archives, the CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board archives, they give out free data. They have got an open source website, open source portal. Anyone can go in there and download the data, conduct research and things. So whether that data is whether the data has got good space-time representability, whether it's representing the spatial pattern adequately, the space adequately, or the time, whether we are getting a continuous data record across time. Now, I must tell you this thing. For Delhi, I had 39 monitoring stations. Delhi is one of the most valued, studied locations in India. I got numerous air quality monitoring stations. for Kolkata, this data comes from only 2 monitoring stations. There are 7 continuous real-time air quality monitoring stations in Kolkata, but most of them are either not functional or there are major data gaps through time, so we cannot use them. So only we found two monitoring stations which has got continuous record for 2019 and 2020 lockdown period. So that's one of the major issues that we are focusing, and we are trying to draw the attention of the policymakers to this one, whether the data is representative of space and time and whether the data is reliable or not. So that is also one of the major focus of the National Clean Air Program, knowledge and database augmentation, beside strengthening institutional governance mitigation actions. But data is one of the major issues that National Clean Air Program is focusing. It's called the age of data revolution. So I'm showing you one thing is that I'm gonna skip this thing for a minute. So what I'm showing you in here, this is Delhi, as we were talking about. So in Delhi, there are 39 air quality monitoring stations, 39 of them. The first thing we figured out is that between April 20 and May 22nd, we were checking each monitoring station day by day, each of the monitoring stations. What we figured out is that is what you can see in this graph. So we are comparing between 2020 and 2019, 2020 and 2021. So this dotted line is 2021 during the lockdown period, and this black box is 2020 during the corresponding time period in 2020. Percentage of days lacking AQI data for various reasons. I'll be telling you about that in a minute. So you can see in here that there are several monitoring stations. There are several monitoring stations during the current lockdown period, current year's lockdown period, where data is missing for 100% of the days between April 20 and May 22. We don't have data for this reason or that. I'm going to explain it in a minute. Apart from that, so that's the issue of continuous record in time. So even if we want to compare same monitoring station across 5-year period for a month for each of the 5 years, first thing we're facing is that we don't have same number of days for each year. So that's a major blow to sincere decision-making or policy-making in future. The other thing that we figured is that, as I said, there are 11 districts in Delhi. There are 39 monitoring stations. So we tried to figure out that what is the density of monitoring station for each district. But even before that, we figured that the distribution of monitoring station is uneven, is partially uneven, is not equal. More than that, say for example, the Northeast monitoring station, the Northeast district of Delhi, this district doesn't have a monitoring station at all. So we have no idea what's happening in terms of AQI, air pollution, respiratory disease or anything of that sort. Now, a main reason, there are several reasons for that. I'm trying to focus on just a few of them. The air quality monitoring stations are mostly installed by convenience of installation, not where the air quality monitoring stations are actually necessary needed, like the density or propensity of the emission sources, type of emission sources, the pollutant loading, daily pollutant loading or monthly annual pollutant loading, types of pollutants, ambient background concentration, which is a major thing. To figure out what is the natural concentration, natural ambient air concentration of particulate matter 10 or 2.5, that's a major thing to figure out whether there is a particulate matter pollution at all or not. In India, naturally, the natural background of particulate matter is pretty high compared to other nations. Now, when this monitoring stations are installed, just the convenience of installation where we can go and set up a monitoring station, not by this scientific practice. Rarely a SWOT analysis is done, strength, weakness, opportunity, or threats, means what will be the issues associated with the monitoring station after the monitoring stations are installed in there. So we are lacking a forward thinking vision. What might happen to this monitoring station in the next 5 years? Will we be having enough manpower, personal, finance to maintain the monitoring station? The third thing is that there is not much of community mobilization yet. little or no consultation with the residents, urban residents of this region. Say, for example, Southwest District of Delhi, Southwest District, this is a huge swath. This is a huge region. It got only 2 monitoring stations, maybe 3, maybe they've brought up a new one. But when we were conducting the study, there were only 2 of them. There is no community mobilization yet. There is no active consultation with the people whether you need a monitoring station in here or not. There is no workshop training program and nothing of that sort. There is no means to value the urban residents' expectations, aspirations, or grievances in there. And lastly is that there is little opportunity of public-private partnership modeling. These models, these monitoring stations are still based on the state government or the central government's effort. The industry financing, the private financing, yes, yet still minimal or non-existent. So that's the issue of the space, the space-time continuation. That's the issue of space. For the time, as I was saying, lacking data. It should be lacking, not F. Okay, lacking data. By the norms of CPCB, there are 2 ways to classify the data: no data or insufficient data. Both together we call lacking data. No data for the last 24 hours, which means monitoring and data determination involves a long chain, basically. It moves from the sensors to calibration of data, data acquisition, transmission to the central database. There could be disruption at any stage. There could be disruption at any stage of this long supply chain, and we'll be calling it that there is no data for the last 24 hours. During the lockdown, we faced this thing. During the lockdown of last year, we faced this in several locations. We are facing it on several locations too, that people are not going to the sensors actually. They're not able to go to the sensors actually to check whether the thing is working or not. Insufficient data for last 24 hours. Technically, the AQI, the air quality index, as I said, that it is a cumulative expression of all different pollutants in there. The AQI, the way AQI is computed, if there is information for at least 3 pollutant species, say for carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, but out of those 3 species, one of them at least should be one form of particulate matter, PM 2.5 and PM 10. There are several monitoring stations in the country, in several states, in several cities. We have monitoring stations which do not record any PM 10 or PM 2.5 data. Means either PM 10 data or PM 2.5 data. So that's the problem. Not only that, apart from PM 10 and 2.5, you have to have the data about those 3 pollutants for minimum of 16 hours of information about the concentration of each pollutant species. If these criteria are met, then you can have 3 pollutant species, and then you can go on to calculate the AQI. The last thing is that the way things operate right now is that data from the sensors, the sensors that are collecting the data, ambient air quality, the concentration of the pollutants, they're directly fed into the central government's database, the CPCB database, without much of scrutiny, whether data is good or not, whether there are outliers in the data, exceedingly high or exceedingly low value. So what I'm trying to tell you is that beside the spatio-temporal representability of the data, there are also issues of data reliability. These are all things that might affect and inform policy making later on. Say, for example, I get a data, I'm saying particulate matter concentration is excessively high. So I set up a very, very stringent particulate matter policy, stringent air pollution policy for a region. But later on, I figure out that the sensor during that 1 month wasn't working properly. So every number was shot way high up. So there is no way of checking quality assurance, quality control or something. But I'll end my presentation here talking about just one thing, that what we can do to get rid of that spatio-temporal thing, means lack of data. Researchers around the world working on low-cost sensors. These are not as good as the real-time monitors that we have, even though research shows that they are of comparable quality to the real-time monitors that the government installs. But the best thing about these low-cost sensors are cheaper, and they have become really available right now. It can increase the density of monitoring, complementary monitoring. I'm not saying that the monitoring should wholly be done based on this, but in regions where you do not have an air quality station, you can have this low-cost sensors. These low-cost sensors are wireless and mobile sensors. You can take it in your hand, put it on your bike. You can move around to monitor the thing. It can be handled by 1 or 2 persons. But the problems with this air quality sensors is that there are different sensor technologies, particulate matter versus gaseous pollutants. Say, for example, nitrogen dioxide or sulfur dioxide. Those are the gaseous pollutants. You have to have different sensor technologies for them, while for particulate matter, you have to have different things. As long as you understand that, you can connect these different sensors together in a sync. It might work, but the expenses might go up a little high. There could be drift in data. The data can go up and down. For that, there is a frequent need of calibration and recalibration. It's a little difficult thing. It should be a matter of a different lecture altogether. But calibration, recalibration to get rid of the drift in data is essential. And what this could be done, as far as I know, is Gurugram. Gurugram, they have already brought in low quality sensors, low cost sensors, not low quality sensors, low cost sensors. They have already installed about 22 sensors in about 20 sectors of them. The main idea, Gurugram right now, they have got 4 monitoring stations. Up till 2020, they had only 2 of them. Then in 2020, just before the lockdown in March, beginning of March, they brought in 2 new monitoring stations. So they've got a pretty robust network of things. But unfortunately, as these are new stations, we do not have the long-term aspect. Comparison across long-term is difficult. But with this low-cost sensors, if we can bring in a policy of active community engagement, bring in the urban residents into the mainstream of air quality monitoring and assessment for money, for finance and operation and maintenance of the thing. Of course, it will take workshops, extension teams and things. But by this, the urban resident can take part in this. Means all their expectations, aspirations, grievances that we don't have any monitoring stations in here, it can be made good. They can walk around, they can stand somewhere and get the data. They can transmit the data to governmental server, and that can be incorporated in the government archive with a separate post or something. So this thing's been tried all over the world now. I think it's time for us to do that too. Okay, I'm gonna stop here for now. And if there is any question, I'll try to take it.
Thank you, Professor Shiru, for this wonderful deliberation, particularly in this COVID time. And air pollution is one of the most focal points. And I can see that there are lots of publications coming up in different academic networks. This put a very interesting preview on how the monitoring system can develop and how we can get more robust data. And I thank you. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Govind Singh for a talk. Dr. Govind Singh is Associate Professor, Assistant Dean of Academic Affairs at Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, with over 15 years experience of being associated with environmental sector. Prior to his association with JSES, Dr. Singh worked as Assistant Professor or Environmental Studies in University of Delhi, from where he has also completed his PhD degree in 2013 and an interdisciplinary master degree in environmental studies in 2007. He has since been working to promote environmental education in higher education institutions across India and South Asia. Dr. Singh is also the co-founder of UN-endorsed Delhi Greens organization, where he has implemented environmental awareness, sustainable livelihood, and deep ecology-related projects. Now I invite Dr. Singh to deliver a talk on need for convergence of scientific knowledge and traditional knowledge.
Thank you, Abhirup, for that wonderful introduction. I'd like to keep it brief. I can see we are running out of time. So just 5 minutes. The aim of this talk was to highlight the need that we have to enhance our scientific knowledge and enhance really fast, because change is happening really fast. And the reason why I say that is because we know that, as I mentioned in the beginning, that signs from nature are very clear. The signals from nature are very clear that climate change is now upon us It's something that's already impacting us, and we are facing the heat, right? I mean, figuratively and both literally. Time for calling it climate change is over. It's now climate emergency, as has been abundantly made clear since morning. There are more frequent disasters. They're coming more frequently. They're coming with greater strength at us. Forest fires, as already been mentioned, is increasing in spread. The global water cycle is damaged. It's not doing well. NASA recently made a press release talking about how, giving us data in terms of how the water cycle has been impacted in a manner that there'll be droughts where there have been rains, and there'll be rains where there have been droughts. So things are in trouble. We know that for sure. And we are, as I already mentioned, we are fighting a pandemic right now. And the moment we come out of this pandemic, hopefully sooner, we have this other huge crisis upon us, which is the climate emergency that I've just talked about. So what's happened really is that we need more knowledge to fight this. Why I say that is because we have existing scientific knowledge has not been enough. It has led us to where we are. I wouldn't say go to the extent of saying that science has failed, because I've already established that science has all the solutions. It just needs to build those right bridges with the other sectors, being economics, being social sciences, for those solutions to actually make sense and be realized on the ground. So we need to make those bridges fast. There is no dispute about that. But at the same time, in the near future, what's happening is the fact that we have to not just fight or prevent climate change, but also prevent what is already happening to us. Right? So there is more climate change happening that needs to be prevented. And at the same time, the impacts of climate change need to be adopted, adapted, and fought. And that is something we need to kind of understand, that we need to mainstream all those impacts, realize all those impacts in our daily lives, and make those changes, which also needs scientific solutions. So we are in a bit of a trouble because we have climate change happening. We need to prevent it. It's already causing impacts. We need to mitigate and adapt to those impacts as well. So there's a lot of scientific knowledge that is required. And here I say that scientific knowledge is not adequate or cannot be generated too fast. And so we need an additional knowledge database to handle that, to solve this crisis. So where is that going to come from? And therefore, I mean, based on a lot of experiences that I've had in my life in the last 15, 20 years, working in the environmental sector, studying subjects like botany, studying subjects like economics, ecological economics, is from a field called traditional environmental knowledge, or simply traditional knowledge. So we need to learn from our traditions, we need to learn from our tribals, we need to learn and dwell on this knowledge and use it to augment our existing scientific database. And there's a huge need for that. And I mean, I would not go beyond that because, like I said, we are running out of short of time. But to understand or to realize, that and to accept that this is something that can actually happen, and this is something that can actually augment our existing database, we don't need to do a lot of research. We just need to look, right? And simply look, right? And in this case, I mean, I can give you a lot of examples that I found by just looking. In this, some of these were just looking over the internet, but just looking around us also. And one quick example that all of you can Google up yourself and find out is that with respect to hazards, with respect to disasters that are impending upon us, right? We know that we have tribals who already have a lot of solutions. And I'll just give one example and leave it at that. If you Google up and research, you'll find out that when in 2004, the South India part of the country faced a huge tsunami, right? There was huge destruction of livelihood, of lives and whatnot. We find that in a remote island in Andaman Nicobar, there was a government installation and there was a group of tribals living called the Jaravas. And after the assessment was made that what kind of damage has happened because of tsunami, because a lot of government buildings had been destroyed, a lot of government property had been lost. So the government was scared that this small tribal group there would have probably been wiped out, because what chance do they have to stand if robust concrete government buildings could not kind of withstand. But upon preliminary research, they found that not a single Jarava tribal was impacted because of the tsunami. So the government and the various agencies were very surprised, and they made some preliminary investigation on what happened. And they found that the Jaravas, in their folklore, they had this knowledge that when the sea recedes, because that's what happened when the tsunami came, the sea first receded and then came in full force. So their folklore told them, which was hundreds and thousands of years of knowledge, that when the sea recedes, you must run towards the high ground. You must find the highest ground close by, a hillock, and run towards that. So that was the folklore that they had. So they saw the sea receding and they all ran towards the folklore, and they knew, and this is exactly how they got saved when the tsunami got struck. Right now, how do we access this traditional knowledge? How do we reach there? That is the challenge that I throw to all the students, to all the researchers, all of us, because that is what is needed to augment our existing knowledge base. And this is going to be very critical if we have to fight the climate crisis in the near future. So there's a lot more I had, but like I said, we have paucity of time, so I'll conclude here. And I'll pass on the stage again to Dr. Abhirup.
This is a very interesting discourse that we got from different experts who have showed light into different aspects of scientific research. And we always agree that there should be a synergy between all other subjects along with science. So just to keep the things short, I will say that there is recently, a few days back, there was a cyclone that has hit in Sundarbans and different parts of eastern part of India, that's the Yash. So I will briefly show two pictures and conclude the session, showing that what kind of devastation it has done. So let me share. So this is a devastation that has happened just few days back, a week back, when half of the islands of Sundarban, which has a population of about 4.6 billion, was totally underwater. And one of the examples that I will take from Professor Govind's example and also from Professor Viva, that it is the ecosystem-based approaches that can be one of the solutions. So the places that have mangroves are one of the very unique ecosystem that can stop the cyclones and that has a power to stop the disaster from happening. It can actually play a very key role because wherever we have mangrove, it has shown very little damage and flooding. So with this in mind, I'll stop the sharing and I will conclude the session and give the session back to Professor Govind. I think we have a very interesting discussion where different people have shared and who are the experts in their field on different processes and how scientific knowledge can work alongside with all the other subjects to make the world a better livable place and obviously to protect our environment. Over to Professor Govind.
Thank you, Dr. Abhirup. So I think we've run out of time, so we can't take questions, accommodated questions right now. I'd like to thank Professor Vibha Dhawan for the amazing learning that we had from her presentation. I'd like to thank Professor Sirup Chaudhary from the presentation that he has delivered, which has given us an interesting insight into the air pollution crisis that Delhi is facing. I'd like to thank our organizers here, the outreach team of JSES for wonderfully conducting this event. I think it has become abundantly clear that science has all the technical solutions, but science alone is not enough. So we need economic solutions, we need social solutions to work with scientific solutions, which requires for young professionals, right? So therefore, this is news for all school students. This requires young professionals to come join courses which are making this happen, which are making technical solutions bound with economic solutions, social solutions for solving the climate crisis and the environmental crisis. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Over to Ishan.
Thank you so much, Govind. Thank you, Dr. Dhawan, Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Chaudhary Abhirup, for gracing this occasion. Now, to all of our attendees who are watching us live on YouTube, if, as Govind mentioned, it is not just about science, it's about economics of it, sociology of it, legal and policy of it. I think Professor Raj mentioned in the inaugural session that it is also about governance, which is a major challenge. So during the thematics throughout the day, we're trying to cover as many of them as possible. And we've had extremely informative and enlightening session on science, and we're now following the sociological aspect, especially the sociological aspect of waste. So we'll have a 5-minute break, a session break between this session and the next one. And we'll see all of you in exactly 5 minutes from now. So thank you so much for joining in. And again, thank you so much for the panelists. Thank you. All right, Sneha, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the webinar that we are hosting today to celebrate World Environment Day in 2021. Yeah, Ishan, am I audible? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you are.
After having three back-to-back sessions on the economy and the moral aspects and the global concerns about global environmental change, this session would be focusing on the social impact of waste and its governance. And I'm quite proud and excited to be listening to my co-panelists in this session. And we have quite a few, all of them being women, so that makes me very proud. But also talking about waste from different lenses and understanding waste in a much more broader concept, and understanding the different facets of how waste can be managed and how it relates with our nature, with the environment, and with the culture in which we live. Most of the presentations would be focusing on the context in India, and with some examples from our work in the case of Dr. Neha. But let me just first begin with the introduction. The order for today's presentation, we have Professor Mimi Roy. She is going to be talking about waste management in the Indian context. She is a professor of environmental studies and assistant dean of international collaboration at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. She is also the co-director for the Center for Environment, Sustainability and Human Development at JGU. Dr. Roy has a PhD in environmental sciences from the University of West Virginia and has worked as a postdoctoral research scholar at Texas A&M University. Before joining JGU, Dr. Roy was working as a research fellow at Auburn University, USA. She teaches courses on environmental sustainability at JSES, and mostly her work focuses on gender, climate change, sustainable agriculture, waste management, and health impacts from environmental contamination. She has been awarded the Sigma Best Researcher Award for her research on selenium contamination in the coal mines of West Virginia, and has several international publications and press media which focus and highlight her important research. Dr. Mimi, over to you. I'll introduce the speakers as they come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, for the lovely introduction. And thank you, the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, for hosting this important seminar today. You know, for us who work on the environment, you know, every day is an environment day for us. We try to, you know, work on some issues of the environment, every moment, you know, that's life to us. That's another form of life to us. But you know, to commemorate this special day and to remind all people that that there's a special need to care for the environment more now. You know, thank you for organizing this very important webinar today. Thank you to all the you know, all the panelists here today. I have been listening since morning, and very you know, inspiring discussions, talks that have been that we have all been listening to. So I will start my presentation. Just give me a minute. I'll put my presentation. Okay, is it visible? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to talk about waste management in terms of the Indian context. Now, before I go to this special this topic, I want to also highlight what, you know, what has been, you know, reiterated a couple of times in today's various sessions, that, you know, that you know, there's science which works on several issues. You know, there's technological advancement, but when we are working on sustainable development, and you know, the three pillars of sustainable development, as we know, is the planet, the economy, and the society. So you know, these three things have to go hand in hand, and you know, it's a completely an interdisciplinary field where, you know, people from, you know, from different disciplines needs to merge together and give us the solutions at this moment to work and protect our environment. The waste has become a very crucial point right now because of the exploding population that we are seeing, and also the amount of the consumption, the production patterns, everything of each of those aspects are related to waste. When we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 12 talks about responsible, sustainable consumption and production, which is a kind related to waste management. It's sustainable consumption and production, where all countries need to take action, with the developed countries showing us the pathway in terms of infrastructural developments, in terms of technological advancement, in terms of capacity building, and working hand in hand towards with the developing countries. So it's also kind of goal SDG number 17, which talks about partnership for the different goals and working hand in hand. So the developed countries as the developing countries needs to come together and work hand in hand to solve this critical problem that we are this has been a very critical problem in the last 2 decades, I would say, and especially in India, because of the kind of waste that we are generating, the amount of waste we are generating, the way we are disposing our waste. So waste management is a very important study, very important aspect of the environment right now to deal with. And with urbanization, the issues of waste management kinds of proliferates. We know, according to the 2011 census, we have 1.2 billion people in India, which is already moved to 1.32 billion people right now. And gradually we are shifting from a rural to an urban society. By 2031, we know that about 600 million Indians will be residing in the urban areas, which brings up issues of slum areas, the semi-urban areas, and how are we going to manage issues of settlements, manage issues of waste, manage issues of livelihood opportunities. All these questions comes up with the issue of urbanization. And urban environmental management is very crucial in terms of the population growth, in terms of the livelihood opportunities, industrialization, the lifestyle changes, the newer technologies, which brings new challenges. So with all this urban environmental management comes the issue of waste management. So if we talk about the different types of waste that we are dealing with in the 21st century, this is just a cartoon showing the major kinds of waste that we are dealing with are the municipal solid waste, the industrial waste, the hazardous waste, the e-waste, plastic waste, biomedical waste. Biomedical waste is especially important now because of the pandemic. We are creating a lot of biomedical waste. We are creating a lot of single-use plastic waste now because of the pandemic. We all know we are using disposable gloves. We are using PPE kits. A lot of medical instruments which are creating a lot more waste than what we anticipated. The pandemic itself is creating way more waste than what we had anticipated. So it's very important now to talk about, how are we going to, manage this kind of waste. If you look at the future waste trends in India, it shows that, right now in the 2021, we have about 101 million metric tons waste produced per year, which would go to about 436 million metric tons by 2050. So we are looking at a 4 times more waste production in the next 2 to 3 decades. And how are we going to manage it? Are landfills the solution? We know that landfills is not a sustainable solution. Yes, landfill is a solution, but it is probably not the most sustainable solution that we can think of, because landfills comes with its own issues. Landfill comes with issues of methane generation, which causes greenhouse gas emissions. Landfill comes with issues of various kinds of diseases, various kinds of pests, animals, health hazards. So and also the issue of land. With more and more people moving towards urban areas, where do we have the land to accommodate landfills? How do we construct a sustainable landfill that does not leach into the soil, into the water? How do we handle those issues? So one of the major issues with landfills is obviously what I said, the land requirement. Where do we have the land? If you look at this graph, it says that, if you goes from 2011 to 2050, and we will see that in 2011 between 2011 and 2050, there's a 7 times more requirement of land that we need for landfills in order to dispose our waste. But we clearly know that that kind of availability of land is difficult for our country. We cannot and even if we have land resources, we have to allocate them to much bigger issues like settlements, like industries. So for landfills, we really don't have that amount of land available. So that's a very big issue right now. Apart from the issue that landfills itself creates a lot of health hazards, creates greenhouse gas pollution, creates a lot of urban violence. So all those issues are already there. So there have been different agencies who have been talking about managing the solid waste that are generated. And I have listed here some of the agencies that are working actively towards this role. The central ministry, we have the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change working over here. We have Ministry of Urban Development who works in this, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Finance, the central ministries. Then we have the state ministries who work hand in hand with the central agencies, the urban local bodies who also works in cooperation with the central and state agencies, private NGOs, the informal sector. Informal sector is very important, as you know, when we talk about waste, because the waste sector is still predominantly guided by the informal sector. It's not a formalized sector yet, though the government of India is pushing towards making more and more people move from the informal sector to the formal sector in terms of waste management. But it's not an easy shift, because this has been in our society for centuries, and so that shift towards informal to a formal sector is not really very easy. Then there are other institutions who are also working on waste management, like the Niti Aayog, the Department of Economic Affairs, the National Institute of Urban Affairs, the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, who are working towards biogas plants and different technologies for providing sustainable solutions to waste management. There are also industry associations like the ASSOCHAM, the FICCI. So these are all the agencies that are working together in India right now to solve the problem of waste management. And also there are when we talk about private and NGOs, it's also the academics, the researchers who are devoting their time and their resources towards coming up with all kinds of solutions towards how to manage this thing sustainably. So when I talk about I just want to focus a little bit about some specific kinds of waste in India. And when we talk about waste, we know that plastic waste is something that if we don't talk about we have to talk about plastic waste. You all know that that this is a huge problem throughout the global. It's a global problem. The plastic waste is a global problem. If you look at India, they consume about 11 kg of plastic per year per capita, which is one of the lowest rates in the world. If you compare it with the US, their rate is about 10 times more than what we consume. That's about 109 kg per year per capita. So, but with the rate of population explosion that we are predicting, this rate is set to increase to about 22 million tons by next year, and it's probably going to increase more because of the pandemic and because of the more the huge amount of plastic waste that we are actually creating right now. India generates about 3.3 million metric tons of waste per year, and according to reports, it says that about 60% of waste in India is currently recycled. If you look at the global data, globally the data says that about 9% of the global plastic waste is recycled. Whereas in terms of the Indian this report from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, according to this report, the 60% of plastic waste in India is recycled. If 60%, now my question is, if 60% of plastic waste in India is recycled, then why do we have these issues of, of so much of plastic waste? We see it everywhere. We see it in the landfills, we see it in the water bodies, we see it in the around us, in everywhere we have plastic waste. So the important question is, if we try to disentangle this word plastic and look at the plastic politics here, because it's not only about it's about what kind of plastic is being recycled, who is recycling it, who have the ability to do this kind of recycling, and the economics of recycling. We know that in India, if it's not very easy for us to have the option of recycle. A lot of people, even people in metro areas, always don't, even if they want to, the option of going and recycling a product is not that easy. It's not something that is at our doorstep right now. It's not an easy option for us. So that is something that we will have to think of. When we talk about plastic waste, we know that in 2019 on Gandhiji's birthday, our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, he asked India to kind of phase out of single-use plastics by 2024. Now, the government of India has already rescinded that statement because saying that it's not economically feasible to phase out of single-use plastics by now. So, but it is something that we will have to do sooner or later, because otherwise this problem is of plastic pollution is going to be persistent. But one thing is that when the government is talking about phasing out single-use plastics or phasing out waste segregation, we have to keep in mind that the waste management systems in India mostly thrive on a pool of unorganized informal labor sector, who are untrained and unaware. Most of them, as I spoke earlier, it's a completely informal sector, no training, no awareness, no training about what kind of health hazards it is, no training, no safety equipments, no PPE kits. So without standardization and setting up context relevant protocols, we need to have robust institutional governance. Without those things, there's little opportunity to transform the entire system, as it is often unique to each community, village or city. So in India, it's very unique to which community you are in, which village you are in, which city you are in, which part of India you are in. So without a robust institutional governance, it's very difficult to control plastic waste in India. So I will talk about a case study which is taken up by UNDP and the Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited and the Hindustan Unilever Limited. They are working on plastic waste management in India. This project started in January 2018 and it's supposed to go till 2024. And the main aim of this project is to convert waste into resources. That's where I'm going to shift my my presentation towards that part, because now we have to think how we can gain from the waste that we are creating. So to gain from the waste we are creating, we have to use them as some form of resources. So we have to, so this project, this special project, which is in collaboration with UNDP, the Hindustan Unilever Limited and the Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, they are trying to create a socio-technological model based on community mobilization. They are thinking about moving plastic waste management from the informal to the formal sector. So how are they doing it? They are kind of trying to establish material recovery centers, which are also known as Swachhata Kendras. They're trying to establish the Swachhata Kendras for sustained practices of waste management. They are trying to institutionalize this Swachhata Kendras, which means to formalize them, having a structured framework and improve socio-economic conditions of these workers, and moving them towards the formal sector. Develop technology supported awareness. They are even trying to do cloud-based traceability, accountability, digital governance. All this is in the cards for this program. They are also trying to create a waste value chain, trying to create waste to productive resources. This program is currently operational in 20 cities in India. There are about 22 material recovery centers, and about 1,750 Safal Sathis, who are the Swachhata, the people who are being moved from the informal to the formal sector. We are calling them Safal Sathis. There are about 1,750 Safal Sathis who are already enrolled into this program. So it's a very good case study, and if it works, it's going to be miraculous. But as I said, this sector is completely informal. To completely transform it will take a lot of effort, a lot of financial backing, a lot of technological advancement, a lot of infrastructural support. And where are we going to get that is the next important question. So basically, when I talk about waste to resources, we are trying to talk about from an open economy to a circular economy. So we are going to move from open-ended economy, or from open-ended loop to a closed loop. So we are moving to a circular economy from a 3 hours to 4 hours, and now even we are talking about 5 hours. So basically, if you look at this hours, we all know about this hours. Reduce, refuse, reuse, recycle, recovery. Those are the most favored options for the 4 hours, and the least favored option is the landfill. It's an option which you don't want to take. It's your last option. But if we can move from the 3 to the 4 to the 5 hours, that's where we are aiming towards. So there are some issues and challenges with waste management. Obviously, there's some policy and regulatory issues. This waste management is completely governed by the Municipal Solid Waste Management Rules of 2016. So all the types of waste that I previously showed you a slide about the different kind of waste that we are generating. Each of these waste is governed by the MSWM rules of 2016. These are regulatory framework, but not very good, not equipped with necessary clauses. So we need more clauses into it, more implementation of this framework. Also, there's not a very clear course of action for what kind of technologies we need to have access to, because if we are going to move towards circular economy, if we are going to move towards waste to resources, we definitely need access to latest technologies. So there's also no clear guidelines on waste to energy sector. So when we talk from waste to resources, one of the prominent ways of doing that is waste to energy. So there's no clear guidelines on that. Also, there's a financial challenges. As you know, it all involves a lot of money, and so we have to have PPPs, public-private partnerships here, but we don't see enough participation from the private sector. Not yet enough participation from the private sector to deal with this kind of advancements. But at the same time, there are opportunities. All these private sectors, the government agencies, the ULBs, the NGOs, the other institutions, they also understand that there are opportunities here. Waste to wealth is a completely new idea. Some developed countries have already adopted it. Sweden, Germany, they are doing it miraculously. They're 100% successful in converting waste to wealth. These are smarter, comprehensive systems. There's adequate risk management and risk sharing between stakeholders. That you already know what are the risks that you are encountering it. So but there's also a lot of opportunities there. There's also a huge market to serve. This is an investment of approximately $18 billion US by 2030, probably going to about $100 billion by 2050. So it's a huge market to serve out there. Huge market opportunities in the future. The two major ways of the two major markets here are composting and waste to energy initiatives. So these are the areas where the government of India is also financing a lot of projects, because they understand that's the future of waste management that can generate a lot of opportunities in the field of waste management. So if we look at the kind of recommended expenses in the waste management sector, we'll see that the most of the money in this sector goes in the collection, storage, transportation, and most of it actually goes in the MSW processing. So how we are processing our waste, and that's a major challenge that we are still facing. Though we have investments in that sector, if you see the color connotations here. The orange is the government of India share, the deep orange, the lighter yellow is the state share, the brownish shade is the public-private partnerships share, and the dark red is the required investment that we require. But you see that dark red bar is the most prominent bar, which means that there's dearth of required investments. We still need a lot of investments in different sectors to actually make this run successfully. But even in what we have, the MSW processing is the sector where we are investing the lot, and this processing is also involves how we are converting waste to wealth. So this is this sector where we are seeing the maximum amount of investments. Even if you look at this one, you will see that again there are three colors here. The light. Yes.
You're over time.
I'm over time?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. I'll finish here. Yeah, so the waste to energy sector is the sector where we are investing the most amount of money. The government of India, the state governments, the public-private partnerships, that's the sector which is involving the most amount of money. So there's a task force on waste to energy that was set up in 2014 by the government of India, and the major points of this task force says that public-private partnership is the key to make this work. We should move from the 5 to the 5 hours, from the 3 hours, and we have to make this a decentralized project. Otherwise, it's not going to work. The waste to energy plants has certain advantages and disadvantages, which I have been speaking about, throughout the discussion. But I want to, bring one point here to your notice. One big disadvantage is why waste to energy plants are not very successful in India. That waste to energy plants are not very successful in India, and the major disadvantage is the kind of waste that we are generating. The kind of waste that we are generating has a high moisture content, is it low in calorific value, and it has a lot of other materials, which means that the Indian waste is not segregated. We know that most of the waste is unsegregated. It has a lot of organic waste in it, and when we put it into the waste to energy plants, it just does not work. So that's the reason why it has worked in the developed countries like Germany and Sweden, because the kind of waste that they deal with is different from the kind of waste that we in India deal with. So that's why our waste to energy plants are not very successful, and so we need to look after all this, and so there's a widespread criticism about it that probably this is probably we have to think it in a different way. We have tried to copy it from the developed countries, but we have not thought about the kind of waste that we generate, the kind of infrastructure we have. So this is something that that needs reconsideration, because there's a lot of opportunity in this sector of waste management. Okay, so thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I will take them now or at the end, as the moderator suggests. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. This was such a great introduction. I know it was tough to cover a lot of examples. It's such a big topic.
Yes.
But I think you've given a very nice introduction to our audience who's listening with us today. I would now take you all on a journey outside of India and have Professor Neha Khatrapal talk about an example from Malaysia. Dr. Neha Khatrapal is an assistant professor at Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences and serves as an assistant director for the Center for Community Mental Health. She holds a PhD in linguistics from Macquarie University, Australia. Before joining Jindal University, she has worked for several other universities and research centers in Germany, Singapore, and Hungary. She is broadly interested in understanding how human cognitive processing interacts with social factors to determine the quality of life for an individual or for societies at large. Her current focus is on applied domains, including political, social, and environmental psychology. She will be talking to us today about socially responsible waste management and will give examples from her research as well. So I'm quite excited to listen to her. And I would request the audience to please send us any questions that you may have, any suggestions, or how changes that you've made in your personal life in the comment section on YouTube. Professor Neha, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Krishnan. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be a part of this platform, and it gives me immense pleasure to talk about the kind of research that I'm trying to push. So some of it is the kind of research that I would be presenting you today. Some of it is my idea, and the case study that I would be presenting to you all from Malaysia is actually based on a different research group that is working there in Malaysia. So please allow me to share my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Great. Sorry, I just try to switch off the camera because to save the bandwidth. Thank you. So we've already heard Professor Roy talk about the distinction between several sort of waste that our society produces. We've heard her talk about solid waste, municipal waste, and industrial waste. So in this presentation, what I talk about is municipal waste rather broadly. So to refresh our memory, solid waste is basically a catch-all term that encompasses a wide variety of activities and practices that, in a sense, leads to the unwanted residues that we may not like to use as society. And basically, the municipal solid waste that I would be talking about today basically comes at large from hospitals, large business houses, even the smaller ones, schools, and our homes at large. So we already know Dr. Mimi gave us an introduction about how we talk about the organic waste, how we may think about segregating our waste. So all those issues are still relevant here while I present this interesting case study. So basically, when did it all start? Why were we all alarmed as a society concerning this huge split of solid waste in the case of littering, as we all know? So it all started in early 19th century, basically because we didn't really know as a society, unfortunately, what to do with the sort of waste that we didn't want to use. And that was basically littered or basically was filling our landfills. It still does in many countries, but that unfortunately poses a problem for our public health. So we know that this is the unfortunate outcome of not being able to gracefully waste manage. So several societies in the early 19th century had littering as a common form of garbage disposal. So we all started off like that. Solid waste became a problem in the middle of the 19th century, basically with the growth of population and the industrial boom that we all witnessed. So basically, just to put it in one line, what started as a population explosion was eventually followed by another type of explosion, which we could now basically label garbage explosion, unfortunately. Sorry, it's not a nice term, but this is how alarming it is. And to show you the figures, these are the figures. So these are the figures that have been lifted from the World Bank. And basically, as you can see, that it's an old chart, so the predictions for 2016 basically match. But as you look at these figures and the country divisions that we see in this graph, it's sort of alarming. And as we go and cruise through 2050, it grows and grows. And you can see the share that is contributed by East Asia and Pacific. That's also sort of very alarming. So we really basically need to do something about it if we really want to give. Oops, sorry, I think I'm stuck.
We can see your screen.
But sorry, I can't move on to the next slide.
Try coming out. Yeah.
Okay, so as Professor Roy mentioned in her presentation, that there is a country-specific discrimination when it comes to the kind of waste that each of us are producing. So when we look at the high-income countries, what we basically see from the stats over there is that these countries generate relatively less food and green waste, but sort of they produce more dry waste that could be recycled. So that's good. But what's happening in the middle and low income countries? So these sort of countries generate food and green waste with the fraction of organic waste increasing as economic development levels tapers down or tapers off. So we could relate to this, I guess. And in low income countries, materials that could be recycled account for only 20% of the waste stream. Now, this is alarming given what we could do with the waste that we produced. So basically, we have three things that we could do. We could either reduce the source of waste at the production cycle, we could either recycle our waste, or we could try composting our organic and food waste. Are we all doing it? That's the important question that we should think of. Well, if we, with all that background literature in place, we really need to think about meeting the waste challenge that we have. So I sort of try to come up with two different panels that we could think of at this stage in time. So either we deal with we sort of cut down the waste at the production cycle itself, which basically we would label off as preventive measures, or we could think about reducing our waste by recycling or by composting. In this case, we would be really looking at the corrective measures. So which way would we like to go? That's the question we should ask as a society. So this brings us to the applied side of the things. Now, what I really want to do in the second part of my presentation is basically I want to talk about the bridges that I would like to draw between social psychology and how can work in social psychology and community psychology help us draw important practical implications as far as waste management is concerned. So here I sort of bring you to another interesting field, the field of religion. You may think, why religion? Well, there is a point here and a very important point that maybe we would like to look at. There is growing acknowledgement in the literature that religion can play an effective role in protecting the world's ecological system. And this sort of acknowledgement comes from our philosophical studies. So religious belief is basically seen as a powerful force to create purpose transformations by transmitting ecologically positive habits of practice and attitudes to our succeeding generations. So what is the idea here? The idea is much more powerful when one considers that more than half of the world's population embraces some sort of religious belief. So when more than half of the world population is sort of embracing some sort of religious belief, irrespective of the kind of belief that they embrace, maybe that's a powerful tool that we could basically use to tackle waste management. But then, it's just not as easy as we could like to think. So there are different levels in this hierarchy before we could actually connect religious studies, community psychology, and waste management challenge. So basically this graph grows not top up, but bottom down. So what determines our higher or the highest level of adoption when it comes to recycling or when it comes to composting? So if we look at this hierarchy, and if we would like to use religion as a tool in this exercise, then we have to keep certain things in mind. We have to ensure that the people who are actually demonstrating in real time how to do recycling or even how to do composting, are they themselves knowledgeable? We should think of this at the back end before we go into the field. Whether these are the people who have the power to persuade the people at large, irrespective of the religious community that these people are coming from, are they holding the power to basically sway people's decision to adopt recycling or to adopt composting, and how easy it becomes in that sort of social scenario that all of these members of the general public are going to implement all of these measures, and then finally confirmation. Now, I take a case study, a very interesting case study from Malaysia, the state of Selangor. Now, why do I move away from India and talk about Selangor, Malaysia? So this, the country and specifically the state of Selangor is very, very multicultural and multi-ethnic. We look at the statistics here, okay, 61% of the people in this particular state practice Islam, but then there are other people such as Buddhists, we have people following Christianity and Hinduism. So we have a variety of religion there. And how can we convince all of these people? Of course, we can all imagine, and it's easy to understand that people following different religious beliefs would also come with a different sort of social background. How should we break the ice that sort of cuts across all of these people in a uniform manner? That's the challenge, I guess, that goes along with the waste management challenge. And then there are other people, people belonging to different sort of faiths, different sort of minority religious sects. So the case studies are basically located in this state, and there is a catch here. So all of these people who participated in this sort of interesting exercise come from high and middle income groups. So we must keep in mind, as we saw in the first part of the presentation, that the kind of waste that these high and middle income groups might generate would be a little bit different from the kind of the nature of the waste that people from low income groups would generate. But this is all good to begin with as an initial exercise, I guess. And another aspect to keep in mind before I go ahead is that the state of Selangor has the highest amount of solid waste generation. So that's the challenge that we go, and we need to just sort of build bridges across these two domains. So here is the study. So basically, it didn't really start off as a research study, but it started off as a community exercise. So we could see that all of these members or all of these sects of these communities, followers of Hinduism, followers of Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism, they started off with the recycling exercise. And what they did as a part of their community recycling exercise is most of them basically placed recycling bins right within the premises where people went either to mingle with the community for religious ceremonies or just as a place of worship. So you can imagine if people are actually spending a lot of time in all of these places, then how important it becomes to target these places when we really have to spread awareness as far as recycling is concerned. Then we remember the sort of graph that I showed to you before, like a few slides ago. We have to really deal with this matter at different levels of the hierarchy. So it's just not enough to place the recycling bins over there, but sort of give these people some sort of intrinsic or extrinsic motivation so that they are motivated to participate in these sort of recycling exercises. So these sort of communities, they came up with intrinsic motivation exercises. Some of them said that, okay, all of the proceeds that we get from the recycling would either go into building further places of worship, or probably we would be using these proceeds to help other non-privileged members of the society. And it's our moral responsibility that comes from the philosophical sphere to sort of live a spiritual lifestyle, to sort of lead a spiritual lifestyle, and to leave behind a good example for the other generations. So you could see that these members of the society were tackling this problem at different levels of the hierarchy, not just one, as we may like to think, okay, we just place the green bins or the red bins and that does the task. I guess that's probably not going to be successful. So through this exercise, if we want to make it more successful, the idea is to foster more cross-domain partnership between different sects or the levels of the society. So what's more important for a society? Maybe it's more true in a context like Malaysia. If we want to basically lift this study and sort of do this in another religious context, we may have to sort of twist and turn different features of it. But I guess more or less the exercise would remain the same. So what are we trying to do is we are potentially highlighting the role of religious communities in recycling, and we are trying to emphasize that their role goes beyond general idealisms on the positive influence of religious values and ethics. So basically, we are just trying to tell the world that these religious values and ethics play a much higher role. And then unique institutional element of each community is also making its way if we want to have this as a very successful exercise. We have to show that the local governmental bodies also sort of give their backing, and other members of the community also would like to play a part. So I guess if we sort of pay our attention to all of these interconnecting dots, then I guess we would have had a successful recycling drive or a compost drive. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Happy to take on any questions.
Thank you, Professor. I think this was a very exciting case study to understand how religion can take us back to our roots and help us reestablish a connection with nature and with consumption and things that we acquire. It's very interesting. We would love to hear more from you. I think in the sense, there is one comment that has come up, and either Professor Mimi or yourself, you can take this on. There's a comment that says that organic farming, one of the measures that can be taken, is actually quite time consuming. And the use of organic farming, which was discussed in the previous session, also needs to be impressed upon the farmers. The question about how to do it effectively and connecting it to the discussions that we've had on social and policy impact, as well as personal attitudes and cultural beliefs. I think if you can, either of you can take a comment on that, and then we move on to Professor Ricky.
So if I may, yeah. So organic farming, yes, it's a time-consuming thing. It takes time to see the benefits of what you have what you have reaped actually in organic farming. It's not something that you boom 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 give a lot of fertilizers, apply a lot of fertilizers, apply a lot of pesticides, and you just increase your yields. Organic farming unfortunately has those constraints where you cannot it has to be, you cannot apply those kind of fertilizers and pesticides. It takes time for the soil to kind of rejuvenate itself and give you the benefits of that. So yeah, so for farmers to to incentivize farmers to adopt organic farming, it's actually the government who needs to give subsidies. We need the farmers need more subsidies. They need to have proper training, proper awareness as to how organic farming works, what are the benefits. It's not only that your yields, it's not that your yields are going to suffer. Yeah, it might be for 1 or 2 years, and that's those first 2-3 years that the government needs to support them, either through government funding or PPPs. But then after 3-4 years, when your land is actually ready for that organic farming initiative, for when your land is ready, you will really see that benefit. So yes, you have to actually incentivize the farmers, and there are a couple of ways that can be done. I am personally involved in a project at JGU where we are working with the local community, where we are working with the local farmers to incentivize them to talk them more into organic farming. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, that project is at a halt right now. But yes, that's what I can say. It's a time-taking process, and it needs patience.
Thank you so much. Professor Neha, if you have anything to add.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not an answer, but rather a post comment, like sort of post reflection. I was wondering if we had more of social incentives for the farmers that might also help, along with knowledge incentives or along with financial incentives. I guess that would do the trick as well.
Yes, sure. I agree completely.
Thank you so much. We'll have a much more detailed Q&A after Professor Ricky's presentation, but we had some few minutes, so I thought we could engage with this comment. Let me now move on to our next speaker, who is Professor Ricky Lerai, who is also faculty at JSES. She is completing her PhD in the Department of Environmental Studies at Tel Aviv University. Her research is actually drawing upon the fields of Indian and Western environmental ethics and focuses on Anupam Mishra's work on traditional water system to address current theoretical and practical environmental global challenges. She has conducted several interviews with Indian environmental scholars and activists, several of them known to the audience here. And her results have been published in several conferences and workshops in Israel, India, Germany, in journals like Transscience, a journal for global studies. And she's also written chapters in several books on global water ethics and epistemologies of water in Asia, if any of our audience is interested in reading. She is also undertaking research at Porter School of Environmental Studies in Tel Aviv University and in Israel's National Natural Resources Assessment Program. Professor Ricky, over to you, if you want to share your screen. Apologies about the...
Of course. Thank you very much, and greetings, and it's wonderful to join you here from Israel. Thanks. I'm just going to share my PowerPoint and we can begin. All right. Is it visible for everyone?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So I want to offer for this, my angle as being, I'm specifying in environmental ethics. So I want to offer basically a view, or if you want, a few philosophical reflection on the notion of waste. And I want to present two different angles on waste as a concept. So from one angle, if we will observe waste as the outcome of the modernist, anthropocentric, industrialist angle or approach to nature, we can see how waste is the outcome of the creation of numerous environmental and social problems. On the other hand, if we will observe waste from an ecological perspective, from the logic of nature, if you want to call it in this manner, we can view waste as a spectrum for a wide spectrum for rejuvenation, for renewal, for cleansing and healing of not just the economic and not just the ecological, ecosystem, but also for the social and economic dimension as well. So if we kind of start, when the environmental crisis started to be acknowledged in the early 60s and 70s of the early century, some of its main prophets, if you want, whether it was Rachel Carson with her book Silent Spring, who kind of really empathizes the role of the Green Revolution, the process of the industrialization of agriculture as a main cause for climate change, or whether it was Paul Ehrlich in the Population Bomb, kind of empathizing the role of demographic growth, or whether it was Barry Commoner, for example, in his work, The Closing Circle, where he kind of emphasized the role of the introducing of thousands of new synthetic material into the cycle of matter as the main cause for climate change. I think that the common denominator of the three of them is that all of them were biologists. All of them were observing nature, observing the way nature works and operates, and try to imply this logic on the understanding of why we are basically in the midst of such an unprecedented climate change. And I want to use one of Barry Commoner's main argument when he basically says and argues that what we have done mainly since the Industrial Revolution is change in a fundamental way our relationship to the matter. We change the course of matter and change it into what he refers to as a linear course of matter, because everything we use, whether it is clothes or foods or houses or cars, whatever it is, comes from nature. I designate it here as trees, but of course it can be any other natural resource as well. And that natural resources is being shifted to the factory and the goods are being produced. And we usually as humans or consumers meet the matter in the shape of the goods that we consume, and the residue of this matter is what we refer to as waste. But he says if we will look on nature and we observe that basically in nature and now nature work, for example, this orange tree, so some of them we take and we eat and consume, but some of them fall on the ground and become food for all these different organisms. So when we observe the way nature works and operates, we really understand that there isn't any kind of notion of waste, because waste in one certain part of the ecosystem is basically a source of food, a source of energy for different kind of organisms. And if we will not interrupt this cycle of matter, we basically can have an eternal system or eternal circulation of matter. And this is exactly the logic that was very much embraced in various different branches in environmentalism. I want to show one, I think, quite interesting example that kind of really refers to the field of economics, for example, in Kenneth Baldwin's famous article where he calls the economics of cargo and spaceships, where he refers to human awareness or human consciousness in modernity as one that is really refers like the cowboys in the Wild West. We have this kind of sense we're just riding on our horses. We feel that everything is just there for us to pick. We have a sense of endless natural resources that we can use in a disposable manner, just throw it away because we feel that we have endless resources that we can use. But this is, says Baldwin, is an illusion, and we are much more similar to astronaut that lives in a spaceship. And I think that astronaut in a spaceship, the sense of the scarce place is very, very evident. They know that they are dependent with one another. They know that they need to cooperate with one another in order to survive. Everything that they use, the matter, whether it is water or air or food, everything has to be used in a very, very moderate way. So I think that this kind of attitude, says Balding, this is the genuine reality of humanity on planet Earth, especially today, that we need to shift to this kind of awareness or this kind of consciousness. And I want to refer to it as a kind of a process of sanctifying the matter. And sanctifying the matter, I think, is something that really exists in numerous Indian traditions. And I want to offer, maybe we can look on Jainism, for example, as presenting a spaceship consciousness. And I think that the lifestyle that derives from the ethics of Ahimsa and other principles as well, but the concept of Ahimsa, which is established that it is not just non-violence, it's an active participation or in compassion of being aware to our dependence in nature, independence in the world, really demonstrate how nature, our natural element is being perceived in a very meticulous way, that we need to use resources in a moderate way. We need to bring back, if you want, the value to matter, which in many senses in modernity had been through a process of devaluation. We need to give the matter its once again. And that has been one of the, I think, major affiliation of Indian tradition in general, because when the environmental crisis was started to be recognized, some scholars, mainly the one that relates to the school of deep ecology, really blamed the Western anthropocentric perception of religion, of science, of modernity, as having a major role of this human nature separation or dualism, or the kind of perception that nature has only instrumental value to humans. And we're trying to look for different cultures that have non-anthropocentric perspective or organize in a different manner the relationship between human and nature. And India, which is very well known, what is called the sacred geography, the sacred mountains or river, was highly served as a highly source of inspiration for the deep ecologist scholars. But that has also been this very delicate process of sanctifying the matter that we can find in many different Indian traditions is undermined in when you have a lot of, on one, of course, we want to progress and we want to have modernity, but seldom a lot of products are being implemented in an undeveloped matter. And I think the one interesting example can be seen in the work of David Aberman. He's an anthropologist, and he conducted a research on in the city of Vrindavan, which is located about 20 miles down the road from Delhi. And the Yamuna, and in the city of Vrindavan, the theology of Krishna is very central to the city. And what has happened in since the river started to be highly polluted, and what has happened to all kind of this, religious and cultural ceremonies. And this is what he says. Today, however, everything has changed. Nowadays, I personally would not even think of getting into the water as the same site where before I swam without concern. For today, the water flowing past Kashigat is black and full smelling. Many experiences become unrealizable when the physical means of access are blocked. In other words, the transcendent dimension of the goddess are reached through the immanent dimension of the river. If I can paraphrase Abelsman's words, our conclusion is that a healthy river or a healthy ecosystem is an essential condition to maintain this very specific and very unique connection that was built, I think, for millennia in various different traditions in India between humans and nature. And we can see that instead of the beautiful Himalayan serene peaks, we've created anthropogenic mountain like Gazipur, for example. And I remember that in 2019, there was a lot of comparisons were made in the newspaper comparing Gazipur that is going to surpass the height of Taj Mahal. I think that the Gazipur, I think, represents all the bad negative environmental aspects of this linear course of matter that we can see. But I also want to give another example of how waste has served as a focal point also for environmental justice and activism. And that is an example from the United States. For example, demonstration that started in Warren County in North California, an area, an agriculture area, but predominantly ruled by African-American poor families. And the government wanted to establish a toxic waste landfill in their area, and they have decided that they are going to protest. And for 4 years, in a non-violent protest, they basically managed to change the decision and revert the decision and really fight for the right to live in their area and not to jeopardize their rural agricultural land and all the different water resources that they have. And I want to conclude, I think, with, optimistic example of how waste in right urban sustainability can create mechanism that we can inspire for social equity. And that happened in the city of Curitiba in South Brazil. Curitiba in the late 70s, early 80s was quite a very typical, very poor, highly polluted city in South Brazil. And Mayor Jimmy Lerner decided that he wants to transform Curitiba into the most sustainable city in the world. And he basically really managed to do it. And today, Curitiba considered to be one of the most, if you want, mecca of the urban sustainability, one of the most sustainable cities in the world. And what he have done when it comes, of course, there was a series of different decisions that were decided. But regarding to waste, one of the main things that they do is, first of all, that the residents will participate in collecting the garbage, and in turn of the waste that was collected, they received not money, but basically bus tickets to use in their bus rapid transit, highly sufficient, very cheap. Basically, if you compare it to the metro, for example, or any other mass transportation means, and created a series of effects that enabled for Curitiba finally to be a highly sustainable example for urban life that created a much more equal environment. So we can see that the difference between the equal access to natural resources in the urban area managed to change and to motivate various different social phenomenon as well. And this is for me. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ricky. That was such a insightful presentation and a lot of food for thought. We can check if there are any questions from the audience. It's time to send that now. But in the meanwhile, I would just like to touch upon 3 key issues and examples from my own work before I get back to our speakers for today to hear their thoughts. I want to focus on the social, behavioral, and policy recommendations that we can draw upon from the examples that we have seen. And I'll add a couple of examples from my experience as well. So in terms of like social, we talk about cultural beliefs that people have, the religious attitudes that we've been carrying on from generations. And 2 areas that these emerge and I've seen in my work is with the informal economy and the role played by women in the sector, because waste is primarily a woman's job, a woman's responsibility. Even in high middle income households where you talk about composting, it's often the women who are responsible and who are tasked with the job of managing the waste. Interceding with that is the issue of caste, especially in the context of India, where the solid waste disposal as well as cleaning of toilets in our households is also undertaken by the lowest caste in our households, who don't touch any other part of your house if they enter your house. They're only meant to come and wash your toilets and then go out. So in this kind of an India where on the one hand, we are looking at examples of religious beliefs and religious attitudes, as well as philosophical ideas about what nature is, there are these social hierarchies along gender and caste lines which divide how the work is done and how our attitudes are. And the other example that I wanted to share, which is also concerned with waste, is menstrual hygiene. Use of sanitary pads and the environmental burden that it adds to because of women's use of sanitary pads, and then the onus being on women to pay more for sustainable options. So if you want to use biodegradable sanitary pads, for example, the onus is on the women in the household to ensure that they have more money to spend on these kind of pads. So it's not just a gender issue, but it's also economics and how money is spent within a household. Before I come to my third example, which is also related to social and behavioral, a small piece of formative research that I had done in 2019 before the pandemic began was related to child feces management, where we were talking to women about who in the household is responsible for managing the child's waste when it comes up. So the idea being that if you suggest any new intervention, it would be very gender inequitable in how the work is adding to the current burden that the woman has to do in terms of her daily activities. There are several considerations to make, not just in terms of gender, but in terms of environment, and also to understand people's attitudes towards menstruation. Are they easily talking about menstruation? Are they easily talking about children's feces? Both of them are harmless, biologically speaking, but children's feces do contain a lot of infectious bacteria, which do cause a lot of diseases in the community, whereas the community believed that they were very safe because this is children hardly eat anything, so it's not going to spread diseases. Whereas menstrual blood, which is also considered to be very unholy in many parts of India and in South Asia and Pacific nations as well, are all related to the attitudes that we have towards these subjects, and as a result of which the waste that is generated within these domains also become taboo by being attached to the subject. So I just wanted to open perhaps to the three speakers today to reflect on and give your final closing remarks before we wind up for today's session, to this particular session. Shall I request Professor Neha to go first?
Sorry, so I just had a very interesting comment, because when you mentioned about the gender issues, I got reminded of my study that I did maybe 7 years ago. It was on a very small rural population, where I noticed that it's basically the burden lies on the women. And then because I was a student of linguistics, I sort of analyzed the scripts that I obtained during the interview process. And I came up with a very interesting pattern whereby I noticed that the men of the community were using more of futuristic language. And because of that, because of the kind of language that they used, because they looked more towards the future, because they were sort of the bread earners of the society, they were looking at maybe 10 years from now, 15 years from now, what happens to the society. And because of that, I guess they were not really too much into composting. But as compared to that, the women, they were not really using a more futuristic language, but maybe they were more interested in what happens to their family. How do they feed their family? Maybe if the next harvest season, they are not left with enough food. And because of that, they were actually into composting. So I wonder whether we should be looking at language in the future studies to see how that impacts our practices when we are dealing with composting or recycling. I mean, so maybe that makes a difference.
Thank you. Ricky, any reflections?
I wanted to ask Neha, please, because I think both of us kind of spoke about a little bit of a connection between religion and how religion can play a role in decreasing all the bad effects of waste. Is that if you see any difference between the different religion that you studies, or it seems to me, if I understood you right from the case study, that it was mostly a kind of an awareness, or a kind of maybe the religious sentiments that were mostly connected to the temple, or being close to the temple or the holy place that they were practicing, that increases their wish to recycle, but it didn't linger when they were, let's say, got back to their ordinary kind of behavior.
That's a very interesting question, Ricky. So I'm not sure, because this is not my study, but then it seems from the comment that you are making, it is very much possible that they have been cued to do recycling activities when they enter this community place, or when they enter this sort of place for worshipping. I'm not sure how, because the study didn't mention it. What were the long-term implications, like whether these people were also recycling outside the worship context? I'm sorry, I don't have much to comment on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Mimi, any final closing remarks on the social, gender, caste, and behavioral aspects that we've discussed so far? Any reflections?
Yes, to just reflect on what Neha was just mentioning about composting. This has also become a very prominent practice in Indian villages, that they have started, that women have started composting, because men are, it's the taboo that the men are the bread earners, and women are really taken into these kind of decision making processes. So women have by themselves started composting initiatives, and they have started generating employment for the family. So they have also started earning money by doing these kind of composting initiatives. So that's actually coming into the highlight right now, because they just started this something that they can do on the side. They didn't even imagine that that's going to bring money to their families, but that's what's happening. They're earning money from these composts. These are high quality composts, which are again going to the organic farms. Government is buying it for the organic farms. Farmers who are into organic farming are buying it to use it for their organic farms. So you see, this is a cycle of that's going on here, and we just wish, and as you also said, Sneha, we just wish that women are brought into the mainframe of these discussions, because they are involved in a lot of these activities themselves. They are the victims of a lot of these kind of issues, and if they are brought into the mainstream discussion, I think it's only everyone is going to benefit from it. But in every field, I work in agriculture, where I see women, though they are the unofficial, they're unofficially employed in agriculture. They're still not the formal sector of agriculture, but they do a lot of work in the fields. They are the ones who work probably as hard as their male counterparts, but they are not part of that formal sector. So it's only that it's only very important now that we bring women into the mainstream discussion, and let their opinions be heard also. Thank you. It was a really enjoyable session. Thank you so much, all the speakers here.
I would like to thank all of you for giving us your time on the weekend. And I hope you all stay for the remainder of today's sessions. We have a couple more exciting things coming up. Over to you, Ishan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneha, Neha, Ricky, Mimi. Thank you so much. I must confess that when we were planning this session, little did I know that we would be covering the length and breadth of sociology We've talked about linguistics of it. We've talked about gender issues, religion issues, politics, economics, personal hygiene issues, health issues, age issues. And I'm sure that everyone watching us on YouTube, all of the students and our audiences would have enjoyed it as much as I have. So thank you so much. And we are delighted. And I'm sure this also session has shown us that we need to have a lot more of such conversations on all of these issues that we've covered, and probably more dedicated discussions going forward. Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability would be very keen on hosting such a session soon in the future. Again, thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. To all of our audiences, we, as Sneha mentioned, we still have a couple of sessions remaining, and we have since morning covered the morality of it, how environment came into being as a concept, what education does to it, as Raj sir mentioned, Justice Wilson. We've discussed the economics of climate change, the science behind it, and now, as I mentioned, we've had a bit of a potpourri of everything that comes within the sociological sector of waste and environment beyond. So the next is, how do you implement all of these things? Are there national agreements, international agreements? And that's our next session, where we discuss what Glasgow holds. And Glasgow, for those of you who do not know, is what is now being discussed under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. That will happen exactly in the next 13 minutes. And I invite all of you to join us again. Till then, we'll have a bit of session break so that all our panelists can breathe easy for a little while. And again, thank you for joining us, and thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you so much. With it, we can take a bit of a session break before the next session. All right. Welcome, everyone. I hope that you've been attending the sessions that preceded this session. But like most lawyers do, we prefer to have the last word, and we kept the session in such a way that the discussions on sociology, science, economics, and morality have taken place. Let me give you a bird's eye view before we get into today's discussion. Up till now, we have looked at the ethics of climate change. We discussed it from the judiciary's point of view with Justice Michael Wilson, from an educator's point of view, from Artman and Raj sir. We've also discussed the economics of it. And when I say economics, I mean economics of renewable energy, but also grid restructuring, infrastructure, all of those things we have covered. We have gone into the sciences of it. How does air pollution index work? How do we settle waste? How do we compare the impact of COVID pandemic on the scientific index that we do have established? We have then gone into the sociology of waste, where we have covered issues ranging from the gender issues. We've covered personal hygiene, especially of women. We've covered religion. We've covered politics. We've covered economics. We've covered linguistics, divinity of natural resources. All of these things now raise the question, what do we do about it? And historically, law and policy has tried to address that very point. It is either about how do we address a certain issue, or it is about how do we come up with an issue that hasn't been addressed or hasn't existed prior to this discussion. So it is my absolute pleasure and almost my fortune to be a part of a panel discussion, to be moderating a panel discussion where I literally do not have to make any effort due to the kind of profiles that we have on the panel. Starting with Mr. Sudhir Mishra. Now, all of you who dabble in sustainability have heard of Mr. Mishra. Mr. Mishra is one of the leading environmental lawyers of the country, having litigated everywhere for environment, for every cause that you have heard of. Having practiced in the Supreme Court myself, Mr. Mishra is a bit of a household name for all the young environmental lawyers that are going around in courts. Mr. Mishra is one of India's leading environment, healthcare, and infrastructure lawyers. He is a prominent litigation lawyer, having represented clients in various tribunals, High Court, Supreme Court, in closely contested matters. Mr. Mishra was a special counsel for the state of Gujarat and state of Sikkim. And Mr. Mishra has a lot of accolades, which I will not be getting into. And I'd invite all of you to look up his profile because we are short in time. And if we go into the in-depth introductions of all of our panel members, it's probably going to take 1.5 hours. So I'll restrict myself with introductions. It's a pleasure having you, Mr. Mishra, and thank you so much for taking up the time. Now, we have Ms. Tanya Kochetkova with us, and it is an absolute pleasure again to have you on the panel, Tanya, because your research itself is so interesting that I think it will make for some very interesting talking points. As for our audiences, I'm just going to take out your introduction. 1 second. So Tanya received her PhD from Kyiv National University in 1998 on self in the speech acts theory. After her PhD defense, she joined Professor Evert van der Zwede's Center for Russian Studies at the University of Nijmegen. I must apologize if I'm getting the pronunciations wrong. That's a bit of an inherent issue. In the Netherlands as a junior researcher, and completed her second PhD in philosophical anthropology in 2001. The same year, she was appointed as a postdoctoral associate in environmental philosophy, Utrecht University for Humanistic. She has been appointed as a lecturer in applied ethics and philosophy of technology at University for Applied Sciences and at the University of Twente. She is the author of several books and a series of articles on applied ethics and philosophy of man and technology. Recently, she published together with Rico Sneller and Nelke Canters a book, The Plurality of Arts of Living. Again, I am cutting short the bio only to accommodate all of our thoughts later. It's a pleasure having you, Tanya, and I do apologize for not pronouncing some of the things right.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your introduction, Stan, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful meeting, which I have enjoyed till now. So
thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just carry on with the introductions and then we'll come to the discussions that we have in store, and they're going to be plenty. Coming to Dr. Joy Dasgupta, and Dr. Joy Dasgupta again would require me to cut short his bio because the extensive work he's done in this field. He has the capability to manage complex multidimensional project implementation scenarios in different culture settings. That's what he has been doing over a long period of time. He's worked for the last 16 years in the post-conflict regions of Northeast India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, learning to deal with and successfully negotiating the various set of challenges posed by a host of actors in these countries. He's worked with a host of different actors in diverse cultural settings, specializing in building the capacity of both state and non-state actors in these post-conflict environments with a focus on a diverse set of environment and development issues. Dr. Joy Dasgupta is currently with the World Wildlife Fund for Nature and joins us, if I'm not wrong, from Delhi, Dr. Dasgupta?
No, I'm right now in Kolkata, stuck.
All right. So it seems like we've had the most panelists from Kolkata today. And I'm not surprised at that, but that's where most of our intellect is in India. So thank you so much, Dr. Joy Dasgupta, for joining us. It is an absolute pleasure to having you on the panel. Last, but certainly not the least, and in fact, I have been looking forward to conversing with Jasmeet about all of these issues that we're going to be discussing today. Professor Dr. Jasmeet Kaur is a doctorate and a master's professional with more than 10 years of experience in economics teaching and economics research analysis. She is excellent in teaching managerial economics, international economics, development economics, and international linkages of trade and operations. She has depth in conducting research on economic development, agriculture, sustainable development, and foreign trade, foreign direct investment, behavioral economics, and environmental issues. Dr. Jasmeet has presented research papers at various national and international conferences in India and abroad, and has had publications in prestigious peer-reviewed academic journals. She's trained in the use and analysis of data on softwares like SPSS, eViews, and R, and interprets results thereon, deft in policy making, content, and syllabus making for various cadres of students in prescribed subjects. So it is a pleasure having you with us, Dr. Kaur, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, before we begin, I'll just quickly, for our audiences and their convenience, go over the structure of the session. We're going to go across the room, if you will, going from one speaker to another. Each speaker will talk for 15 to 20 minutes on the topic of our discussion, and we'll also try and raise questions right after their talk if it is convenient for them. We will be curating questions from our YouTube live stream where most of our audiences are attending, but in case the panelists have any questions, we'll also be taking them up right there and then. That also makes for a more fluid and dynamic discussion. Going to our topic today, as I introduced at the beginning, it is about what we are doing about all of these issues that we're discussing. And the title of our session is What Glasgow Holds, the Future of International Environmental Agreements. But there is a lot that goes beyond this topic. What is happening in the environmental diplomacy front? What is happening in the comparative public administration front? What is happening in the economics, international economics of these questions that these international agreements put forth? Are there any sustainable mechanisms where you could enforce any of these agreements? Are there other advantages of these agreements that we do not foresee when we criticize a certain Paris Agreement for being non-enforceable? All of these things will probably come up. And if they do not, that would only be because more interesting topics are being discussed. So that being said, I give the floor to Mr. Sudhir Mishra. And sir, over to you for your views on this topic.
Thank you, Ishan. Thank you, everybody. I'm quite awestruck by the word Glasgow, actually, because that reminds me of great travels in the United Kingdom, which I have not been able to travel for 2 years now. If you're going from London to Edinburgh, that's a very important station which comes in between. So it's more in nostalgia rather than anything else. It rings a bell. And see, for me, environmental agreements, environmental accords, international cooperation, international treaties, for me, how they are tested on the ground is the crux. As a lawyer who has been practicing 20 years on environmental issues, my own conclusion is, after 2 decades of working, that climate change or environmental capabilities or disabilities are entirely local in nature. You cannot have a very international perspective about it, because as much as you have an international perspective about it, it's ultimately a nation which has to take care of its own compliances. It has to take care of its own capabilities. It has to take care of its own narrative. Look where I am coming from. I'll just give you one example, because I'm sure more academic people will be able to talk about the agreements per se. I will just tell you the facts and data, which we test in the court all the time. So 2015, when the World Public Health Emergency was not coined in the general perception, I filed a petition in Delhi High Court, namely Sudhir Mishra versus Union of India, on the deteriorating air in Delhi. But I didn't make Ministry of Environment Forest a party. I made Ministry of Health and Family Welfare a party. I said, I don't want a compensation. Since I don't want a compensation, then why should I go to National Green Tribunal, where Justice Vatan Kumar was presiding, and he was already dealing with many air pollution matters there. Supreme Court was already dealing with variety of matters which were concerning biofuel, concerning Bharat Stage 4, Bharat Stage 5, Bharat Stage 6. So what was the chance I had? And I was determined and sure that whatever is happening on air pollution is making virtually no difference on the ground. And when I'm saying no difference, you had a WHO report where 10 of the most polluted cities of the world, 7 of them were declared in 2015 to be in India. In this year, 2020-21, when you had the distinction of watching Himalayas from Bhatinda and Jalandhar, and you were going gaga over it, at the same time, you still have the dubious distinction of so-called Sone ki Chidiya ki country. The capital is the capital of the air pollution of the world. So my petition survives after 6 years. We did get some meaningful orders like compulsory screening for cancer for the traffic constable, who is on the road for 8 hours to 10 hours to 12 hours every day. So these are the matters I deal with. I deal with the live, actual environmental issues. So tell me, what kind of commitments you'll talk about? When you see that in your own country, you have few distinctions to talk about. I started with a very negative note, but let me tell you first the positive things, which I'm sure my WLO friend also will agree with. You had a less than 10% of forest cover in 1947 when you got independence. You have a 17% of forest cover today in India. That's a huge success of Indian conservation movement, huge success of all the NGOs like WWF and the government, and the green benches, and the forest benches, and the amicus. So there was a time from 96 to 2012 where every Friday Harish Salve will be sitting in the Delhi Supreme Court of India. He'll be presiding over the forest bench, and he'll be ensuring that he is getting various applications and petitions from across the country about management of a protected area, about issues of tree felling in an area, about illegal mining happening somewhere. And all of us who are young lawyers will go and throng with our application for everything. I'll just give you one example, Ishan. 2004, I read in Indian Express in the morning that Valmiki Tiger Reserve, which is one of the few tiger reserves which has an international border with Nepal, suddenly the entire forest staff and the tiger reserve staff decided to go on strike because they were not paid salaries and Diwali was approaching. So they went on strike. So the entire park was left. That was the time when maximum tiger poaching was happening. So how will you react? That was the time when we just could go to the Supreme Court very next day with the newspaper report, file a petition, get a direction that the salary should be paid within 72 hours, and the park remained protected. And today you have come to a situation where you complain that there is a construction which might be counterproductive for the air of Delhi, which is massive in its size, and somehow judiciary thought it's not important to intervene. So how will you test any kind of Paris Agreement or any kind of Glasgow Agreement? India is not in any way compulsorily dying to fulfill any international commitments, much like on the same lines we are going like US or China. And so far as our domestic commitments are concerned, our Forest Act, our environmental impact assessments, our environmental impact assessment norms, dilution after dilution is the norm today. And when you come to the newer things which are on the cards, if you see the narrative and the debate which is going on, that development and infrastructure have to balance it out. No, this debate was always there, right from 1970s and 80s. And the courts always took a stand that a national park or a wildlife sanctuary is a sacrosanct area. You won't have a vehicle plying because the elephant has to have its corridor. The tiger needs to have its territory marked. That was the jurisprudence, that was the philosophy with which the country was being run. Now today you hear the forest notifications has to be further diluted. EIA notification has to be further diluted because your development should not suffer because livelihoods are important. So you have to see contextualize the entire narrative, which way you are heading for. I'm not going to take any criticism or something of any particular thing, but this is how you operate. You can't. So agreements like Glasgow, which is going to be the future, or the predecessor of Paris, has to be tested in a local condition. And the local condition is so vibrant, so dynamic in nature, depending upon the political balance you are playing to, that it is very, very superficial how it will pan out. That is one. The second part is the pandemic. So before the pandemic, 2019, much of my time in my law firm was air pollution. Of course, is a personal thing for me. I keep on fighting. Even during pandemic, we said, stop the stubble burning. Stop the stubble burning, because unless you stop the stubble burning, you cannot have any redressal to Delhi's lungs. And then the lungs were being sacrificed in the pandemic as well. Now the lungs have become the biggest talking point during the pandemic. Still, despite court orders, we are in no position to get a compromise done with the farmers. That you please allow us to have our lungs safe in Delhi NCR. And I filed a petition which was listed in the Supreme Court last week on behalf of an NGO, that we thought that there'll be some kind of compromise because the government has said, okay, we'll not penalize the farmers for choking the lungs of Delhi. Because that's the dilution we have agreed upon. So which direction we are talking about? Itna dur kahan jayenge? Where will we go so far, Glasgow? First, let's settle it here. Where we stand. 2019, September, October, if you remember, Ishan, that was the time it was looking as if we'll ban plastics. Every major corporate was in my doorsteps. Every major plastic consumer was at my doorstep. I had given opinion to all the large e-commerce players, large packaging industry. And just before the pandemic, I was in Bologna in Italy, doing a keynote address in World Plastic Conference, sustainable packaging. When the pandemic happened, I had to cut short and come back. And I tell you, Joy will agree, that was a historical opportunity for us when plastic could have been banned. Because there was a momentum, Prime Minister was about to announce it. Everybody was thinking that plastic is going to be banned, which would have been a big thing. Because your rivers and the rivers from China together managed to do the ocean pollution to the extent of 65 to 70%. So by which area and territory we have left? Air pollution, we are the topper. Ocean pollution, we are the biggest contributor. We climb the railings of Yamuna and drop the polythene coming out of our luxury cars on the D&D. That's the kind of mindset we have. We'll go to some other country, we'll carry the plastic package in our pocket. Then comes the pandemic. And Ishan, in the pandemic, plastic came with its entire vengeance. It came in PP suits. It came in those all kind of barriers, all kind of more packaging. Restaurants have started sending you more plastics. And plastic bags came in, disposable bags came in, bodies were wrapped in more plastics. They were being taken to Shamshan Ghat in more plastics. So tell me where we are heading for. We are heading for a huge disaster now. When we were trying to convince a e-commerce company that you will not sell a mobile phone in 6 layers of plastic because my country can't afford this kind of sustainability. At the same time, you had such a dilution that today you are back to square or even worse. So I am taking a ringside view. I took you to the bio. If you say success, yes, tigers have been saved in this country. Animals have been saved in this country. We protect our wild animal like anything. We have done a great job on there, and that's very historical in its nature. And somehow this government also has encouraged it, if not curtailed it. So far as the trees and forests and protected area is concerned, good news is that we have managed to have good flora and fauna, and we are quite safe. But if you do the sacrosanct areas turning around, if you want to dilute that whole area, and because you are not sure about your debate, infrastructure will prevail or develop or sustainability will prevail. And that gives a very confused signal to the corporate world, because now I'm balancing it. I did my first 12 years. I never worked for a company. I was only going from one national park to another national park training the forest staff. So 300 national parks, 65 odd public interest litigation. That's what I did for first 10 years. Today I work with the corporates and I do personal causes like air pollution myself. And I can tell you, as a lawyer, I'm confused. Which way we have to head? Can we take up an issue and get it done in the court? I'm not sure about it.
Hey, those are excellent points, Mr. Mishra, and I must confess that I'm not surprised, because I've seen you talk about these issues, and I expected you to bring it back to the ground level. And sometimes it is better to stock take within your house before you keep checking what is happening outside. In fact, in your address, it also reminded me that when you were speaking about how the Supreme Court was actually very had a very soft spot towards environmental, very late, in fact. And I remember the way forest was defined in the 1996 and Godavarman case, so on and so forth. I think it was Justice Kuldeep Singh in 1991 who'd actually come up with disbanding diesel vehicles which are 15 years or older, 10 years or older, sorry. So we've had a sort of a history of getting things done because sometimes the governance does not allow us to do it. It is, though, up for discussion still if we are as productive in our litigation, or have we had as much success in this decade as we did in the last one. And those are some of the questions that we'll keep discovering and answering as we go ahead. Even though I had a specific question for you, Mr. Mishra, and you're probably the best person to answer this in the panel as well. So we had something like an NGT coming into being because of Article 253. The Constitution gives you the power to implement international agreements. We had the 1974 Water, 1986 Environment Protection Act. All of these legislations have had some sort of an international play that have kind of forced the hand of the Indian government towards implementing these things. But even today, apart from a policy on climate change, and that's what it is a policy, it's not an enforceable law. We do not see still a specific legislation on climate change. And it does not seem very likely that it's going to come, especially with what's happening with the EIA notification, as you mentioned. So what is the chasm that we're not able to cross here?
So I'm happy you asked me something, because I finished my thing in 8 minutes or 9 minutes, because we are always happy when the judges put us on some kind of task. So we are better equipped to take up. Let me tell you a very practical thing, Ishan. 2012-13 were the most glorious years of NGT, but there were a lot of lows and a lot of highs. I won't call that tribunalization is something which was answer to every challenge, whether it was environment, whether it's anything. Somehow there were a lot of disappointments also which happened with these tribunals. One of the things, and I'll say it very indirectly, that we were knowing in 2014 and 15 that the entire purpose of a huge institution like NGT, which has come into being in its full blow by 2012, it had the most glorious period of 2 to 3 years. I wish it had a run of at least 10 years. if it had a run of 10 years, but then checks and balances, which a High Court and a Supreme Court does all the time. The High Courts are so equipped to do checks and balances that you cannot make out today. I'll just give you one example, Ishan. 45 days, the division bench of Justice Vipin Sanghi and Justice Rekha Palli sat through the pandemic second wave. I was the lawyer for most of the hospitals. You know that I had a big challenge as an environmental lawyer, that in 2009, somebody said, oh, it's fine to be an environmental lawyer. Can you make a huge commercial venture? And I was taken aback. And people like who worked with me, Khalid, Dr. Ravi Singh, who was in WWF, Samir Sinha, these are the people who had convinced me that all your life you'll be the activist environmental lawyer. And I was very happy, and I miss it all the time. But I took it as a challenge. I created a commercial law firm, Trust Legal. Today, we are the largest media, broadcasting, and healthcare law firm in the country, not of environment. Environment, of course, we are the best law firm. We get all the awards from Legal 500, India Business Law Journal. But the money comes from healthcare, media, broadcasting. In healthcare, we were representing many hospitals in pandemic. You know what kind of challenges we were witnessing? Challenge in the evening that 105 patients are there in my hospital. I have oxygen for 2 hours. Exact day last month, 5th of June, 5th of May, I had those queries. On a Saturday, on a Sunday morning, Mr. Mishra, 2 hours of oxygen is left, do something. And on a Saturday and a Sunday, Delhi High Court was functioning. They were passing orders that we want the oxygen in Delhi. You could see that the oxygen, which was 300 metric ton, it went up to 900 metric ton. Day after day, we appear before Delhi High Court. And RT-PCR test is not required to be admitted. So when judiciary wants to be there, the High Court and Supreme Court with their 70 to 73 years of history are in a very good position to take their space. But when it came to NGT, something happened where you were pushed. And when you were pushed, there's no coming back. And when I'm saying no coming back, the talk was that how many vehicles come before NGT every day? Okay, 400 vehicles, it must reduce to reduce the air pollution. So how do you work? Well, you are supposed to go in a car from here to Agra. Suddenly the car has vanished. How will you travel? That is the kind of situation you face. So fine, you can go to the High Courts, you can go to the Supreme Court, you can still go to NGT in some manner. But I am saying something very different, that what you give comes back to you. Somehow we were hit by that. And that's a caution word for future. And same will apply to the environmental impact assessments, environmental norms, climate change norms. If we will be extra smart in diluting them, take it from me, it will cost this country very dearly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I'm sure we'll be coming back with you. It's always a pleasure to be discussing these issues with you. As we have scheduled, we are going to come to you, Dr. Tanya, and I'll give the floor to you to have your comments. We've obviously seen the grassroots of it and the reality of it, of how it's working out, playing out in real life. Your perspective on our topic. Sorry, I think you're still on mute.
Thank you so much, Professor Ishan. I'm happy to be here, so thank you for inviting me to the conference. I want to start with reference to Mr. Mishra about that air quality is our lungs, that air in Delhi is our lungs. Exactly. That's actually the point. So and I think we cannot resolve the climate change until we realize that there is no humanity apart and environment apart. And actually now comes the question about either concept of environment as something like environment literally means surrounding. Does it make sense at all? Because we are living in the Anthropocene where quality of nature is quality of our blood, of our lungs, of our bodies. So our bodies are part of nature. We are part of the biosphere. And there is no actually difference between us and nature. There is one complex which is now called Anthropocene, which is a humanity being merged into one with nature. And if you want a quality of life, we need a quality of biosphere enhanced. So this is a kind of introduction, but I wanted to reflect on what are the chances of Glasgow meeting COP26 fulfilling its goals. Because I was actually quite saddened to know that that Greta Thunberg is actually quite skeptical about the Glasgow Agreement, and she declined to visit the Glasgow Agreement, which will take place in November, if nothing changes, if it's not postponed, it will take place in November 1st till 12th, 2021, this year. It was postponed from the previous year because of COVID pandemics. But it seems to me like the question is like, what are the chances of these goals being achieved? How far are we away from achieving the major goals of this meeting? The goals of this meeting, the major 4 goals are having a strong enhancement of NDCs. NDCs are nationally defined contributions to climate change. Finding financing for them, so setting the proper finance flow and enhancing international collaboration on energy transition, clean road transport, and nature. So many people say that this Glasgow meeting will be make it or break it. I hope not, because there are many experts who are skeptical about the coming meeting. Why they're skeptical? Because if you look a bit at the history of it, the history is so the question is how big is the chance of achieving the goals of COP26, which would be the conference of the parties in Glasgow. And I would like to look at a quick recap of Paris Agreement and its predecessor, its historical predecessor, which is Kyoto Agreement. So many say that in comparison to Kyoto Agreement, Paris Agreement was a big progress. Big progress because Kyoto Agreement had about 20 members, out of which only 15 left, active members. And it were mostly Western countries. It were only Western countries, which in alone are not, so they were historical culprits of climate change because they were historically the biggest emitters. The idea of Kyoto was that they be a responsibility, primary responsibility, so they have a duty of care. However, it's impossible with 12 countries or 20 countries to fulfill the goal of stopping global warming. Kyoto Agreement was legally binding. Paris Agreement is mixed in a sense that it has both a legally binding part and a legally not binding part. So it has a bigger flexibility, and the biggest flexibility is that the nationally determined contributions are being formulated by the country itself, and they are reviewed every 5 years. So in 2020, there was time to review, in November 2020, there was time to review this nationally determined contributions. However, because of pandemic, it was postponed to 2021. So if it won't be postponed even more, as Greta Thunberg suggests, it will happen November this year. The need is to enhance these goals. Why? Because the major criticism of the Paris Agreement that it's not enough. It is good, it is a step forward. However, it's not enough to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees. The goal was to keep it below 2 degrees Celsius and striving the best option below 1.5. However, the way things are going now, even if all nationally determined contributions will be implemented, we would still be above 3 degrees Celsius of warming, which is not acceptable because we already now have severe problems like wildfires in California, Australian forest fires, monsoon problems, the cyclone changes in India, Siberia faces warming. Some places in Siberia face warming during the summer, more than 30 degrees Celsius, which is unprecedented, and so on. The need is actually to enhance national determined contributions and to guarantee their fulfillment. And that's the biggest problem, whether it's possible to guarantee fulfillment of the national determined contributions. So the paradox, the previous meeting, which was in Madrid in 2019, did not ended up in desired agreement. It was seen as a kind of failure. So this kind, the current meeting needs to be achieve or strives to achieve these goals, but it's a big problem whether they will be achieved or not. So the question is the Kyoto Protocol had big problems, even though it was legally binding, but it was putting actually a pressure on the nations which joined it, which was too much. Financial burden was unreasonable, and it resulted in many countries leaving Kyoto. For example, US never ratified Kyoto, and also countries like Australia, Canada, Japan, and Russia have dropped out of Kyoto agreement. They left only European Union and New Zealand as the only parties participating. So this is obviously not what we want, not what we want from Glasgow. So Paris Agreement is more flexible, and because of its top-down and bottom-up, because of its hybrid structure, it actually has more chances of going on. But going on is not the same as achieving its goals. So, for example, countries like Brazil, they smartly manipulated their national determined contributions that it seemed that Brazil, for example, will be achieving national determined contributions under Paris Agreement without, however, reducing its carbon dioxide emissions. And this is not what we need. What we need is a genuine reduction in carbon dioxide emissions, and quite fast. Peaking in 2030 and zero net emissions in 2050. So this is a riddle which the world is facing now. If we want to guarantee a stable future for our children and grandchildren, we need to head at net zero carbon dioxide and GHG emissions by 2050, which is only 29 years from now. But such kind of international instruments as international agreements, as Paris Agreement and as a Glasgow Agreement, if it will be achieved, they don't have any enforcement mechanism. That's a major criticism about Paris Agreement, that it remains an introduction, it remains a nice wish, a good goal, a good wish, but not it's not enough translated into action. And the major problem behind it is finance. So the goal was, the target was about $100 billion per year, every year in climate finance, which should flow from developed to developing world to help climate finance. However, this goal has not been achieved. There were about $10 billion per year actually flowing, so which is about only 10% from what is needed. So what are the positive factors that now with Joe Biden becoming American president and US rejoining Paris Agreement, the chances are it brings more energy into it, and it brings more certainty and more enthusiasm, especially with Joe Biden innovative energy plan with investment in a clean technology development. However, it still remains highly uncertain. And as much as, well, what I see, the bigger problem is that the global stakeholders in this play are governments, world governments, world industry, and world civil society. And there is a disparity between these three, because civil society is the NGOs and involved citizens are the most committed to climate action. However, the business, especially oil industry, so the old business, the fossil fuel industry, is interested in keeping business as usual. The new emerging clean industry is still not powerful enough to have agenda, while the governments are being accused, global world governments are being accused of being under the impact of the industrial lobby. And industrial lobby is interested in doing business as usual because it brings profits, super profits, and they are interested in keeping their super profits going. So to put it in as simple terms as possible. So how this riddle can be resolved within the existing world global situation, it's not really clear to me. However, it's clear to me that, well, we must survive. We must guarantee the climate neutrality by 2050, and we must somehow resolve this riddle. So this is what I wanted to briefly present in.
Thank you so much, Professor Tanya, and a couple of very, very interesting points as well. Because Professor Tanya did speak about how non-enforceability is a major challenge for Paris, and it seems likely that nothing would change on that front going forward in the foreseeable future. One of the things that has come up in academic discussions and writings is how transparency about your targets, about how you're doing on your targets, it's being seen as an international tool of getting people to abide by or be more conscious. And we're already seeing the ripple effect and cascading effect of this on the private sector when more and more private sector is appearing to be green. It could be greenwashing, but at least they're conscious of looking green, if not being green. And perhaps that fear of public shaming, which is now in, I think, environmental economics called the concept of reputational risks, is being seen more and more as a potent arm twisting mechanism to get countries to align with the global consensus on sustainability. But obviously, there are also going to be a lot of other such points being raised. If there are any comments and statements up till now, I'd invite the panelists to please.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your comment. I believe that yes, transparency can be a very strong motivating factor, and it can be also a binding factor in combination with democracy and in combination with civil society, because now we see that democracy has a crisis. It's going into crisis phase. You see what happens in China, in Russia, in other countries with authoritarian governments coming at power. But in combination, transparency, especially AI, which allows to make it obvious who emits how much GHG, with possibility of accurately making it transparent. So transparency, it can be an instrument of a surveillance state as it is in China, but it can also be an instrument of civil society to enhance greening, genuine greening. And I believe that this can be in combination with AI, which allows accounting for and actually seeing who are the culprits of emissions. So this is a great resource potential.
And there's a bit of a paradox with transparency, as you rightly put. It could be used for the negative things, it could be used for the positive things. But I think at the international level, there are only limited resources and we must use all of them as much as we can. Was anyone asking a question here? We can have one question.
I just had a very, very honest confession after hearing Professor Tanya. I'm more educated about the hierarchy of the international agreement. So I was not very clear that how Paris is still better and what is happening and who are there, who are left it, what is the withdrawal symptom of certain nations. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, and thank you, Professor Tanya. I completely echo Mr. Mishra's thoughts. I think that was a brilliant presentation on long and short of the Paris Agreement and what the future holds for us, quite literally.
Thank you so much.
Moving on, we now move to Professor Dr. Joy Dasgupta. Joy, over to you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with both both my previous speakers, both the things that they've talked about. But what is very fascinating is to see that who the international agreements are for. Who is the target audience? Is it the state governments, the national governments? Is it the private sector? Is it the people, urban people of the planet, people who are going to pay the costs? But at the end of the day, is it the people who are the real vulnerable people, people who stay at the margins of society, people who are in the real lower rungs of society, people who live, who probably in future will become the climate refugees? The world is changing, and as both my previous speakers said, the pace of change. What is frightening is that the pace of change is really fast. And what happened in Uttarakhand this year in the Himalayas, what happened in the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. We have never seen cyclones back to back, never. It's never happened virtually in the last 20 years, it's never happened. So the pace of change is happening. And it appears that are we there to measure up to the pace of change? Our policies, our structures, our laws, our deliberations at the international level, at the national level, at the local level. Are we in touch, or are we behind the curve? Because if we are behind the curve, the consequences will be terrible. As Professor Kochetkova said, that we just have 29 years. 29 years for a human society is very, very difficult. And history will tell us that societies which have failed to tackle climate change have failed to survive. The Mayans, the Indus Valley civilizations are very good examples. They failed to adapt. See, the question is not a question of 2 degrees, 3 degrees, or 1.5 degrees. They all have meaning, they're beyond semantics, they all have real implications. But the question is, are we ready to adapt? Are we ready to make those changes at the pace that is needed? Somehow, I always feel that the current international regime is somewhat of a 1990s, early 2000s scenario. We are almost 20 years behind the current situation where the Earth is. Earth is warming, no doubt. Change is happening on a fantastically fast scale. And what the pandemic has taught us is that the change itself is very dynamic. As Mr. Mishra talked about, 105 patients need oxygen in 2 hours. So if we have that metaphorical 2 hours, 2 hours for 105 patients would mean 20 years for the entire human society. And it's just 25 years. It's not a long time. And global warming, climate change is a very, very complex scenario. In 25 years, we have to radically change how we live. And it's not a question of only making piecemeal changes like renewable energy, like moving from oil, like changing the way we travel. It is a multidimensional change. Let me give you a small example. In many parts of the West, growing rice is considered a problematic thing because rice emits methane. But rice is our staple food. We can't do without rice. And we do. And methane has 9 times more potential of global warming than carbon dioxide has, emissions. So we should stop eating rice tomorrow. That's the blanket thing. But let's look at it differently. Let's look at developing varieties of rice which emit much less methane. These are the changes we need to make, and we need to make them fast. And the problem is the question of pace and the implications of it. Let me give you examples. In Venice or in Netherlands, the societies have the money, the technological capacity, and the institutional structures to keep the sea out. If any one of you have traveled to Sundarbans and you have seen the embankments, making say a few thousand kilometers of concrete embankments costs at least $2 to $3 billion. Believe me, we don't have the money to do it all every place. And the concrete embankments work. But then how much more will you make the embankments? And every year, if you have to raise it by 2 meters, where will those 2 meters end? That's the critical question. For many people in the coasts of the world, especially in the so-called third world, in the next 20 years, life will become miserable. And the point is that if we do not make these changes in the next 20 years, it's going to be real. The losses are going to be very real. The costs will be very, very real. Last year, I had the privilege of traveling throughout Sundarbans in the Indian part to actually go and provide some amount of COVID-based food and food support to remote villages. And you could see the vulnerability, how vulnerable they are. like that. Many coastal communities, many mountain communities were like that. International structures appear to fail them because at this point of time, we are too slow. We're just too slow. From Kyoto to Paris, we took 20 years. Believe me, we don't have that much time. From Paris to Glasgow, we are taking 6 years. But then we have a 29-year window ticking. That's the key. That's absolutely the key. And believe me that that 29 years will go away. And if we do not manage to keep it below 2 degrees Celsius, human civilization, as we know, will be in serious trouble. Will be in serious trouble. There's no doubt about it. Let's not think, see, to put it on a more personal note, till very recently, as an environmental professional, I always used to work. I've been working in this field for a long time. I've worked piecemeal and many things. But to accept the extremely stark and difficult reality of climate change always is not easy. And actually, you kind of think that, no, this is not happening. It's so bad, it cannot happen. But believe me, it's very real. I'm convinced that it's very real, and we should take all the dire predictions even more seriously. Because one of the major things of international environmental law is the precautionary principle. If you look at the precautionary principle, as the name suggests, we need to take precautions. And the time today is to take beyond precautionary principle. You have to go beyond it. I would term it as, let's take the emergency principle. Because like the COVID pandemic, we are living in, there are many people who are talking about of declaring a climate emergency. And believe me, we are in a climate emergency. It's not a question of declaring it anymore. It is very much there. It's very real. And it's very, very real. And it's going to happen. Every year it's going to happen. So we will have to abandon places. Like, for example, islands in the Sundarbans, like Mosuni and other islands, will be abandoned in the next 5 years. A country like Tuvalu in the Pacific will be abandoned in the next 10 years. It's not livable. There'll be mountain passes in the Himalayas which we'll have to abandon because the glaciers will be too unstable. What happened today, this time in Uttarakhand, is going to happen repeatedly. There'll be gulfs. There'll be extreme events. There'll be super cyclones regularly. In 20 years, the number of these cyclones have gone up. We're talking about Californian wildfires in Australia also. Naturally, arid areas will become more arid. So it's bound to happen. And the pace is quickening up. There's no doubt about it. Another contention is that large international agreements are difficult to implement because they're large. There are a lot of actors, they're big, they're complex. If we could actually supplement it with smaller ones between nation states, between governments in different ecological regions, then we can have probably a better situation. We can deal with it in a more structured manner and probably in a faster way. Like the Europeans have done it in the terms of the Mediterranean Sea. They have an agreement and they've done a pretty good job. And a lot of people have come together. It's an agreement where the Israelis and others can sit together and talk about the Mediterranean Sea. And all the littoral states have done something about it. Looking at that, if the entire Himalayan belt could sit together and talk about that, it makes sense. Whether we like it or not, we may not love each other, but the point is that if tomorrow there's a serious problem upstream in Tibet, all of us will suffer. So these are areas, for example, in Southern Africa, the Peace for Parks initiative, where they're running national parks without boundaries. That has made a real difference. And this has enabled a lot of countries to come together and talk. So that is kind of subnational agreements, subnational thinking that we need to speeden up the process. Because in climate hotspots, it's no longer important to look at 1.5 or 2.7 or 3.6 or 2.1. It's a question of making real life modifications and mitigation right now, not 20 years from now. Say, for example, in parts of the Amazon, for example, in the Sundarbans, for example, in the Himalayas, we need to make those mitigation structures, mitigation things right now in the next 5 to 7 years. Otherwise, we have lost it. There's no point making it because human settlements, as we know, will go. There's no doubt. And believe me, I'll be very honest that if we keep on insisting on building dams in the Himalayas, we are committing suicide as an entire civilization. Building dams in the Himalayas is a no-no. And I've traveled enough, seen enough to know that's a no-no. So we have to pose these hard questions to ourselves. If we don't build dams in the Himalayas, what do we do? How do we get our energy? These are the questions we'll have to answer, and the questions have to be answered fast. My basic ethos is speed. Speed is what we need to do. We don't have time to make any changes. I think that's enough. We can always get back to any more questions or any other deliberations per se.
Thank you so much, Joy, and some brilliant points. And I love the theme of how we found time as a single thread that flows through all of our talks. In fact, I have a couple of pointers because we're talking about time, and it's a happy coincidence that today, during the introductory address in the first session, this is the parallel that I had drawn. But when I was basically discussing the concept of this occasion, the World Environment Day, and how we want the sessions to be, I had basically equated time with environment, saying that time is a concept, a construct of human consciousness. So is environment, because it is what we define it to be that makes it environment for us. But environment is a lot bigger than what we define it to be. And so is time. Time has existed prior to human civilization. Time will exist after we are done of the planet. Similarly, environment, in whatever definition you choose, has existed before us, will exist after us. Time, humanity is always running behind time, and we're always running behind natural resources. We're all cribbing about not saving enough time for ourselves, and we're almost always cumulatively cribbing about not saving enough natural resources for ourselves. So there is this implicit relationship between how we fail to define, understand, and conserve, save time, and how we fail to define and save our environment. And one of the efforts that we take in that direction is to think more about it, talk more about it, and engage with more audiences as we do so. But since we're still on the topic of time, and we do have about half an hour still left with us in terms of time, I just want to touch upon a couple of points strictly in terms of time. And now, Professor Tanya mentioned how 29 years is our goal for a net zero budget. But if you look at the carbon budget of the planet, we run out of a carbon budget in 17 years. So we can claim that 29 years is what we have remaining for our net zero goal, but 17 years is our carbon budget. Speaking and sticking to the theme of time, a 7-hour London to New York flight, which takes 7 hours, one seat in the economy section of that flight is equivalent to 3 square meters of polar ice caps melting on a single trip. So 7 hours on that one seat is equivalent to 3 square meters of polar ice caps. This is from an EPA study, if I remember correctly, Environmental Protection Agency of the US. If you go to the business class, it obviously is a lot more ice that you're melting. But let's go further, since we're talking about time. If you roll out the history of our... Sorry, Mr. Mishra, did you have a point?
I just wanted to make it even more focused, Ishan, just before Jasmeet ma'am comes, that why only business class and economy class? If you see the fish trawler with every American house, and a large SUV, which is not the large SUV we see in India, and a car for going to office. So 3 vehicles for each small family. I'm not talking about big family. 3 large vehicles. You count it, it will be one Boeing for one family.
Absolutely. That's true. And there are so many more examples. I was suggesting that if you roll out the entire timeline of our planet on the football field, the soccer field, if you will, if you're having audiences from the US join us, the human civilization has only been here in terms of time. If the length of the football field is the timeline of our planet, human civilization has been here equivalent to the width of one blade of grass. That's 1/16 of an inch. So that's time for you. But finally, because we are here to discuss international environmental agreements, a couple of things do emerge from Joy's points as well. And also goes back to, because Mr. Mishra probably has handled this in the court, and I think all of us have heard of this. But apart from polluter pays principle, we also have certain other daggers that we environmental lawyers carry in our pockets, which are the precautionary principle, the sustainable development principle. And one thing that I have thought about in terms of customary international law, because precautionary principle is now customary international law. And for our audiences, you must also read up on the doctrine of non-regression, because now doctrine of non-regression is the law of Indian land after 2017's 12th December Justice Swatantra Kumar's judgment of NGT, where he had basically said that under the doctrine of non-regression, you're not allowed to dilute environmental laws. The doctrine of non-regression says that you're not allowed to regress from your environmental laws. So there are a lot of these daggers that we use for environmental conservation. But when we're talking of a concept like polluter pays principle, and Joy, if you could answer this, and then I could go around the room if anyone has any views on this. Why stop at polluter pays principle? Why not include a concept of absolute liability or strict liability? And I know that environmental law inherently has the concept of special burden of proof, where the person who's being alleged against, the victim does not have the burden of proof. Why have we not taken polluter pays principle forward in our concepts? Why have we stopped at absolute liability? Why have we stopped at polluter pays principle?
I would guess that it's not a question of law, it's a question of politics. It's not a question of law. Law is always clear. Polluter pays, but depends on who is the polluter. And the polluter will never pay you every cent of the pollution, would he? So we always negotiate. When ExxonMobil did what they did in Alaska, they didn't pay every dollar of the amount they polluted. And because Puget Sound was pristine, it looked lovely in the TV shows, and it looked very nice, they paid. But believe me, if it was some very remote place where the TV cameras would not reach, the amount would be much lower. So polluter pays principle is just a principle. It depends on the negotiating power. Yesterday, day before, there's a ship which is sinking off the coast of Colombo. Will they pay the same amount? They won't, because that's the outer reaches of Colombo Harbor. So it's not as pristine, as ecologically important in that sense. Even the Suez Canal, for example, the ship that was stuck, that definitely had an environmental impact. But will they pay everything? The amount that the Egyptians charged is not probably an environmental fee. It's many other things.
That's correct. That's the inconvenience having been caused to them.
Exactly. Polluter pays principle is a great principle. The point is that how we implement it, how we negotiate it is the question. Let me answer it in a slightly more political terms. Every colonial nation regrets their colonial past. Every colonial nation has no problems in regretting their colonial past. But every colonial nation has a problem in apologizing for their colonial past. There's a difference between regret and apology. So polluter pays principle is also in that sense. No one has a problem with the principle, but when the principle starts to look towards the bank and the figures in the bank, then that's when the problems start. That's where, so I would always argue that it's a question of negotiation. And you're negotiating with a powerful corporation, so they will always look at it in that sense. So that's how you need to go ahead. That doesn't mean it's a bad principle, it's a very important principle.
Absolutely.
How hard do you negotiate? That's the whole question. That's how it is. That's how the world is. The real world is.
Professor Tanya, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to add something. I believe that actually it can be translated into carbon tax and environmental tax, and in a way, like not as a guilt, not as you have to really like prove someone's being guilty, but as a matter of normal, that industries which emit carbon have to pay per ton of carbon some reasonable price, which reasonable so that they will not be undermined as a business, but that it will be cheaper for them to not emit, so that they get an incentive to switch to carbon neutral. So this way we will manipulate markets so that it will favor green energy production and green energy use. And I believe that this is kind of a modification of polluter pays principle to become more like on a daily basis acceptable.
I think we're getting into the expertise of Jasmeet as we're going ahead with our discussion, getting into the economics of it and expertise. fiscal side of it. So Jasmeet, unless anyone has any comment on any of the points that we've raised up till now, we'll move to Jasmeet. All right, Dr. Kaur, over to you.
Thank you, Ishan. In fact, it has been wonderful since last hour, listening to people who are actually working in field, and who are working towards the betterment. So as you mentioned in the beginning of the session, that I can also give a gist, which has been wonderful actually. So I'm going to start with the gist here. Time factor, pacing, as Dr. Joy mentioned, yes, exactly. But imagine in 2016, the Earth's temperature was already at 1.3 degrees Celsius. And since then, it has been increasing by pace of 0.6, 0.6 degrees Celsius. So imagine where are we today? Apart from pandemic, apart from work from home, everything else. So I'm sure we all can imagine where we are today. Since 2018, we have not yet collected the data sets, proper data sets, and published about it. But maybe by this year or by next year beginning, we'll have proper data as well to run an analysis like what happened to the Earth's temperature when we were all sitting at home, right? Coming to another point of the discussion, IEAs, right? These environmental agreements were roughly designed, correct me if I'm wrong, right, to manage the human impact on environment, right? Management itself is a question mark. I believe all my fellow speakers mentioned very thoroughly that yes, management is definitely an issue with that. But then these are all transboundary agreements, right? So what happens is once we are talking about these IEAs, if one successful country or let's say one developed country takes up, who's also a polluter, let's say like example, US or China, definitely few other countries will follow. Okay, so there comes a question mark with globalization factor also. Now coming to our speaker, Mr. Mishra there, right? So whether I go globalized pattern or do I go local? Confusion, the second factor that we are discussing since last 1 hour, yes. So time, pace, we are already slow. We have already crossed the threshold, I believe. Second, yes, the confusion persists. Where are we? Are we going global or are we talking about local? Talking about local, let's talk about ourselves here in the room, right? How many of us are ready to live a life without an air condition, especially in New Delhi in these few summer months? How many of us are ready to, draw down the mirrors of our cars and drive, right? So these are very small acts to go local if we are talking about. But if we are going globalized world, carbon pricing, carbon trading, these are already terminologies that we are using. Since last few years, countries are not taking up. Again, who is to be blamed in this case? Despite of all these agreements that are in place, we are the citizens of the world, of our nations and everything. We are doing small bits like in-house gardening, something of that sort, teaching our kids not to litter around here and there, right? In fact, children are now learning about climate change since grade 3. I remember, when I was in my first or the second year, this was not even a topic, right, in my graduation, undergrad time period. But now students are learning since grade 3. They know that, yes, if we are burning coal, it will emit something like CO2. But then, we need to educate as well. We need to learn and educate the younger generation, like Greta was also mentioned, right? Young minds, they influence a lot. We need to educate them about what is exactly GHG. I'm sure if you had science session, you must have understood about that CO2 emissions are different part of the problem. Methane and nitrous oxide is a very different part of the same problem, right? So where are we moving towards with these 3 aspects of emissions in our environmental agreements? I'm not a lawyer, so I won't talk about that aspect. But yes, in economic terms, it has been talked about since 1800s, but actually it came enforced, or rather it was more effective in second half of the 20th century, you can say. after the Stockholm meeting in 1972, then people realized, all right, something of this sort is also going on. But again, coming back to the main question, what I would generalize here, where are the governments? What are the world leaders doing? Where are they going wrong? Or where are few of them going right? Because we will follow them. Where are our young influencers like Greta? They influence the younger generation a lot. So where are they? And what are they doing right or wrong? That should be asked about. That should be talked about, right? Then these global treaties, ethical fundament would be that each country is made responsible for their actions. Are they actually doing that? Are they actually being responsible? Or are they actually talking about that, I went wrong here? Our country is actually talking about that. You take France, Germany, Netherlands. We are largely dependent on these economies because they are the pillars of these treaties. Where are they going right or where are they going wrong again? Let's come back to the point why we claim the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Agreement only. Again, talking about globalization or going local, where are the expectations? Have we lived up to them? Before SDGs, we have MDGs. MDGs were huge. I wouldn't, invite trouble here, but yeah, they were little disastrous. So then came SDGs. Earlier, there were more than 20 SDGs. Now we are left with 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And now we are also planning to even lower them down. So what exactly? Do you want to lower your aspects down, your expectations down, or you just don't want to work towards them? Why are we lowering down the SDGs? Why can't we work towards all 17 of them? Rather, all 17 are not even about environment. They're about the world population and health and everything. Hardly 3 or 4 of them talk about climate change aspect. So where are we actually moving towards? And why are we blaming only, the governments? Let's talk about these large emitters, China being the first one, followed by US, followed by India. India is the third largest emitter. Who is actually facing the brunt? I am glad I think Dr. Joy mentioned Tuvalu, right? These are small island developing states. 2 of these states have already submerged in water. All right, they are already gone. These are some nations that are taking the brunt of actions or the reactions done by the developing nations. And those developing nations are the pillars of these treaties. What example are we setting in? Are these treaties talking about SIDS, these small island developing states? Are we talking about them? Tonga is there, Kiribati is there. Kiribati, I believe the large amount of population is already being moved towards New Zealand or Australia. They are being plugged out from their home. And we are sitting quiet. Then again, coming back to the initial question, globalized pattern of the world, or you want a local pattern of the world. Whatever is happening in Kiribati is not my problem. Is it seriously not my problem? Someday it might reach my home as well. Because the kind of actions and reactions these pillars are taking, somebody has to take the brunt of it. SIDS are already doing that, right? These treaties have some very strong and robust members. I've already named few economies in that sense. What are they doing in pattern of implementation? Now, practically, yes. Theoretically, these treaties are wonderful, paragraph and paragraphs. They are beautifully written. But what about the practical implication? We did had Dr. Joy talk about pace and implications. Coming to carbon pricing and trading, why are we still waiting? Why can't we just make it more important and legal carbon trading, right? We need to punish those industrialists who are not listening. They are still burning coal for that. Then coming to another point, yes, cater to our own needs. Is it only my need, or is it the society need, or is it the world need? What do I cater to? Then Tanya talked about our bodies are part of the nature. One of the most beautiful statements in the last 1 hour, I believe. Yes, our bodies are. So why would I, somebody burning plastic, you talk about the Delhi environment ratio also and everything, enhancing NDCs is the actual action to be taken. Are these treaties mentioning that? Do we have a paragraph on enhancing NDCs, or rather than most of the economies might follow what Brazil did, like Tanya mentioned already? They lowered down their NDC. That's not the solution. That's just playing around with your own paragraphs, right? So yeah, business as usual. Business as usual is still down the line. It is still going on. Anyways, coming to the gist of, I would like if the room can add on to whatever I would say ahead, Glasgow is promising carbon neutrality by 2030. So it's not even 17 years or 29 years. 2030 is just around a decade now. We are already into it. It's hardly 8.5 years or 9 years per se. So are we really going to achieve it? How? Right? So time factor there comes. So these, game of, what do you call that? Ink promises and everything. Yes, it's been played since many decades now. Where is the result? It's null. There's no result at all. But yeah, these agreements, I believe, can take an effort to, a very critical effort to bring together the nations. Not just the developing ones or underdeveloped ones or the SIDS, the major pillars also must come together. Financing is expected from them. The financial aspect of how do we cover these SIDS aspect, or how do we cover the relocation aspect? Financing is expected from these pillars. Are they ready for that? And a second question I would ask, or rather I would leave on that note, minimalistic lifestyle. Are we ready for that? Are we ready for minimalism in order to control our own environment, in order to, safeguard? Carbon emissions are not yet lowered. Energy consumption is still very high. Endangered species are still not safeguarded. They are endangered for a reason, and the saga continues. Are we actually ready for that? So yeah, I believe all these pointers must be included in these agreements if we are ready to make these countries sign these agreements and to follow them, of course. Signing part we've been doing since last few decades, but are we actually following them? So I hope I covered most of the pointers of my fellow speakers as well. So this is where I would leave the forum open. Thank you, Vishal.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaur. And that was a wonderful snippet of everything that is being discussed, with a couple of complementary questions that have been thrown at us. But since Dr. Kaur mentioned the concept of game and how this thing plays out in real life, and sometimes it turns into a plain blame game at the international level. And for those of us who are keen on diplomacy and international relations and that sort of a thing, would probably know that where this conversation is going now, because there is this concept of international environmental leakage. And under the concept of international environmental leakage, for our audiences, I'm sure my co-panelists already know about this. For our audiences, international environmental leakage as a concept basically is, in a oversimplified way and a hurried way, if I may, is basically if you have a state X and you have a state Y, and both of these are neighboring states, and state X realizes that the pollution index has gone through the roof and the people and the population of state X cannot breathe any longer, they decide to raise the environmental standards of that state. Now, when that happens, the health index of that state slowly starts rising. Obviously, there was an economic impact for the industries that left, because you had raised the environmental standards that had to be abided by now. What happens after that? Industries do not stop existing. They just move from one place to another. Now, state Y needed economic impetus, so state Y reduced its environmental standards, thereby creating a funnel for all the industries from just going from state X to state Y. What has now happened? You've actually increased the number of industries in total, because the global atmospheric pollutions are global atmospheric pollutions. They're not divided by boundaries. And what happens and what follows is that both state X and state Y end up with worse pollution index because the economic impetus was such. Now, this goes back, and because we are again transcending from law to international relations to comparative public administration, a clear game of the game theory plays out, that who would defect first. And in this this non-infinite game theory game, as John Nash would propose, because it is beneficial for both of them to defect right at the beginning. That's why these international agreements would be difficult to come to place. So that's a wonderful, wonderful segue, Dr. Kaur, for this introduction on game theory that I could indulge in. I still have another point that, because we are at the fag end of our discussion, and before I open it up to the co-panelists for any comments, I just have a suggestion for all of us to probably consider, and probably for our audiences to consider as well. While we have been critical of how these international environmental agreements are non-enforceable, sometimes there are major lobbies at play, sometimes a single political rogue president comes along and asks you to move away from the Paris Agreement. All of those things do happen. But environment as a concept, and we're still struggling with having a matrix that completely engulfs our understanding of environment. Environment as a concept is developing in terms of our understanding. The concept has always been there, which means that it is probably not best to judge or ask Paris Agreement, what have you done for us? Because in terms of matrix, probably it's not showing you enforceability of laws, execution of domestic laws, coming up with legislations in each of its member parties, member states. But what it has done, I would argue, is that we have now a Greta Thunberg that is well known. We have now conversations that happen on the dinner tables. We have now where grandparents and 5-year-olds all alike know about climate change. And that conversation, I think, Dr. Kaur mentioned that it is important to start talking about it. Education is implicit in all of these efforts that we make. So that invaluable aspect of the Paris Agreement, all of these international environmental efforts cannot be divorced from the implications of what it has had on the global society. Anyway, with those 2 cents, I know that Joy had a comment there.
Yeah, and just to add, I think all of us have been a little critical and harsh about international agreements at one level. But end of the day, 2 things. The former late Israeli Prime Minister once made this statement that you talk to your enemies, not to your friends. So when we meet across the table with big environmental polluters and problematic governments and everything, and the civil society, we have to learn to talk to each other. And these are the best forums to talk. And at the same time, consensus, civil society, democracy are slow processes. It takes time. Most societies took time to smoke the peace pipe and come to peace. The problem is we have to make the time go faster. But having said that, probably Kyoto, where Kyoto should have been, is where Paris is today. Kyoto should have been Paris. If Kyoto would have been Paris, Glasgow may not have been needed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a very good way of looking at it.
So no, go ahead, Joy. Go ahead, Joy.
Just let us see how fast we can do it.
Absolutely.
And and let me tell you something just to end. Never before in human civilization do we have so much data, understanding, and clarity about where the environmental problems are leading us. So we cannot say that it is lack of data. It's only a question of lack of will. And if we go away, if we chuck out or just move away from environmental denialism into a pragmatic, real situation and leave ideological frameworks behind, we have a future. Otherwise, we have no future. It's as simple as that.
So because, Joy, you quoted a former head of state, it reminded me of a wonderful quote by another head of state from another country, which had, when conversing with the Indian head of state back in, I think it was 1965, had said that we're not able to come up with the solution to these issues, but I hope that our future generations have more wisdom than we do.
Exactly.
The only issue with climate change is that our generation and probably the next generation, is at the precipice of reaching a point when there's no going back. It is also one of the most unfortunate generations because they are the perpetrators and the victims of the same crime. So while we complain about having no air or no clean air to breathe, and Mr. Mishra talked about how it is happening in real life and how governance structures and government is dealing with it. As a statistic, and this is again a fact-check statistic I remember reading about, 80% of 80% of all pollution today that is impacting climate change in our indices has occurred from the Second World War. Mm-hmm. So it's literally the generation prior to us, our generation, and the next generation, which has led to this. And it's a very curious scenario where we are the perpetrators of the crimes of which we are victims. And let's just hope that it does not come to a stage when we have to blame or pass the pillow to our future generations to come up with solutions, because the time is here and the time is now. And on that note, I think given the fact that the theme of our World Environment Seminar was the future of our planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability, end this session by saying that I think through our talks, it has come to pass that the future is now and the time is now, and we must carry on all the efforts, and sometimes having everyone on the same table, even if it is not leading to enforceable standards, is probably the best step forward. So on that note, unless there are any concluding remarks, I'd like to conclude this session and thank all of my co-panelists for being so gracious with their time. And we'll be keeping in touch, and Jindal School of Environment Sustainability will be having many of these sessions, and we'll be delighted to have you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ishan. Thanks a lot for this support.
And Ishan, if you need to disappear and engage with Dr. Swatantha Kumar, that's fine. I'll manage this.
All right, sir. We're live, sir.
Very good evening to all of you. My name is Raj Kumar. I'm the Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University. On behalf of the Jindal Global University and the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, it is my proud privilege to welcome all of you to this World Environment Day virtual seminar on the theme, The Future of Our Planet, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainability. We've had a fascinating day of intense discussions, beginning with the inaugural session in which we've had a keynote address by Honorable Mr. Justice Michael Wilson, a distinguished judge of the Supreme Court of Hawaii. We also had 4 thematic sessions on economics of climate change, scientific feasibility of conservation mechanisms, social impact of waste and its governance, and the 4th thematic session on the theme, What Glasgow Holds, the Future of International Environmental Agreements. The seminar has been quite interdisciplinary in nature, and we've had academics and scholars and lawyers and judges and people who work in the field of environment, non-governmental organizations, think tanks, research institutions, deliberating on some of the most important issues relating to environment. We are very delighted that we are entering into the valedictory and plenary session. We have, we have 2 distinguished speakers, Honorable Mr. Justice Swatantha Kumar, who will be joining us shortly, the former chairperson of the National Green Tribunal and former judge of the Supreme Court of India. We will also be having the keynote address by Professor Dr. Maharaj Krishnan Pandit, former head and distinguished professor at the Department of Environmental Studies at the University of Delhi, currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Institution of Eminence that the Delhi University has been conferred with. We have 3 other distinguished speakers in this panel. We have Professor Dr. Cosmin Karandia from Jindal, the Vice Dean of the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability. We have Professor Dr. Mary Claire, who's Coronia Sedja, who is a professor at the University of Cambridge. And we have Professor Dr. Radhika Khosla, who is the Research Director of the Oxford India Center for Sustainable Development at the Somerville College, University of Oxford. What I thought I will quickly do is to, besides welcoming all of you, I want to say that there is something about what we in a university are focusing on this particular issue. While it is customary for universities and academic institutions to recognize and mark the occasion of the World Environment Day, this particular moment is quite significant. The fact that the humanity is facing the global pandemic and is responding with resilience, it's equally important that universities and academic institutions are fulfilling their own larger responsibility when it comes to speaking truth to power. Issues relating to environment and sustainability and climate change are at the heart of that empowerment that academic institutions need to foster. And that is exactly the reason why the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability has put together this virtual seminar. I also want to mention that one of the things that we have seen during the course of the pandemic is the extraordinary ability of human society to respond with resilience at a crisis of this kind. In my inaugural remarks in the morning, I briefly reflected about that resilience. But I want to say is that one of the things that the pandemic provided for is that it did provide for a certain degree of time at hand to respond to it. And while, even though most of us were caught unawares when we had to face the crisis, I'm afraid the climate change crisis is not going to give that level of warning and flexibility. Whatever challenge and whatever crisis the human society will face, it will come so fast, and we are woefully and more inadequately prepared to respond to that crisis. And that is exactly why we need to bring to the forefront the challenge that we are facing as a society. So I'm very delighted that we have a distinguished set of individuals representing different institutions and different who are thought leaders in this field who have come together in participating in the valedictory session. Without further ado, I'm going to now invite Professor Raj Pandit Ishan, I believe Justice Swatantra Kumar has not yet joined us, right?
He hasn't, sir. He's just
Okay,
joining us
good.
next time.
So I'm going to request and invite Professor Maharaj Krishan Pandit, former head and distinguished professor at the Department of Environmental Studies at the University of Delhi, to deliver the keynote address. Professor Pandit is a distinguished scholar, somebody who has been working in this field for many years. He has also had the distinguished, reputation of having published in both science and nature, and who has been most respected and cited scholar in the field. And I'm very delighted that he has accepted our invitation and is agreed to be part of this. Professor Pandit, over to you to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar. I hope it doesn't go downhill from here, but it's okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Justice Swatantra Kumar, who will be joining us soon. I had the privilege of many years ago, he invited me to National Green Tribunal to deliver Foundation Day lecture on 2014. So I know Justice Swatantra Kumar and his passion for environment. Vice Chancellor Professor Raj Kumar, distinguished colleagues at the Jindal Global School and wider audience. Well, Ishan has already thrice apologized, so I am now, it's my turn to apologize. It's okay. I have assiduously denied myself this pleasure of not being on the seminar circuit or that. But when an opportunity comes through friends and well-wishers, then you can't say no. So I'm grateful to Professor Rajkumar and then Professor Ishan Chaturvedi, who followed it up later on. Thank you so much. Once I learned that there was constraint of time, so then I started, pruning and purging, and then I thought that there were a lot of, ideas doing hieroglyphics. What should I tell? What should I tell? That because as scientists, you believe in your data, you believe in facts. Well, they are important. They are necessary also, but that's not a sufficient condition to reach wisdom. It is not me who is saying it. It is Walter Benjamin who said it. So I often tell my students, because there may be some students here and young faculty, that unless you have a story, don't publish anything. Just do not put ink on white paper. Tell a story. So bring a story to the table. That's important. So within the constraints of that time, because as professors we are much practiced at the art of speaking, so 15 odd minutes is almost clearing your throat, but be that as it may. So I thought that I will bring to you a story today, a simple story of joining the dots. And when you join the dots of disparate disciplines, and many people would then believe me, how you can join disparate dots to make a story. And mindful of the fact that, there's an Urdu couplet which says that tum kaho to unwan badal sakta hun, ek umr chahiye fasana badalne ke liye. So if you say, it tells his beloved that if you say, I will change the title of my story, to change the story would take a lifetime. So I will go to my screen now, and can you see this now?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Excellent. So what I will do today is that I'll be talking about the serendipity of India-China neighborhood, why it was serendipitous, almost providence. I will talk briefly about it, the science behind that, and then the Himalaya, which became the wall, but also the bridge between the two great civilizations. But then we come to the recent, so I will complete about 55 to 60 million history in 2-3 slides. And then I go ahead and go to about 1949-50, then talk about the occupation of Tibet by PLA, and then how things changed from there. And then I will briefly touch upon, as I have done in my book, something called rice diplomacy, which India and China, indulged in. And then the result was 62 war. And the great, advancement that happened in the Himalayan highlands was this penchant of Chinese penchant for roads. They were much more aware. We became aware of these road building much later. And simultaneously in early 70s or mid 70s, something great happened in India, an automobile revolution. I call it a streetcar named Maruti. And then how I call it road for road. So roads were being built there, roads started being built here, and what it brought ultimately, I will show you through data that how it led to this race of new automobiles being on the road and several roads being constructed, and we have this huge pollution load now on the Himalayan glaciers, and what is happening to Himalayan glaciers because of this pollution load. And then I would also briefly talk about what is the biological response to climate change in the Himalaya, and what is happening to once there is a biological response, how shrubberies are getting into the alpine meadows and how they are undermining the basic trophic structure of those alpine lands and the yaks, which are extremely important for the culture, for that culture which developed about 6,000 years ago or even more than that, and now that culture is under some kind of annihilation. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So this is briefly, about, so India was somewhere, if you can see here, India, we were somewhere, deep down here near Antarctica, then suddenly this Indian plate, it decided to part ways with, Seychelles on the one hand, and then the Australian continent, and went on a journey northwards. That's the only continent from the southern area which came north. It had a tryst with destiny with China, so it came. So it traveled about 4,000 miles or 6,400 kilometers, roughly about 4 centimeters a year. It briefly was 27 centimeters, then it settled around 18. So currently it is about 1 to 2 centimeters a year. So it's still going northward. So this is what happened. I call it serendipity because because it was a long journey and it was the only continent which reached north, and roughly 60 to 55 million years ago, and there is complete agreement on the significant role. Now, a lot of people do sometimes ask me that so there was this. So there was the northern continent, which is the Eurasian continent, which is the part where the Chinese plate is there or Tibetan plate is there. And then the Indian plate that collided. So sometimes I tell people that collision at sometimes is good. It's not always bad, actually. So a lot of people ask me, why Himalaya? So just briefly to tell you that, the word that means the earth before the before and after the birth of Himalaya was remarkably different. It was a major geophysical change on earth. And Himalaya significantly impacted global and regional climate then and now. And then it's an important global biodiversity hotspot, which has the most diverse biomes on earth, much more diverse than Amazonian basin, let me tell you. And of course, it is geologically the youngest and the tallest mountain range, plus minus 8,000 meters. And biologically, it is the longest bioclimatic gradient. Unfortunately, it is the least known of the biodiversity epicenters, though there is very high plant species endemism. So there are 10 major river systems. It is the source of 10 major river systems. It is also called the third pole because of 40 to 60,000 square kilometer area outside the poles. About 1.5 billion people live in its basins, and importantly, as Professor Rajkumar was suggesting, climate change, this happens to be the warmest mountain on earth. That's key. For me, it is home. That is why I work on the Himalaya. Okay. So most of these ideas are contained in this book of mine, published by Harvard University Press. So some of you who are interested to read more details, so they can procure a copy and have a look at it. Now, one of the predominant changes, geophysical changes that happen because of this continental collision between the Gondwana land or Indian plate and the Eurasian plate is that this huge wall came up because of the subduction and also the collision. And so on one hand, this huge wall came up, and And it did 2-3 things. One, it created a gradient of climate. Second, it created a huge elevational profile. The third thing, it intercepted the warm, moist winds from going over, and a new phenomena called monsoon took shape. So monsoon, roughly around 20-25 million years ago. So monsoon shaped for the first time. And then the entire southern part of, or what's called southern declivity of Himalaya, underwent a series of processes of denudation because of everything which is at the top wants to come down under the impact of gravity. And then you have glaciers, then glaciers developed. Glaciers and the tropical latitudes and rains all together brought huge amounts of silt down onto the on the other hand, it went to the Arabian Sea. On this hand, it went to the Bay of Bengal. So much of this was dumped. The consequence of this huge, huge detritus or sediment load coming from the Himalayan, slopes was that it soaked up much of the carbon dioxide. The ambient carbon dioxide was soaked by much of silicates and ultimately got dumped in the oceans. As a result, the global climate fell down by several degrees. So there was global cooling. So Himalaya of the first Cenozoic era was responsible for global cooling. So on one hand, you have global temperatures coming down because of what was happening in the Himalaya. On the other hand, what was happening is that when ambient carbon dioxide levels fell significantly, trees cannot respond to it. So trees couldn't know. So the forests in the sub-Himalayan tracts slowly started disappearing. And in that place, more of C4 savanna type vegetation started coming up, mostly grasses, which have a very specialized C4 photosynthetic system. And that now in areas where we had thick forests were replaced by grasslands or savanna type vegetation, and the fauna of that was dominated by frugivores, which are fruit-eating animals like Civipithecus, as you can see here. And slowly then they were being replaced by browsers and omnivores, and later on, much later, what are graziers, and ultimately these were, so much of the herbivore population and grazier population like horse and hipparion, they came much later. Now this was, now as this natural setting was happening. So I, some years back, wanted to check this idea that does rock shape life. So I gave this idea to Harvard 21st Century Program, and they liked the idea and asked me to lead this program. And we wanted to look how actually rock shaped life to begin with in the Himalaya, and then now the life is shaping the rock. So ultimately, this work is published. One more work is getting published very soon. Not only did this, shape the biodiversity, but also it shaped human cultures. And I often tell a lot of people, when humans to begin with would have looked at from the plains, like nowadays you can see from Saharanpur and Muzaffarnagar, you can see Himalaya. So they would have seen a triangular structure. So most of our temples are triangular. But as you go up towards Tethys, then you will see that it's flat, mostly flat roofed and mixture of flat roofed and triangular structures. But if you see Tibetan monasteries, which are in Tibet, which is an absolute plateau land, so most of the monasteries are they're a flat roof. There is no triangular structure. So this is just a kind of a cultural thing. Now, so leaving apart the past 60 million year or 55 million in history, let's immediately shift to what happened in 1949. I call it the tale of two titles. So for those of you who are interested in the history of Tibet's occupation, I recommend them this phenomenal book called Melvin Goldstein. I have written about it. So what happened during 1949-50 or early 50s was that Lhasa population at that time was 30,000. PLA population was 7,000. So 25% of Lhasa's population was of PLA. So citizenry to troop ratio was 4:1. Now, there was a problem because Tibetan government that time did not, though they had plenty of food grains, but they did not share those food grains because they wanted Pillay to leave every time. So there was a lot of unhappiness among the troops that time. In fact, there was some minor revolt also happening among Pillay troops because they were hungry, and they were hungry. And then, of course, there was an agreement in 1954. Prior to that, there was an agreement in 1914, which was called the Shimla Agreement. It happened at Shimla, not the Shimla Agreement of 1971 or 2, but this was the first Shimla Agreement in 1971. So China wanted sovereignty. British were ready to give them sovereignty. So I'm not getting into the suzerainties and sovereignty debate, but this agreement was doomed from the very beginning. So, so then Mao realized at that point of time that there was problem with the PLA. They were not getting enough food, so they were hungry. Some people were almost dying of hunger, and so therefore he ordered two things. They said that, well, half the PLA forces should go and start making roads, and half should clear the bush and start sowing so one for the bread and one for the road. So road building started in right earnest in 1952 in that area, and the bush clearing at that altitude started there. And they now had, because there was need of food there, roughly about 5.5 million pounds for the troops, and about 1.2 million pounds for that. Roughly about 7 million pounds of food was required for the man and the animals. At the same time, Chawanlai did something very, very tricky, because it took them roughly about 100 plus days to ship food to Lhasa from somewhere in Southeast China. So Chawanlai spoke to the Indian government, and then they told them that, well, it's very easy to open, if you give us access through the Sikkim, Nathula, border, then we can bring our rice to Bay of Bengal, and from there, from Calcutta through, then, Siliguri, and then it can go. So it brought down the number of days to manageable 20, 23 or 30 odd days. So the then Prime Minister agreed for what I call rice diplomacy, that you give us 10% of rice for the Bengal state, West Bengal state. Chawanlai readily agreed, so they gave them. So we gave access to China through that. So the recent Doklam is not something new. So Chinese government kept on pushing more and more, and then the roads by late 60s, entire roads, and then of course it culminated in giving up of Aksai Chin to that, and more recently they created this entire line, what I call the first train to Lhasa. Now India was feeling some point of dismay, and also that we are not making enough roads, and Chinese army is sitting top. And then the 62 was a very horrible lesson that India possibly learned, and then therefore we also then engaged in this road building. And this is the current scenario. So there was this road for road on the northern side of Himalaya, the Trans Himalaya, and the southern side of the Himalaya. So occupation of Tibet absolutely related to road building in the southern side of the Himalaya. Then came one Mr. Sanjay Gandhi, and he had this idea that we should revolutionize this. So a new kid on the block. So Maruti came onto the scene. Look at this. Look at 1983. You certainly have this. Look at 1983. If you can see this right graph. So you had passenger vehicle production just going over the roof after 1983. The first car rolled out in 1983. And and what it did was, so everybody had a car, so they would put their parents and there are possibly 2 children and somebody, let's go to Mussoorie, let's go to Darjeeling, let's go. So everybody went into this. So there was huge surge in tourist inflows, whether it was neighboring Nepal or wherever in that. And with this, you can see also suddenly by 1983, then this gas and liquid guzzling started, and our imports, so net imports started increasing. So on the one hand, so just one car, Maruti, made this huge difference that we were now guzzling gas like anything. And the consequence is that you have huge pilgrims, imagine, which was aided and abetted by the cultural awakening. And you have this now, tourists, about 200% increase every year or something like that, because most of our shrines are in the Himalaya, and Maruti came in quite handy. And look at this jump in 1983 pollution levels. Okay, today, this is a recent paper. Now you have black carbon loads, which are very high in whether they are Mukteswar, Satapatha Glacier or glaciers, Himalayan glaciers. These are the black carbon levels. And that is what the result is this. So you have, when black carbon sits on the glaciers, you have glacial ablation happening. So glaciers tend to melt faster than if that's not there. So on the one hand, glaciers are melting because of this, and now you wish to connect. If PLA did not occupy Tibet, roads were not built, then roads were not built, and Maruti had not come up, then we would not have this problem of pollution and huge passenger load, and we would not have problem of glacial melting. And at the same time, the local temperature also increased. This was this work which we published about a decade back, and we found that large number of species were now shifting northward because there was no place, because they found it very hot down below. So there was a northward shift happening that. So you can see most of these species are now feeling crunch. They are getting higher and higher in the Himalaya, and also the lives and lifestyles of people are also changing in the Himalaya. These are some of the endemic species which were earlier found at much lower elevations, possibly 500 to 800 feet, but are now seen much higher. And some of them have gone extinct because there's nothing. With the result, what is happening is that now this is a modeling study which is also ground truth by us, one of my students, Kumar Manish, one of young, very fabulous researchers. So he did this study in Sikkim, and we found that the grasslands these alpine meadows were slowly being ingressed upon by shrubs, and the shrubbery was replacing. There's a photograph of Valley of Flowers then, and this is now. So much of the shrubbery. So over a period of time, by 2070, we are expecting the herbs would have completely gone and shrubs would have. And one of the consequences, this is what we published last year, that now because of these problems, the protected areas are no more meaningful, because we would have to change the contours of protected areas because species have shifted. And one of the key animals that depends on these herbaceous alpine meadows is yak. And yak is an extremely important animal. It is because of the yak human population settled at those elevations. Without yak, human populations wouldn't have been able to occupy those Himalayan highlands. Because if you look at yak, the yak dung is very high in volume. It has high calorific value. It is used as manure in those very sandy soils, and it is the only fuel wood there. And as the 10th Panchal Lama said, no yak, no Tibetan people. And if you see, invariably, whatever your Himalayan highland people, whether in India or in Tibet, whatever they make whether tents, whether clothes, they make it out of. So yak is in life and death. It gives service to humans. And if the grasslands and yak populations decline or die, then this particular culture, this highland Himalayan culture, is going to be annihilated. Anyway, this was a small poem I thought I would, but it's not important. So I've been giving calls intermittently. This was in 2013, that why Himalaya needs to be protected. This was published in Nature. And last year, I was again lucky to write another piece for the World Nature, that why Himalaya should be a nature reserve. So that's all. So that's briefly my story. Maybe.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Pandit, for a fascinating and a compelling tour de force on the importance of Himalaya, but more importantly, through that, the importance of the larger theme that we're discussing today, which is about environment and sustainability. For those of you who just joined us, I want to say that this is we had just had a fascinating address by Professor Pandit. Professor Pandit is a distinguished professor at the Department of Environmental Studies at the University of Delhi. He was also at the National University of Singapore, a Radcliffe Fellow at Harvard University, a Fellow of the Indian National Science Academy. He has also been a very distinguished professor and researcher in the fields of Himalayan ecology, biodiversity conservation, and climate change. His book, which he just talked about, Life in the Himalaya, an Ecosystem at Risk, was published by Harvard University Press. It's an important reference material cited and referred to for people in different parts of the world, particularly in universities and academic institutions. A distinguished author, and I am grateful to him for his time and indeed his presence. Let's quickly move to the next part of our this evening. We have with us another distinguished jurist, judge, and indeed an academic as well, who's deeply committed to ideas surrounding environmental sustainability. I have great pleasure in welcoming Honorable Mr. Justice Swatantra Kumar, former judge of the Supreme Court of India, former chairperson of the National Green Tribunal. Justice Kumar has had a very distinguished career, served as Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court and later in the Supreme Court. During his tenure at the National Green Tribunal, he was instrumental in delivering several landmark judgments, widening the horizons of environmental jurisprudence in India. These judgments were related to cleaning of the Ganges and Yamuna rivers, lakes, air pollution, Himalayan glaciers, municipal solid waste, and protection of forests. Some of his judgments were of international scope, like those dealing with oil spills causing from sinking ships. He has also been a legal advisor at the Central Board for Prevention and Control of Pollution and a standing counsel to various government and non-governmental organizations and public bodies. As the Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court, he established courts at number of villages and taluk levels. For his contribution as a judge of the Supreme Court of India and Chief Justice of the High Court and the chairperson of the National Green Tribunal, he has been bestowed with several awards. I must say that particularly his work at NDT has had a profound impact, and he introduced for the first time the practice of a consultative process of stakeholders in the dispensation of environmental justice in consonance with the legislative intent of enacting the National Green Tribunal Act of 2020 for expeditious disposal of cases. Under his leadership, the NGT held various international as well as regional conferences on environment. So we're very delighted and indeed very fortunate that we have had his presence in today's virtual seminar. So without further ado, I'm going to request Honorable Mr. Justice Swatantra Kumar to deliver his valedictory address. Over to you, Justice Kumar.
Thank you so much, Professor Raj. The distinguished panelists, distinguished speakers who have spoken for the previous sessions, and every member of the Jindal University. I think first and foremost, I would like you to have my sincere compliments for the university led by Dr. Rajkumar to have this kind of and this level of this deliberation on the World Environmental Day, on which day I think environmental consciousness need to be complemented, and therefore it's a big effort. So my sincere Thanks to you and congratulations to you and your entire team for having worked so hard to bring it together, the speakers from various ends, including our dear friend Michael, who is I thought he spoke at the beginning. What I wish to say at the very outset is that the topic which has been the source of this seminar is the future of the planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability. I would compliment to the person who's made this topic, because I don't think any part of the environmental jurisprudence falls outside the ambit of this topic. It is such a wide topic which, to my mind, evokes every environmental thought from any prudent person who has inclination towards environment. The second thing which I would say is that when we talk of climate change, now climate change would but naturally have two kind of degradations by which it depletes from the earth. One is a natural process as a result of which the climate change occurs. That is the natural elements which happened. And the second is obviously the man contribution into the climate change. And the climate change is such an important facet because the initial damage by the natural process is very limited, but the contribution by the men, that is the human beings over this planet, is very serious. Our present is the currency of our future. We are rich if we save this present, the natural resources of today, and poorer in terms of our own subsistence if we do not. Economic growth is often seen as independent of environment. Rather, it is believed mostly that the same can be achieved through exploitation of environment and natural resources. No doubt it is possible, but will such growth be sustainable? Definitely not. What nations need to work together for is sustainable economic growth, which is more equitably distributed, and such growth is solely dependent on environmental conservation and preservation. I believe that population control and meaningful utilization of our natural resources and the young human resources is the essence to prevent adverse climate change impacts. Environmental consciousness has been deeply embedded in the Indian culture since beginning of time. We have followed an environmentally sensitive philosophy, and such emphasis has been laid on environmental ethics, beliefs, and customs. Since the time immemorial, consciousness to ecology is manifest in Indian myths. Having done some work on the environmental law in the High Court, in the Supreme Court, and then in the National Green Tribunal, one could certainly say that environmental degradation in our country is very rapid. I think we are hurting the principle of sustainable development from all its impacts, all its directions, and it is a little difficult for us to realize the impact of climate change. Now, the climate change impacts are going to be on agriculture, on our day-to-day living, on our cost of living, and much importantly, on our development of the country as a nation. Common environmental threats plug all of us. These threats are population growth, rapid urbanization, rising levels of consumption, desertification, land degradation, and climate change have combined to leave countries suffering from severe water scarcity. The highly disturbing trends are also making it increasingly hard for the world to feed itself, warned the scientists. Well, statistics you have learned from the various experts which have spoken from this period, I think, which I would avoid to refer to. But whether we talk of material consumption at the domestic or the commercial level, it is rapidly increasing. What I would advise us to look at is that the raw material of any facet of development, whether we talk of industrial development, whether we talk of economic development, whether we talk of construction activity, any facet of development understood in the common sense is taking its resources from natural resources of this planet. And we are extracting them by no restriction, by no limitation. And we are probably being very harsh and very, very harsh to the natural resources, the environmental elements. At this juncture, I would like to share with you a small experience that I had that is famously known as Shimla forest case, which, shows the kind of cruelty we are prepared to impact and, inflict upon the natural resources, resulting in total variation of the atmosphere, the climate, obviously, whether we talk of a lot of technical terms like discharge, release of green gases, industrial gases, traffic emissions, everything. But let me tell you the small instance that if we can be so cruel, then I think the humanity needs to rethink its approach to environmental protection, resulting in proper adherence to the climate change adverse impacts. See, this was a case where a person owned the entire hill in Tara Devi place called near Simla, around about 13 kilometers before Simla. Now, this person had, a small bungalow, 1 or 2 cottages, and the entire hill was full of forest. And it had round about 700 to 800 trees within that area, and which was sold to a builder. The builder obviously overnight he chopped off these 900 trees, which are more than 50 to 100 years old. Look their structure, look at their age, look at the consumption of, they will be releasing how much of oxygen, converting carbon dioxide. Now this all was done overnight. Within 12 hours, he chopped off mechanically all these trees, and he had a proposal of making a 5-star hotel there where there were 2 cottages, therefore wiping out the entire beauty of that hill, the necessity of that hill, and everything else. Now, kindly see that the impact on climate, today when you go to Simla, you have to face air conditioners, you have to use fans. I was born in Simla. If somebody talked of fans and AC in Simla, he was called a fool. But that fool's version has proved to be correct today. Every hotel has air-conditioned rooms. Now the gases which are released out of them, where do they go to? Now, while in that, even just to make out few lakhs, or let me put it, a few crores, he chopped off the entire hill, he converted it, then the tribunal had to suo moto, put its foot down. There were compensation, there were directions for reforestation, there were directions for saving the trees, which stumps were there and they could be revived. Experts were directed and they were asked to put up 1,700 trees in the premises and around them 7,000 trees. So what I am trying to tell you is this, that kindly consider that element of a purchaser and a buyer, that they are ready to sacrifice all natural resources, and what will be the impact on climate. The climate of Simla today is different. This is just a very small instance between two individuals. When we talk of raising construction over the roads, destroying the glaciers, when we were dealing with the case of Himalaya glaciers, right from Manali to Kashmir, you know what all we had to face. You know, people are least worried that, and the glaciers were giving up by 1 meter per year. So what are you going to do to it? So what is needed today? Needed not only because whether you talk of Atlantic, whether you talk of Himalayan glaciers, or you talk of rivers, whether you talk of any other natural asset that we have, it is but clear that you cannot afford to destroy natural resources, and in the name of development, you cannot damage and diminish the resources which the God has provided to you to an extent that it will become difficult for the humanity to survive on this planet. And that is what we are heading towards. When we talk of development, the development must take the three globally recognized principles of sustainable development, Pluto-based principle, and precautionary principle, more importantly, applied them in every project of our country, every project of this world. Just because there will be some industrial laws, so economic benefits should never be permitted to completely throw out the environmental benefits, the environmental concern, and environmental consciousness. You know, with this, we have to work it out that, you know, now for more than 30 years, we are trying to hold different conferences across the world, whether we talk of, you know, any conference, Paris, whether you talk of, you know, sustainable conferences, UN charters, then the relation between human rights and between the climate change impacts is recognized. And you know that the Human Rights Council, in its resolution of 723, had affirmed that the climate change poses an immediate and far-reaching threat for full enjoyment of human rights. Now, that is the recognition that we give. The Supreme Court of India, in different cases, coming right from the Vellore case, then in the case of Indian Council of Environment Legal Action, then in Ganga case, everywhere you will find that the courts have turned their capacity, I think. I must say that the judicial creativity has led to greater protection of environmental laws in India and their enforcement, even better than legislative and particularly the subordinate legislative things which are in the name of. So it is not how many agreements, how many conventions at the national or the international level we sign. I think what it really needs is that how much of it we will enforce and how much of it we will protect in our country and across the globe. With this, you can also see now there's some questions that do arise for us to probably be examined is that is it time for the world to formally adopt a better way of measuring growth, which is more holistic and reveals a truer picture of progress and quality of life? Can we move beyond boundaries of borders and adopt a regime of global civic and world governance in a matter which are great concern for entire humanity? As we humans do realize, we are the major contributors to the current poor state of planet and its environment, as the entire idea of growth revolves around human development, is time to time move beyond these small economic gains. Can we discover, invent, and innovate methods to maintain economic growth and bring holistic prosperity to developing countries without leaving adverse impacts on environment and help them bring down their emissions? Now, when we talk of emissions, I certainly would like to share that, in the Mahalakshmi temple in South, I had the occasion to visit there, and 700 years old sculpture done on the walls of that temple shows that how environment was known to our predecessors, or the heritage that we have. They at that time have drawn circles dividing the entire universe into 3 layers: above the sea, below the sea, and the sea level. And they gave everything, how to protect each one of them, how to control green gases, how to regulate the zone layer. So this all is so much rich in our culture. I do not understand why do we need so many laws when our mental thinking is that we must protect environment and we must always try to work it out, the things in favor of environmental protection. And if we want to talk of raising the questions in relation to climate change impacts, the sustainability will be the answer. But sustainability has to be understood in its correct perspective. It cannot be so individualistic from man to man, state to state, nation to nation, and region to region. It has to be an universal understanding of sustainability that will tilt all its balances in favor of the environment, in favor of our natural resources, and we must ensure that we help each other to protect, because some nations may not be able to provide so much of economic advantage so as to take steps which would prevent from further and undesirable degradation of environment leading to climate change. But today, we have to work out together, and I think it can always be said, and I was just reading somewhere the professor's comment who said that all the human beings on this planet must remember that they are licensees on this earth and not owners of this earth. I think it is so correctly and aptly said, and I think the academicians contribute a lot to develop a law in a country, and particularly the environmental jurisprudence has been well aided by academics, and we can really learn every day, but it is not necessary for us to call development and do things in the name of the development which are destructive of the fundamentals of environmental protections. So with these words, I thank everybody, and particularly Professor Raj, who is a great person who brought this institution to this level of international recognition. And I also thank all the professors, great speakers for the day and in this session. I think you were excellent, and your expositions were be of great advantage to the listeners and would add to the growing faculty of environment in the sciences in Jindal University. Thank you, all of you, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice Swatandra Kumar, for again a very fascinating valedictory address. And I think one of the remarkable things about what you spoke is about how the issue of environmental consciousness has been brought to the center stage in the development of jurisprudence related to environment, while the Supreme Court of India laid the early foundations of linking issues relating to environment to the Constitution and fundamental rights provisions of the Constitution. It is you and your leadership in the National Green Tribunal which provided the sort of foundational approach and understanding towards bringing environmental jurisprudence to life and meaning, and to make corporations, companies, business enterprises, as well as government agencies accountable for their actions. Thank you very much for sharing with us those experiences, and I deeply appreciate your presence. Thank you to both Professor Pandit as well as Justice Swatantra Kumar for being the lead speakers in this session. And now we quickly move to the part where we intend to have a panel discussion with our distinguished speakers. I'm going to now turn it over to Professor Cosmin Corandia, Vice Dean of the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, who will be chairing the session in which both Professor Dr. Marie Claire Cordonier-Segar, Leverhulme Trust Visiting Professor at the University of Cambridge, and Professor Dr. Radhika Costa, Research Director of the Oxford India Centre for Sustainable Development at Somerville College, University of Oxford, will be speaking. Over to you, Cosmin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the speakers, all the distinguished speakers, and I would like to extend my thanks as well before the vote of thanks at the end of our session to all the speakers, wonderful speakers and lessons we had today in our celebration of Earth Day here at Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability at the Jindal Global University. A lot has been said, and there are many lessons, as I said, which can be learned. However, we have to look in the present and probably most focus on the future. We know what happened. We know how we reach here. We know how we are dealing with the environment today. But what is next? What is going to actually happen in the future when most probably many times have been said, and I should repeat it as well, we are in the last minutes. If we are in the last minute when we can actually do something about the environmental degradation and climate change process we are all facing. We proved our resilience during the pandemic. However, we didn't prove our recognition to the environment, and we didn't prove so much our will, if you want, individual will, political will, legal will, and so on, the people who can actually shape the future of our planet in regards to how to manage the problems we are currently facing. More than that, the young people who are watching now, and the students from Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, most probably do not have so much time. We talked today about the extension of time, the meaning of time. However, it's probably less than a decade where something has to be done, especially for them and most probably by them, as it looked that the previous generations of us who somehow treated the environment as granted, the nature as granted, and we didn't look so much into the future and the legacy we are leaving on this earth. As Justice Kumar beautifully put it, we are not the owners of this earth, we are just blessed it for a while. So now I have the honor to introduce two wonderful speakers at the end of this of today, two distinguished academics and policymakers, and also people who can influence this process. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Professor Dr. Marie-Claire Cordonier-Segar, who is presently a Leverhulme Trust Visiting Professor at the University of Cambridge, but she created a lot of momentum during the Paris Agreement and beyond, and she continues to do her work very effectively in regards to law and climate change worldwide, I would say, and especially with a huge visibility at the Conference of Parties of the UNFCCC. So, Marie-Claire, it is my honor to give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Cosmin, and special thanks especially to all of our colleagues in India and at the Jindal Global University, especially the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, and our honorable keynote speakers. Like them, I especially appreciate the excellent organization and hospitality of our hosts in this important global conference on World Environment Day. I should wish you good evening and also good afternoon from the Gothic grey stone spires and misty mossy emerald fenlands of Cambridge in the UK. For anyone joining us from Canada or the Americas, good morning to you as well. In 2020, countries are facing critical global challenges, which will define the next decades, perhaps centuries, of our civilizations on this earth. The risks are real, and the science which interprets them is well recognized. For years, even as globalization gained speed, delivering equivocal benefits to millions, we have also been warned of emerging vulnerabilities. Scientists and others in the World Health Organization circles underline serious risks of a global pandemic, a respiratory disease, now a reality with the emergence of a novel coronavirus and the deadly COVID-19 outbreaks. Scientists, journalists, and others in nature conservation circles, including the Convention on Biological Diversity regime, have highlighted the risks and realities of a global biodiversity crisis, with thousands of entire species, their natural habitats, and their ecosystems on the brink of collapse due to our development choices. Students have joined scientists and many others in climate action circles, including in the Framework Convention on Climate Change regime itself, underscoring the risks and realities of a global climate crisis, with extreme weather events increasing, glaciers melting, sea levels rising, corals bleaching, droughts and desertification spreading famine, and humanity's capacity to adopt and implement sustainable energies, carbon negative infrastructure, technology, and lifestyle transformations, as well as nature-based solutions in time, very far from certain. When, together with countries, we celebrated the passage of the Paris Agreement on climate change under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in December 2015 in Paris, and its rapid entry into force 1 year later in Marrakesh, Morocco, a certain sense of constrained optimism permeated the plans of government authorities, international organizations and business communities, even the academic and civil society circles. However, implementation of the Paris Agreement and our other international treaties is not just an environmental or an economic or a social challenge. It is broader. It is a development challenge. And it responds directly to the world's Sustainable Development Goals. Concluded at the United Nations in September 2015, updating and replacing the Millennium Development Goals and predating the Paris Agreement by mere months, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and their 169 associated targets for implementation recognize in SDG 13 on climate change that the UNFCCC is a key forum to coordinate global response to climate change. In the SDGs, ambitious targets also cross a wide range of legal and policy challenges implicated and impacted by climate change and by our biodiversity crisis, including SDGs 2 and 3 on zero hunger and good health and well-being, SDG 4 on education, which joins us all here today, SDGs 6 and 7 on securing access to clean water and sanitation and affordable and clean energy, SDGs 9 and 11 and 12 on industry and innovation and infrastructure, on sustainable cities and communities, and on changing our consumption and production patterns, looking especially to my colleagues in Canada and the Americas. SDGs 14 and 15 seek to save the very life on Earth, life below water and life on land. And SDG 16, perhaps one of the nearest and dearest to my heart, promises us all peace, justice, and global governance that is actually capable of holding back these joint crises. The Sustainable Development Goals may be soft law. They may be aspirational, voluntary targets adopted to facilitate more coordinated or collaborative international and domestic action. But behind them is a circle of international treaties and organizations, of national laws, and of courageous justices, such as the judge who just spoke today, which makes these targets much more than simply soft law. They are binding. And we can see when we look across the world as scientists, as lawyers, as scholars, as well as implementers and practitioners, that everywhere that we look, myriad national regulatory bodies and other authorities across all spheres of human activity are struggling to meet each target. National progress on implementing the SDGs is monitored through country submissions of voluntary national reviews. These underline the importance of high ambition, progress on nature-based solutions, disaster risk reduction and resilience, loss and damage, the liability and compensation thereof, and the need for robust legislation and dispute settlement systems to implement our national environmental laws in a manner that helps us to achieve the SDGs. Already, nearly 5 years have passed since the SDGs were adopted. While the grand majority of signatory countries have embarked with determination on the difficult tasks of adopting and implementing domestic reform, discovering both pitfalls and plateaus and political intricacies, national experiences to date offer cause for both cautious optimism and increasingly profound concern. Civilization has reached a crossroads, with the global economy, nature, and humanity depending on ambivalent capacity for compliance with our sustainable commitments. And it is here that we turn to a consideration of the future. And for the students who are online with us today in this valedictory and plenary session, your future. I would like to end by referring specifically to the urgent, crucial need for global scholarship and entire careers in implementing our global sustainable development goals. In a book now nearly 2 decades ago, far, far out of date, humiliatingly so, and I will get around to updating it, called Sustainable Development Law, Principles, Practices, and Prospects with Oxford University Press, I outlined the need to turn threats and global challenges into opportunities. If we look at Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health, there's so much that can be done for those with a medical background, and even more that can be done to help to change human behaviors, to prevent, first to respond to the current pandemic, and also to prevent future ones that could be even more serious, if one could imagine. For Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 4, and 5, all of the opportunities there, not just the need for good scientific and social sciences and humanities research on poverty, on agriculture and food systems, on better ways to educate it differently, on gender equality. But also if we look at Sustainable Development Goal 13, climate change, and 7, clean energy, we need researchers and scholarship in everything from technology to lifestyle changes and consumers' willingness to pay. And we also need, of course, our lawyers. For SDGs 14 and 15, life on land and life below water, we need conservation scientists, but we need all the other disciplines as well. And this is why the theme of interdisciplinarity in environmental conservation is so important for this conference today. Because without the lawyers, without the engineers, without the medics, without all of those who could help us, including, should they become distinguished enough, the judges, which eventually happens to our lawyers sometimes when we're lucky, we won't be able to stop this crisis in time. And when we look at the commitments found under Sustainable Development Goal 16, we find one of the main means of implementation, the adoption of laws on sustainable development, non-discriminatory laws that will assist us with the development as well as the sustainability. And this is where I think there is a urgent, crucial cry for more scholarship. As COVID-19 slowly is beaten back, and as countries seek to respond and eventually recover, we have a global economy to put back into place. And we need to do it differently. We need to, as some colleagues say, build back better. Benedict Institute in Cambridge. We need to build forward. We need to be looking at the millions and trillions of pounds of pandemic recovery funding. We need to be looking at the laws, national and international, that are being adopted now, today, on sustainable resource management and controlling our use of natural resources in ways that are more sustainable. We need to look at the trade and investment agreements that we're adopting and consider how they can actually channel investment toward sustainable endeavors only. And we need to look at the new climate laws and the growing tide, the wave of climate litigation that is taking place. In one study that we did most recently, 167 of 188 nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement actually commit to reform, explicitly and implicitly, of laws and institutions. Where are those climate lawyers going to come from? In Canada alone, the country where I was raised, I would say that if we have a criminal bar of several thousand lawyers and a climate law bar of maybe 8, and 6 of them are my former students, there is a massive opportunity here for anyone willing. If you're a tax lawyer, turn to climate, carbon taxes. We need you. If you're a conservation lawyer, come to us and help us with nature-based solutions and structuring parks so that they can deliver the maximum reducing of emissions from deforestation and land degradation. If you're an oceans lawyer or a finance lawyer, help us to structure those blue bonds so that they work. And if you're a tort lawyer, we've got work for you. A lot of work for you. So my challenge for everyone, and I will close with this, is about scholarship, but also about careers. If you're listening today and you're thinking about your discipline, think instead about committing to 1, 2, 3 of the sustainable development goals about which you are most passionate. And make this not just your career, but your passion and your vocation. We need you in academia with researchers and teachers. We need you in government and in intergovernmental organizations, not just the United Nations, but all of the other international organizations, including the International Development Law Organization, the regional treaties, the different bodies that are working now, like the World Bank. My goodness, do they need help? And then, of course, as well, we need you in the foundations, in the advocacy groups. We need you to help us with all of that work that is required from the community level all the way up to the global Amnesty Internationals that are fighting to defend human rights in times of COVID, in refugee camps and other places that have been forgotten and abandoned. And we need you in the private sector more than anything. We need you with your ideas, your entrepreneurship, your ability to create something out of nothing for the sustainable development goals that are our global priorities in all countries, rich and poor. And we need you not just in those entrepreneurial opportunities, but inside the larger companies that are currently making the wrong choices sometimes, and inside the financial world, where we are starting to see finally some banks and some investment firms committing to only fund investment that is actually meant to meet the sustainable development goals. I think that in times of great crisis, there is also great opportunity. That is the world we live in today. That is the future that we are calling you to help and to be involved in and to seize as a day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marie-Claire, for this wonderful and compelling message sent out there, not only to students, but I think to everyone who cares at the end of the day about our environment and implicitly about our future. I will, without any further ado, introduce Professor Dr. Radhika Koslav, the Research Director of the Oxford India Center for Sustainable Development at Somerville College at University of Oxford. And I will kindly ask her to give her presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cosmin, and everybody else who is part of this panel and has been part of this day. It's a real pleasure to be here. We have a long and important relationship between Somerville, Oxford, and Jindal Global University, and one that is growing from strength to strength. Some of our stars at the Oxford India Center for Sustainable Development are from Jindal, and it's a joy to see new ones come through the years. So we're all really delighted to be able to have this partnership flourish. Now, I want to acknowledge the importance of this event and the level of leadership that it entails. The environment has often been a side issue in many of our disciplines and discourses. And over the last decade, and especially over the last year, we have come to realize that we are not separate from nature and from the biosphere, but indeed, as some say, we are nature. And the environment is socioeconomically and sociopolitically embedded, and it is mediated through laws and institutions which we inhabit and we create. And so that is very much our starting point, and the starting point from which a lot of the work that I do emanates. Now, given that this is the close of a long day, there are three key points that I'd like to make that characterize our environment and climate debates today. And it's also telling that they draw and touch upon many of the things that the speakers in this session have said previously. I'd like to begin by placing our current predicament in the arc of planetary history. Now, if we look back at the Earth's history and look back for 400,000 years, way before humans lived on the Earth, we see the cycles of increase and reduced carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere. And then if we start looking from about 1,000 years ago, we see a very different patterns compared to the cycle that we see previously, where you see an exponential increase in CO2 emissions. As of a few days ago, the CO2 emission levels in the atmosphere were at about 420 parts per million. And historically, before 1,000 years ago, we didn't really rise above 250 ppm. And so this level of 420 parts per million is something we have never seen before. Now, the reason why CO2 is important is not only because it causes warming today, but because it is a greenhouse gas that lives in the atmosphere for about 100 or 200 years, once it is put into the atmosphere, it stays. And it stays and it continues to warm, and it's agnostic to the time scale of when it arrived. Now, this particular property of carbon dioxide, which allows it to stay in the atmosphere and continue to warm, irrespective of when it was put there, brings us to a profound tension and an ethical question that has long characterized the climate conversation. And that is, how do we consider and take responsibility for our role in the arc of planetary time and space? When we look from one lens, countries like India are among the top 3 emitters globally. So India's emissions are extremely large and cause for great concern across the world. But if we look from another view, from the view of emissions per capita, that is how many emissions is each person consuming or responsible for, we see that India's number is well below the global average, and it will continue to be well below the global average for a long time. Now, this view of responsibility and therefore, who really created the problem and where should solutions lie has long plagued the climate debates, and often to a detriment, because it's sort of taken us to a kind of stasis which we haven't been able to get through. And international agreements and climate impact realities now require us to move beyond fully answering this question, because unfortunately, those from the poorest parts of the world and a place like India is part of that, to the extent that it is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate impacts and climate dangers. But I do want to sort of keep that question of how we engage with that idea of responsibility and the implications of that idea of responsibility as key to the way we consider and move forward as we think about these climate debates, particularly for this group of students that we're talking to today, as it's important that we work out how to construe justice under these conditions, one that is fair, not just currently, but also intergenerationally and also spatially. And so sort of holding that view of responsibility and working through that question in a way that we haven't been able to work through up to today is really important as we move forward and find solutions to this issue. Now, the second point I want to make is that for us to be successful in our nurturing, preserving, and protecting of the environment, it requires not this divide of choices that are for the environment and for development. And that's, that sort of, that dichotomy has been so key to the way that we have thought about the environment, particularly in a sort of domestic context, but more broadly as well. And actually shifting to understanding what are the ways in which enhancing the environment can be mainstreamed into questions of development, right? So we're at a stage in the country's growth where our priorities are multiple and they are also simultaneous. We're together dealing with extremely profound questions of jobs, of housing, of health, of increased services, of clean air, of clean water, of land, and of mitigating climate change. And when you have multiple priorities that are simultaneous, all objectives will not be met at the same time. And there will be synergies and there will be trade-off. Decisions are made about one versus the other, prioritizing one objective over the other. And I think it's fair to say that climate change is often at the bottom of the totem pole in these priorities. Climate change is not the priority for our urban services. It's not the priority for national policymakers. It's not the priority often of the individual or of a homeowner. And so while it is inextricably linked to each of these priorities, the way in which we engage with it and the way in which we engage with the trade-offs that we make around climate change are often implicit. And so I think the work that we all do and the work that a number of our students are to do and sort of, Marie's call for more lawyers to engage in these questions, it's really important that the patterns of exclusion that our current thinking around trade-offs reinforces are brought forth, right? And that we mainstream thinking about climate change and into our development processes at policymaking institutions and also in our pedagogy. Now, the third point I want to make is that I want to shed light on India's moment in its climate and development trajectory. We just heard about sort of, this global moment around climate and the environment. But I think India's movement in this climate and development trajectory is particularly special. And the reason for that is that the bulk of our infrastructure is yet to be built, right? And that is both a large opportunity, but it's also a really large challenge that is ahead. The urban population of the country is expected to double anywhere between 2015 and 2050. And 2/3 of the buildings that will exist in 2030 were built in the last 20 years, right? So we're basically adding an equivalent of a Chicago a year in terms of real estate every single year to the country. Now, how this infrastructure is designed, shaped, and implemented is key, not only because roads, buildings, and bridges are one of the longest living components of the economy. So for instance, these structures once built, they live for 50 to 100 years, but because in shaping infrastructures, we also shape lifestyles. And I was reminded of this in Professor Pandit's talk when he talked about the Himalayas and how they shaped a certain lifestyle. And infrastructure does the same thing, right? Once you construct something that's going to last, it shapes the way in which people live. Now, the moment we're in the country's trajectory is one where we can shape lifestyles. And that is only because we have this extraordinary window of growth that is upon us and is unfolding as we speak. The availability of public space, of public transportation, of energy efficient built environment, once that is put in place, it enables certain behaviors. So for instance, if there's a metro station walking distance from your home, you are much more likely to avoid using a car Perhaps you make a decision not even to own a car because you can walk to a public transportation site. But if you were not able to walk to one, you would end up using a car potentially or buying one. If your home is well ventilated, you will probably use the air conditioner much less frequently. Now, on air conditioners, I'll throw in a fact, because in the summer that we're in right now, we're so easy to put on an air conditioner. But actually, air conditioners turn out to be a great blind spot in our debates. And the statistic is from the IEA that we are adding 10 new air conditioners every second for the next 30 years. So as the world is adding 10 new air conditioners every second for the next 30 years, the majority of which are going to come from India, leading to emissions and energy consumption larger than most other energy demand sectors. So I think it's important that, that we think about climate change not as something that happens only at the level of governments and policy making, but as something that is linked to our everyday lifestyles. And we might think that everyday lifestyles don't add up to much, but as we showed in a chapter that I co-led in the United Nations Environment Program's Emissions Gap Report last year, lifestyle emissions globally account for 2/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions. And these lifestyle emissions are tied to three main categories: to mobility, so how we travel; to food, so how we eat; and to our residences, so how we live. Now, India's place in its own growth story is one where it could shape these infrastructures and the lifestyles and the institutional behaviors that come out of the infrastructures that we build. But we are at a closing window of opportunity before we have built too much without thinking deeply about how it is that we are doing so. So perhaps with that, and in the interest of time, I might end. I think today is a really important reminder of the embeddedness of the environment in our everyday life and of our collective future that comes out of that, and also of the looming threats from climate change, which are already upon us. Now, in thinking about our role in terms of how to tackle this, I find Mike Hume's quote very poignant, which is that climate change is not so much a discrete problem to be solved, as it is a condition under which human beings are able to make choices about the way we live and the way we govern ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radhika, and thank you very much for keeping up the time. In India, it's getting quite late, so I realized that we are over our schedule with just a few minutes, but I think we can manage that. Before I end, I would like personally to thank all the speakers and honorable guests we had today in our event. Hopefully this event will become more often and not necessarily only once a year during the Earth Day. And I would like to also thank personally to Professor Ishan Chaturvedi, for being the brainmaster behind all this organization, which was absolutely impeccable. Now, Ishan, you have the floor, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cosmin. And now, it is my absolute pleasure that I get to deliver the vote of thanks. I am also aware of the fact that the more successful an event is, the more the burden of vote of thanks is, because an event is successful when there are a lot of people.
Justice Swatendra Kumar wants to say something. It seems he was raising his hand.
Okay. So as I was saying, the greater the burden of the vote of thanks is, because so many people have come together to deliver the event. But as much as I'm tempted to thank everyone, I want to start with and complete the life cycle of this session, because I remember that Dr. Pandit started with an Urdu couplet, his talk. And I just want to, because the theme of this event is the future of our planet, environment, climate change, and sustainability, I'd also like to respond with an Urdu couplet, which is almost poignant to what we have been discussing, which says, "Lamhe khata karte hain, sadiyan saza paati hain," which means that momentary mistakes make centuries suffer. And since time is of the essence, and that has come through all of our discussions today, I think that is one thing that we could all take with us, that even in the smallest of moments, we need consciousness, capacity, knowledge capital when it comes to environment. I would like to personally thank Professor Raj. Professor Raj has been managing this event, has been there throughout. In fact, Dr. Pandit and Justice Kumar, both of them were referring to the topic. He designed the topic himself, and it shows in how well it was received. Dr. Arvind Rosenkrantz, who is the Dean of the Jindal School of Environment Sustainability, Dr. Cosmin Kurendia, who is almost always available for us, even with the little bothersome queries that we have about everything. All of the speakers for this session, Dr. Pandit, Honorable Justice Vatant Kumar, who is my mentor, my inspiration to have joined the profession, Dr. Marie-Claire Cordonnet-Segar, thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us. Dr. Radhika Khosla, thank you so much for being so prompt. All of our speakers throughout, all of our dear friends at the JGU faculty, they were very, very collaborative in their efforts. They were also very interested in being a part of this event. I must also thank and there's a bit of a soft spot and a bias there, our very own Jindal School of Environment Sustainability faculty, who've chaired the sessions, who've managed everything from the back end. And none of this would have been possible without the whole faculty coming together. So thank you, all of you. The outreach and social media teams, the IT teams who worked tirelessly. We have been creating Zoom links, we've been creating posts, everything about it. And none of this would have been possible without each of you. Finally, to the students, to the people who are listening to us, Dr. Marie-Claire referred to you, Dr. Khosla referred to you, Cosmin referred to you. We need all of you. And the theme of all of today's seminar has been how various dimensions of environment need to come together. The economics of it, the sociology of it, the law of it, the science of it. While we were discovering these through our sessions, we also stumbled upon biodiversity as an element, and gender as an element of environment, and religion as an element of environment, international relations, the pandemic, security studies, personal hygiene, public health infrastructure, comparative public administration, arts and architecture, linguistic abilities. All of these things came within the ambit of environment through our discussions today. So I just hope that these conversations continue. I would finally end by saying that thank you in the English language is supposed to stand for the completion of a tangible or an intangible transaction, physical or human transaction, intellectual or any other sort of transaction. So while I do thank you, I hope that this is not the completion of that transaction, and we've only started the action towards continuing this conversation every year, and hopefully, as Cosmin said, every couple of months. So thank you all, and please have a wonderful day, wonderful evening, wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you.